of hydrologister. Hydrologists, plural of hydrologists. Hydrology, the science of the properties, distribution, and effects of water on a planet's surface, in the soil and underlying rocks, and in the atmosphere. Hydrolox, a type of binary rocket fuel composed of liquid oxygen LOX oxidizer and liquid hydrogen combustible. Hygrolue, a hydraulic fluid composed of a glycol and water. Hydrolyzable, alternative spelling of hydrolyzable. Hydrolysate, any product of a hydrolysis reaction. Hydrolysates, plural of hydrolysate. Hydrolysation, alternative form of hydrolysation. Hydrolysations, plural of hydrolysation. Hydrolyze, alternative spelling of hydrolyze. Hydrolyze, simple past and past participle of hydrolyze. Hydrolyzer, mat which hydrolyzes. Hydrolyzers, plural of hydrolyzer. Hydrolyzes, plural of hydrolysis. Hydrolyzing, present participle and gerund of hydrolyze. Hydrolysis, a chemical process of decomposition involving the splitting of a bond and the addition of the hydrogen cation and the hydroxide anion of water. Hydrolyte, a substance subjected to hydrolysis. Hydrolytes, plural of hydrolyte. Hydrolytic, of pertaining to or accompanied by hydrolysis. Hydrolytical, alternative form of hydrolytic. Hydrolytically, by means of hydrolysis. Hydrolyzability, the condition of being hydrolyzable. Hydrolyzable, able to be hydrolyzed. Hydrolysate, alternative form of hydrolysate. Hydrolysates, plural of hydrolysate, alternative form of hydrolysates. Hydrolysation, the act of hydrolyzing. Hydrolyzations, plural of hydrolysation. Hydrolyze, to subject to hydrolysis. Hydrolyzed, simple past and past participle of hydrolyze. Hydrolyzed vegetable protein, foodstuffs obtained through protein hydrolysis. Hydrolyzed vegetable proteins, plural of hydrolyzed vegetable protein. Hydrolyzer, alternative form of hydrolyzer. Hydrolyzers, plural of hydrolyzer. Hydrolyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of hydrolyze. Hydrolyzing, present participle and gerund of hydrolyze. Hydrome, alternative form of hydrome. Hydromagmatic, relating to or formed by the interaction of water and hot volcanic magma. Hydromagnetization, reaction with an organomagnesium compound. Hydromagnetization, plural of hydromagnetization. Hydromagnesite, a hydrated magnesium carbonate mineral with the chemical formula MgCOOH.4H2O, used as a fire retardant. Hydromagnesites, plural of hydromagnesite. Hydromagnesium, the univalent radical HMG. Hydromagnetic, of or pertaining to hydromagnetics. Hydromagnetically, using hydromagnetics. Hydromagnetics, magnetohydrodynamics. Hydromancer, one who practices hydromancy. Hydromancers, plural of hydromancer. Hydromancy, archaic form of hydromancy. Hydromancies, Plural of hydromancy. Hydromancy. Divination by water or other liquid. Hydromania. A morbid craving for water. Hydromaniac. A fervent teetotaler. Hydromaniacs. Plural of hydromaniac. Hydromanipulator. A hydraulic arm used for lifting heavy loads, typically found on trucks and other large heavy-duty vehicles. Hydromantic, of or pertaining to hydromancy. Hydromanty, archaic form of hydromancy. Hydromanty, hydromancy. Hydromassage, a therapeutic massage in which bubbles of air and jets of water are pumped through a bath in which the recipient lies. Hydromassaged, simple past and past participle of hydromassage. Hydromassages, plural of hydromassage. Hydromassaging, present participle and gerund of hydromassage. Hydrombobbumculite, a monoclinic sky blue mineral containing aluminum, copper, hydrogen, nickel, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Hydrome, a vascular bundle in plants that transports water. Hydromechanic, alternative form of hydromechanical. Hydromechanical, of or pertaining to hydromechanics. Hydromechanically, in a hydromechanical way, by means of hydromechanics. Hydromechanics. Fluid mechanics, especially when dealing with water. Hydromjuica, the South American snake-necked turtle. Hydromjuicy, plural of hydromjuica. Hydromjuicin, relating to the hydromjuices. Hydromjuices, plural of hydromjuica. Hydromgather, any plant whose development requires a lot of heat and moisture. Hydromgatherms, plural of hydromgatherm. Hydromal, mead, especially one of low alcohol content. Hydromalone, an acid prepared by dissolving melanurate of potassium in boiling water and adding hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, or nitric acid. Hydromalonic acid. Hydromalone. Hydromals, plural of hydromal. Hydromes, plural of hydrome. Hydromesic, moderately wet but less than hydric. Hydromtelation, alternative form of hydromtelation. Hydromtelations, plural of hydromtelation. Hydromtalated, modified by hydromtelation. Hydrompelation, the addition, reaction of a metal hydride to a double bond or triple bond to form an organometallic compound. Hydrompelations, plural of hydromtelation. Hydrometallurgical, of or pertaining to hydrometallurgy. Hydrometallurgically, using hydrometallurgy. Hydrometallurgist, one who studies hydrometallurgy. Hydrometallurgists, plural of hydrometallurgists. Hydrometallurgy, the field of extractive metallurgy involving the use of aqueous chemistry for the recovery of metals from ores, concentrates, and recycled or residual materials. Hydrometamorphism, a type of metamorphism caused by water. Hydrompere, rain, snow, and other precipitation products of the condensation of atmospheric water vapor. Hydrometeorological, of or pertaining to hydrometeorology. Hydrometeorologist, one who studies hydrometeorology. Hydrometeorologists, plural of hydrometeorologists. Hydrometeorology, the branch of meteorology that studies the occurrence, movement, and changes of state of water in the atmosphere. Hydrometeors, plural of hydrometer. Hydrometer, an instrument that floats in a liquid and measures its specific gravity on a scale. Hydrometers, plural of hydrometer. Hydromethanol, relating to a mixture of water and methanol. Hydrometallation, a class of reactions in which a hydrogen atom and a methyl group are added to the double bond of an alkene to form a branch alkane. Hydromethallations, plural of hydrometallation. Hydrometra, an accumulation of thin mucus or other watery fluid in the cavity of the uterus. Hydrometer, alternative form of hydrometer. Hydrometers, plural of hydrometer. Hydrometric, concerning or applying hydrometry. Hydrometrical, concerning or applying hydrometry. Hydrometrically, by means of hydrometry. Hydrometrid, any member of the family Hydrometridae, the water measurers or marsh treaders. Hydrometrids, plural of hydrometrid. Hydrometrocolpos, distension of the vagina and uterus by watery fluid other than blood or pus. Hydrometrograph, an instrument for measuring and recording the quantity of water discharged from a pipe, etc. Hydrometrographs, plural of hydrometrograph. Hydrometry, the branch of hydrostatics dealing with the measurement of specific gravity using hydrometers. Hygromica, synonym of a light. Hydromicas, plural of hydromica. Hydromicrobiology, study of microorganisms in aquatic environments. Hydromineral, relating to the balance of water and minerals electrolytes in the body. Hydrominerals, plural of hygromineral. Hydromining, synonym of hydraulic mining. Hydromodification, the alteration of the hydrologic characteristics of bodies of water. Hydromodifications, plural of hydromodification. Hydromodify, simple past and past participle of hydromodify. Hydromodify, to subject to hydromodification. Hydromodulus, a measure of the water consumption of unit area of arable land. Hydromorphic, synonym of hydric requiring moisture. Hygromorphine, dihydromorphine. Hydromorphanol, 14-hydroxydihydromorphine, an opiate analog derived from morphine. Hydromorphism, the condition of being hydromorphic. Hydromorphologic, alternative form of hydromorphological. Hydromorphological, relating to hydromorphology. Hydromorphologically, in a hydromorphological manner. Hydromorphology, the shaping of the landscape by water, especially by rain and by rivers. Hydromorphone, a synthetic narcotic analgesic, 4,5-alpha-poxy 3-hydroxy-17-methylmorphonin 6,1, similar to morphine and heroin. It is used for moderate to severe pain under the trade name Dilaudid. Hygromorphy, the condition of being saturated with water. Hydromotor, a form of motor for propelling vessels by means of jets of water ejected from the sides or stern. Hydromotors, plural of hydromotor. Hygroms, plural of hydrom. Hydromulching, a form of mulching in which the mulch is combined with water and a tackifier and then sprayed. Hydromuscovite, elite, Hydromuscovites, plural of hydromuscovite. Hydromycin, any of a series of enthelmintic aminoglycosides produced by Streptomyces hygroscopicus. Hydromycins, plural of hydromycin. Hydromelia, a disorder with excessive cerebrospinal fluid accumulation within the spinal cord. Hydromelias, plural of hydromelia. Hydron, any hydrogen cation, for example a proton H. Hydronaphthaquinone, synonym of naphthaquinol. Hydronaphthaquinones, plural of hydronaphthaquinone. Hydronastic, of or relating to hydronesty. Hydronesty, a nastic response to a change in water levels. Hydrogenated, hydrogenated. Hydronation, the formation of a complex with hydrogen. Hydronations, plural of hydronation. Hydronaut, an undersea explorer, such as a submariner. Hydronautical, pertaining to hydronautics. Hydronautics, the science of the design and construction of ships, their engines, and their instrumentation. Hydronauts, plural of hydronauts. Hydronephroses, plural of hydronephrosis. Hydronephrosis, distension of the kidneys due to obstruction in the flow of urine. Hydronephrotic, exhibiting hydronephrosis. Hydronat, Izurid. Hydronats, plural of hydronat. Hydronium, containing hydronium cations. Hydronic, being or relating to a heating system that involves circulating hot water or steam. Hydronically, in terms of or by means of hydronics. Hydronics, the use of water or another liquid as the heat transfer medium in heating and cooling systems. Hydronitrogen, any binary compound of nitrogen and hydrogen. Hydronitrogens, plural of hydronitrogen. Hydronitroxide, a radical derived from organic derivative of hydroxylamine by the removal or a hydrogen atom from the oxygen. Hydronitroxides, plural of hydronitroxide. Hydronium, the hydrated hydrogen ion H3O+. Hydronium ion, a positively charged ion that is formed when a hydrogen ion joins with water molecule. Hydronium ions, plural of hydronium ion. Hydroniums, plural of hydronium. Hydrons, plural of hydron. Hydronym, the name of river, lake, sea, or any other body of water. Hydronymic, of or pertaining to the naming of rivers and water bodies. Hydronymies, plural of hydronymy. Hydronyms, plural of hydronym. Hydronymy, the naming of bodies of water such as rivers and lakes. Hydrosmotic, relating to osmosis of water. Hydropalladation, the addition of the elements of palladium hydride across a double bond or triple bond. Hydropalladations, plural of hydropalladation. Hydropath, a hydropathist. Hydropathic, relating to hydropathy. Hydropathical, alternative form of hydropathic. Hydropathically, by means of hydropathy. Hydropathicities, plural of hydropathicity. Hydropathicity, the relative hydrophobicity or hydrophilicity of a compound, especially of an amino acid or residue in a protein. Hydropathics, plural of hydropathic. Hydropathies, plural of hydropathy. Hydropathist, an expert in hydropathy. Hydropathists, plural of hydropathists. Hydropathize, to practice hydropathy. Hydropaths, plural of hydropath. Hydropathy, the therapeutic use of water, either internally or externally. Hydropattern, the pattern of wetting by rivers or rainfall of a piece of land. Hydropatterns, plural of hydropattern. Hydropaking, the practice of releasing pulses of water to increase hydroelectric power production at hydro dams to meet peak daily electricity demand. Hydropakings, plural of hydropaking. Hydropectin, a hydrated form of pectin. Hydropedal, of a mosasaur having limbs in the form of paddles. Hydropedality, the condition of being hydropedal. Hydrobiological, relating to hydropedology. Hydropedology, the study of the connections between the hydrosphere and the pedosphere. Hydropelvic, relating to or exhibiting hydropelvis. Hydropelvis, the presence of water, normally urine, in the renal pelvis. Hydropenia, a bodily deficiency of water. Hydroponic, relating to or exhibiting hydropenia. Hydropercardium, the accumulation of serous fluid in the pericardium. Hydroperiod, the period of time during which a wetland is covered by water. Hydroperiods, plural of hydroperiod. Hydroperitoneum, the accumulation of fluid in the peritoneum. Hydroperoxidase, any oxidortictase that employs hydrogen peroxide. Hydroperoxidases, plural of hydroperoxidase. Hydroperoxidation, reaction with a hydroperoxide. Hydroperoxidations, plural of hydroperoxidation. Hydroperoxide, any monosubstituted derivative of hydrogen peroxide Ru. Hydroperoxides, plural of hydroperoxide. Hydroperoxidic, relating to hydroperoxides. Hydroperoxy, the univalent radical HOO derived from hydrogen peroxide. Hydroperoxidase, an explosive hydroxy derivative of benzotriazole. Hydroperoxyicosahexaenoic acid, icosahexaenoic acid with a hydrogen atom replaced by a hydroperoxy radical. Hydroperoxyflavin, a of a family of metabolites formerly generated by the addition of the elements of hydrogen peroxide to a flavin. Hydroperoxyflavins, plural of hydroperoxyflavin. Hydroperoxyl, the radical .OO formed by removing a hydrogen atom from hydrogen peroxide or by protonating the superoxide ion. Hydroperoxylation, any reaction that introduces a hydroperoxyl group. Hydroperoxylations, plural of hydroperoxylation. Hydroperoxyls, plural of hydroperoxyl. Hydrophane, a semi-translucent variety of opal that becomes translucent or transparent on immersion in water. Hydrophanes, plural of hydrophane. Hydrophanes, made transparent by immersion in water. Hydrophenanthrin, a hydrogenated form of phenanthrin. Hydrophenanthrens, plural of hydrophenanthrin. Hydrophenixylation, any reaction that adds a phenol across a double bond or triple bond, a hydrogen atom to one side and a phenoxide group to the other. Hydrophenixylations, Plural of hydrophenoxylation. Hydrovi. Any sea snake of the subfamily Hydrophini, venomous, preying on fishes, with a flattened tail for swinning. Hydrovids. Plural of hygrophid. Hydrovid. Any sea snake in the family Hydrophidae. Hydrovis. Plural of hydrophi. Hydrove. Any sea snake of the subfamily Hydrophini. Hydrophens. Plural of hydrophaein. Hydrophil. Alternative form of hydrophile. Hydrophile. Any hydrophilic substance. Hydrophiles. Plural of hydrophile. Hydrophilia. Affinity for water. Hydrophilic. Having an affinity for water, able to absorb or be wetted by water, water-loving. Hydrophilically. In a hydrophilic manner. Hydrophilicities. Plural of hydrophilicity. Hydrophilicity. The condition of being hydrophilic. Hydrophilid. Any of the water beetles of the family Hydrophilidae. Hydrophilids. Plural of hydrophilid. Hydrophilin. Any of a group of proteins present in some yeasts that prevents cell death during desiccation. Hydrophilins. Plural of hydrophilin. Hydrophyllite. A soft white mineral formed from anhydrous calcium chloride. Hydrophyllites. Plural of hydrophyllite. Hydrophilization. The act or process of making something hydrophilic. Hydrophilize. To make hydrophilic. Hydrophilize. Simple past and past participle of hydrophilize. Hydrophilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hydrophilize. Hydrophilizing. Present participle and gerund of hydrophilize. Hydrophilus. That grows or thrives in or near water. Hydrophils. Plural of hydrophil. Hydrophily. A form of pollination whereby pollen is distributed by the flow of waters, particularly in rivers and streams. Hydrofluorone. A benzene derivative, C8HO2, obtained by the reduction of fluorone. Hydrophobation. The act or process of making something hydrophobic/waterproof. Hydrophobations. Plural of hydrophobation. Hydrophobe. A hydrophobic compound or material. Hydrophobes. Plural of hydrophobe. Hydrophobia. An aversion to water as a symptom of rabies, the disease of rabies itself. Hydrophobia cat. The western spotted skunk, Spilligale gracilis, at one time thought always to carry rabies. Hydrophobia cats. Plural of hydrophobia cats. Hydrophobia skunk. A western spotted skunk, Spilligale gracilis, at one time thought to be invariable carriers of rabies. Hydrophobia skunks. Plural of hydrophobia skunk. Hydrophobias. Plural of hydrophobia. Hydrophobic. Of, or having, hydrophobia rabies. Hydrophobical. Alternative form of hydrophobic. Hydrophobically. In a hydrophobic manner. Hydrophobicities. Plural of hydrophobicity. Hydrophobicity. The condition of being hydrophobic. Hydrophobics. The study and the application of hydrophobicity. Hydrophobin. Any of a class of small, cysteine-rich proteins that are expressed only by filamentous fungi, known for their capability of forming a hydrophobic coating on the surface of an object. Hydrophobine. Alternative form of hydrophobin. Hydrophobines. Plural of hydrophobine. Hydrophobins, plural of hygrophobin. Hydrophobized, alternative spelling of hydrophobized. Hydrophobus, one who studies rabies. Hydrophobists, plural of hydrophobus. Hygrophobization, the act or process of making something hydrophobic, such as the surface of a particle. Hydrophobiz, to convert to a hydrophobic form. Hydrophobized, made hydrophobic. Hygrophobizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hydrophobiz. Hydrophobizing, present participle and gerund of hydrophobiz. Hydrophobophobia, the fear of hydrophobia or rabies. Hydrophobus, hydrophobic. Hydrophobia, archaic form of hydrophobia. Hydrophone, a transducer that converts underwater sound waves into electrical signals, rather like a microphone. Hydrophones, plural of hydrophone. Hydrophonic, by means of a hydrophone. Hydrophore, an instrument used to obtain specimens of water from any desired depth. Hydrophores, plural of hydrophore. Hydrophosphonation, any addition reaction in which the elements of phosphine are added across a double bond. Hydrophosphonations, plural of hydrophosphonation. Hydrophosphonylation, the addition reaction of a phosphatic acid across a double bond. Hydrophosphonylations, plural of hydrophosphonylation. Hydrophosphonylation, the addition reaction of a phosphonic acid across a double bond. Hydrophosphonylations, plural of hydrophosphonylation. Hydrophthalmia, hydrophthalmos. Hydrophthalmos, a congenital form of glaucoma. Hydrophalaceous, belonging to the family Hydrophalaceae of waterleafs. Hydrophilium, one of the flat, leaf-like, protective zooids covering other zooids of certain Siphonophore. Hydrophyllum, any of the genus Hydrophyllum of waterleafs. Hydrophyllums, plural of hydrophyllum. Hydrophysical, relating to the physical movement of water resources. Hydrophysically, in a hydrophysical manner. Hydrophysics, the physical movement of water resources. Hydrophyta, plural of hydrophyton. Hydrophy, a plant that lives in or requires an abundance of water, usually excluding seaweed. Hydrophytes, plural of hydrophyte. Hydrophytic, relating to hydrophytes. Hydrophytism, the adaptation of plants to habitats where water is abundant. Hydrophytology, the branch of botany that deals with water plants hydrophytes. Hydrophyton, a branched structure that supports the zooids in colonial hydrozoa. Hydrophytons, plural of hydrophyton. Hydrophytus, relating to hydrophytes. Hydropic, dropsical, pertaining to or suffering from dropsy edema. Hydropical, dropsical. Hydropically, in a hydropical dropsical manner. Hydropic, obsolete form of hydropic. Hydropillar, a water tower taking the form of a single high pillar rather than an exterior truss structure. Hydropillars, plural of hydropillar. Hydropiper, knotweed of species Persicaria hygropiper, formerly Polygonum hydropiper. Hydropipers, plural of hydropiper. Hydroplane, to skim the surface of a body of water while moving at high speed. Hydroplane, simple past and past participle of hydroplane. Hydroplanes, plural of hydroplane. Hydroplaning, present participle and gerund of hydroplane. Hydroplanings, plural of hydroplaning. Hydroplasm, alternative form of hydroplasma. Hydroplasma, the liquid part of protoplasm. Hydroplasmic, relating to hydroplasma. Hydroplastic, that softens and becomes moldable on contact with hot water. Hydroplastics, plural of hydroplastic. Hydroplethysmometer, a plethysmometer that employs water. Hydroplethysmometers, plural of hydroplethysmometer. Hydroplethysmometer, misspelling of hydroplethysmometer. Hydropneumatic, operated by both fluid and air power. Hydropneumatically, operated by both fluid and air power. Hydropneumatics, hydropneumatic technology in general. Hydropneumonia, edema of the lungs. Hydropneumothorax, the presence of both fluid and air in the pleural cavity. Hydropolitical, relating to hydropolitics. Hydropolitics, the politics of water resources. Hydropollution, water pollution. Hydropolymer, a wound dressing that absorbs blood and pus. Hydropolymers, plural of hydropolymer. Hydropolyp, the polyp of a hydrozoan. Hydropolyps, plural of hydropolyp. Hydropolysulfide, any compound of general formula RSNH where N is greater than 2 having a chain of sulfur atoms. Hydropolysulfides, plural of hydropolysulfide. Hydropolysulfide, alternative form of hydropolysulfide. Hydropolysulfides, plural of hydropolysulfide. Hydroponic, a plant pertaining to or grown using hydroponics, a method of growing plants using mineral nutrient solutions in water without soil. Hydroponical, alternative form of hydroponic. Hydroponically, using hydroponics. Hydroponicists, a person who cultivates plants using hydroponics. Hydroponicists, plural of hydroponicists. Hydroponics, the cultivation of plants in a nutrient solution rather than in the soil. Hydroponist, a person who cultivates plants using hydroponics. Hydroponists, plural of hydroponists. Hydroborated, modified by hydroboration. Hydroboration, the creation of pores in biological membranes by the pressure of water. Hydropositive, attracted to water. Hydropot, a person who drinks water, etc. rather than alcoholic drinks. Hydropotential, the potential for generation of hydroelectric power. Hydropotentials, plural of hydropotential. Hydropotas, synonym of hydropot. Hydropotists, plural of hydropotas. Hydropots, plural of hydropot. Hydropower, hydroelectric power. Hydropowered, powered by water. Hydropren, the ethyl ester of an isopren carboxylic acid ethyl 2E4E3711 trimethyl 2,4-dodecadienote. It has insecticidal properties. Hydropress, A hydraulic press, especially one that employs mains water. Hydropresses, plural of hydropress. Hydropriming, the soaking of seed in water prior to sowing. Hydroprocess, to process using hydroprocessing. Hydroprocess, pertaining to hydroprocessing. Hydroprocesses, plural of hydroprocess. Hydroprocessing, any of several chemical engineering processes including hydrogenation, hydrocracking, and hydrotreating, especially as part of oil refining. Hydroprocessor, a machine or industrial plant that performs hydroprocessing. Hydroprocessors, plural of hydroprocessor. Hydrops, the abnormal accumulation of serous fluid in a tissue or cavity. Hydrops fetalis, a condition in which an accumulation of fluid occurs in at least two compartments of the fetus. Hydropsia, alternative form of hydropsy. Hydropsies, plural of hydropsy. Hydropsy, edema, dropsy. Hydrocycid, any caddisfly in the family Hydrocycidae. Hydrocycids, plural of hydrocycid. Hydroptic, alternative form of hydropic. Hydroptylid, any caddisfly in the family Hydroptylidae. Hydroptylids, plural of hydroptylid. Hydropult, a hand-powered machine for spraying water, somewhat similar to a fire extinguisher. Hydropulse, plural of hydropult. Hydropump, a hydraulic pump. Hydropumps, plural of hydropump. Hydropyrrolysate, the product of hydrous pyrolyses. Hydropyrolysates, plural of hydropyrrolysate. Hydropyrolysis, plural of hydropyrolysis. Hydropyrolysis, hydrogen pyrolyses, the thermal decomposition which takes place when organic compounds are heated to high temperatures in the presence of hydrogen. In some case, water may be used as the hydrogen source. Hydropyrrolation, any addition reaction in which a hydrogen atom and a pyrrole group are attached across a double bond or triple bond. Hydroquinidine, the alkaloid 9,10,11-dihydro-6-methoxycinchonin, 9-al derived from quinidine. Hydroquinone, the diphenyl paradihydroxybenzene used as a mild reducing agent in photographic developing, isomeric with catechol and resorcinol. Hydroquinones, plural of hydroquinone. Hydroreceptor, an organ that detects water. Hydroreceptors, plural of hydroreceptor. Hydroreduction, hydrostatic reduction of intussusception. Hydroregulation, the regulation of the water content of the body. Hydrosorphin, a reduced, colorless form of resorphin. Hydrorhiza, the rootstock or decumbent stem by which a hydroid is attached to other objects. Hydrorhizae, plural of hydrorhiza. Hydrorhizal, relating to a hydrorhiza. Hydrorhizas, plural of hydrorhiza. Hydrorhiparian, relating to a hydrorhiparian zone. Hydroramarkite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal white mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, and tin. Hydrorea, obsolete form of hydrorea. Hydros, plural of hydro. Hydrosaline, pertaining to water containing dissolved mineral salts. Hydrosalpinx, misspelling of hydrosalpinx. Hydrosalpingeal, relating to the hydrosalpinges. Hydrosalpinges, plural of hydrosalpinx. Hydrosalpinx, a distally blocked fallopian tube filled with serous or clear fluid. Hydrosalpinxes, plural of hydrosalpinx. Hydrosalt, a salt supposed to be formed by a hydrocid and a base. Hydrosalts, plural of hydrosalt. Hydrosanitary, describing any sanitary apparatus that employs water. Hydroscaphid, any beetle in the family Hydroscaphidae. Hydroscaphids, plural of hygroscaphid. Hydroscarboroi, a triclinic white mineral containing aluminum, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Hydroschizophrenia, the mismanagement of water resources, particularly due to the failure to integrate surface water and groundwater governance. Hydroscience, the science and associated technology of water management. Hydrosciences, plural of hydroscience. Hydroscientists, one who studies hydroscience. Hydroscientists, plural of hydroscientists. Hygroscope, a device for viewing objects below the surface of the water. Hydroscopes, plural of hygroscope. Hydroscopic, misspelling of hygroscopic. Hydroscopicity, misspelling of hygroscopicity. Hydroscopist, dowser, water diviner. Hydroscopists, plural of hydroscopists. Hydrosedementary, relating to water and to sedimentation. Hydroseed, the mixture of seeds, water, fertilizer, etc. used in hydroseeding. Hydroseed, seeded by hydroseeding. Hydroseeder, a machine that carries out hydroseeding. Hydroseeders, plural of hydroseeder. Hydroseeding, a method of seeding used especially with grass that uses a slurry of seed in water. Hydroseeds, plural of hydroseed. Hydroseleni, any compound formally derived from hydrogen seleni by replacing one hydrogen atom with a metal or other radical. Hydroselenides, plural of hydroseleni. Hydrosensitive, sensitive to water. Hydroseral, relating to a hydroser. Hydroser, a plant succession in which an open freshwater naturally dries out, gradually becoming swamp, marsh, etc., and ultimately woodland. Hydrothers, plural of hydroser. Hydroshear, to produce nucleic acid fragments by hydroshearing. Hydroshearing, hydraulic shearing, a method of producing random nucleic acid fragments. Hydrosilane, any of a class of compounds in which one or more hydrogen atoms of a silane are replaced by alkyl groups. Hydrosilanes, plural of hydrosilane. Hydrosilation, hydrosilylation. Hydrosylations, plural of hydrosilation. Hydrosilicate, a hydrated silicate, especially one that loses its water content on heating. Hydrosilicates, plural of hydrosilicate. Hydrosiloxane, a siloxane formed by a reaction of a silanol and a hydrosilane. Hydrosiloxanes, plural of hydrosiloxane. Hydrosilylation, the addition, reaction of a silane with an organic compound. Hydrosilylation, plural of hydrosilylation. Hydrosimulation, hydrodynamic simulation. Hydrosimulations, plural of hydrosimulation. Hydrosis, misspelling of hydrosis. Hygroskeletal, of or relating to a hydroskeleton. Hydroskeleton. A hydrostatic skeleton, a structure found in many cold-blooded organisms and soft-bodied animals consisting of a fluid-filled cavity, the coelom, surrounded by muscles, and used in movement and changing shape. Hydroskeletons, plural of hydroskeleton. Hydroski, a ski allowing a seaplane to land on water. Hydroskimmer, an amphibious hovercraft. Hydroskimmers, plural of hydroskimmer. Hydroskimming, describing an oil refinery that has simple reforming and desulfurization facilities. Hydroskis, plural of hydroski. Hydroslide, water slide. Hydrosoil, a soil enhanced with a hydroponic solution. Hydrosoils, plural of hydrosoil. Hydrosol, a sol colloid in which the continuous phase dispersing medium is water. Hydrosolic, relating to a hydrosol. Hydrosols, plural of hydrosol. Hygrosolubilities, plural of hygrosolubility. Hydrosolubility, solubility in water. Hydrosoluble, soluble in water. Hydrosoma, the entire organism of any hydrozoon. Hydrosomal, relating to the hydrosoma. Hydrosomata, plural of hydrosoma. Hydrosome, a colony of hydrozoans considered as a single organism. Hygrosomes, plural of hydrosome. Hygrosonographic, relating to hydrosonography. Hydrosonography, ultrasound involving the injection of a fluid into the endometrial cavity. Hydrosorbic acid, an acid obtained from sorbic acid when it takes up hydrogen. Hydrospace, that part of the Earth or other planet that lies below the surface of its lakes, seas, and oceans. Hydrospaces, plural of hydrospace. Hydrospatial, relating to hydrospace. Hydrospeed, river boarding. Hydrospeeding, riverboarding. Hydrosphere, all the liquid waters of the Earth or another astronomical body as distinguished from the land and the gases of the atmosphere. Hydrospheres, plural of hydrosphere. Hydrospheric, relating to the hydrosphere. Hydrospire, a flattened calcareous tube on each side of the midline of the inner part of the ambulacra of a blastoid. Hydrospires, plural of hydrospire. Hydrosprigging, the use of sprigs or cut stolons and rhizomes in a slurry of fertilizer, mulch, and binding agent sprayed with a hose over a target area instead of planting. Hydrospring, a mechanical device that performs a similar function to a spring using hydraulic fluid to provide superior damping. Hydrosprings, plural of hydrospring. Hydrostable, stable in the presence of water. Hydrostaining, any organotin compound containing a residual SNH bond. Hydrostainings, plural of hydrostaining. Hydrostenation, any hydrometallation reaction involving a tin hydride. Hydrostenations, plural of hydrostenation. Hydrostanylation, insertion of unsaturated substrates into SNH bond using tin hydride compound. Hydrostasis, hydrostatic equilibrium. Hydrostat, a mechanism that regulates the amount of water in a boiler. Hydrostatic, of or relating to hydrostatics. Hydrostatic balance, a device for weighing bodies in water to determine their specific gravity. Hydrostatic balances, plural of hydrostatic balance. Hydrostatic bellows, a device for illustrating the law that fluid pressure is proportional to area. Hydrostatic equilibria, plural of hydrostatic equilibrium. Hydrostatic equilibrium, the condition in which the shape of a liquid body is in long-term static equilibrium under the forces acting on it. Hydrostatic lock, a condition that arises when a device which compresses gases seizes up because of the infiltration of liquid, which prevents further compression. Hydrostatic locks, plural of hydrostatic lock. Hydrostatic paradox, the proposition in hydrostatics that any quantity of water, however small, may be made to counterbalance any weight, however great, or the law of the equality of pressure of fluids in all directions. Hydrostatic pressure, the pressure equivalent to that exerted on a surface by a column of water of a given height. Hydrostatic pressure relief system, a system of drains and moisture barriers used to regulate the hydrostatic pressure in the earth surrounding a below-grade structure. Hydrostatic pressure relief systems, plural of hydrostatic pressure relief system. Hydrostatic pressures, plural of hydrostatic pressure. Hydrostatic skeleton, a fluid-filled cavity that surrounds the soft bodies of certain invertebrates such as jellyfish. Hydrostatic skeletons, plural of hydrostatic skeleton. Hydrostatical, alternative form of hydrostatic. Hydrostatically, in a hydrostatic manner. Hydrostatation, someone versed or skilled in hydrostatics. Hydrostatations, plural of hydrostatation. Hydrostaticity, the condition of being hydrostatic. Hydrostatic, obsolete form of hydrostatic. Hydrostatics, obsolete form of hydrostatics. Hydrostatics, the scientific study of fluids at rest, especially when under pressure. Hydrostation, a water-powered electricity generating station. Hydrostationary, of or pertaining to hydrostatics, hydrostatic. Hydrostats, plural of hydrostat. Hydrostratigraphic, of or pertaining to the arrangement of hydrostratigraphy. Hydrostratigraphies, plural of hygrostratigraphy. Hydrostratigraphy, structure of subsurface porous materials in reference to the flow of groundwater, often relating to stratigraphy. Hydrosulfate, any sulfate of an organic base. Hydrosulfates, plural of hydrosulfate. Hydrosulfide, any compound formally derived from hydrogen sulfide by replacing one hydrogen atom with a metal or other radical, a thiol or mercaptan. Hygrosulfides, plural of hygrosulfide. Hydrosulfite, didenite. Hydrosulfite of soda, sodium dithionite. Hydrosulfites, plural of hydrosulfite. Hydrosulfuric, derived from hydrogen sulfide considered as hydrosulfuric acid. Hygrosulfuric acid, hydrogen sulfide. Hydrosulfurous, hyposulfurous. Hydrosulfurous acid, an alternative name for hyposulfurous acid. Hydrosulfate, alternative form of hydrosulfate. Hydrosulfates, plural of hydrosulfate. Hydrosulfide, Alternative spelling of hydrosulfide. Hydrosulfides. Plural of hydrosulfide. Hydrosulfides. Alternative spelling of hydrosulfite. Hydrosulfite of soda. Sodium dithionite. Hydrosulfites. Plural of hydrosulfides. Hygrosulfosol. Synonym of calciumhydryl. Hydrosulfuret. Any hydrosulfide. Hydrosulfuretted. Alternative form of hydrosulfuretted. Hydrosulfurets. Plural of hydrosulfuret. Hydrosulfuretted. Combined with hydrogen sulfide. Hygrosulfuric. Alternative spelling of hydrosulfuric. Hydrosulfuric acid. Alternative spelling of hydrosulfuric acid. Hydrosulfurous acid. Alternative spelling of hydrosulfurous acid. Hydrosurgery. A form of surgery in which small jets of water are employed to debride damaged tissue. Hydrosuture. A suture with the aqueous humor of the eye. Hydrosuture. Sutured by means of hydrosutures. Hydrosutures. Plural of hydrosuture. Hydrosuturing. Present participle and gerund of hydrosuture. Hydrosystem. A hydrological system of water management. Hydrosystems. Plural of hydrosystem. Hydrotachymeter. An instrument used to measure the velocity of water in a river, etc. Hydrotachymeters. Plural of hydrotachymeter. Hydrotactic. Relating to hydrotaxis. Hydrotalcise. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Hydrotank. A tank in which the patient is immersed in hydrotherapy. Hydrotanks. Plural of hydrotank. Hydrotaxis. Movement of an organism or organ in response to water. Hydrotechnical. Relating to hydrotechnology. Hydrotechnologists. One who studies hydrotechnology. Hydrotechnologists. Plural of hydrotechnologists. Hydrotechnology. Any technology that employs water. Hydrotellurate. A salt formed by the union of hydrotelluric acid and the base. Hydrotellurates. Plural of hydrotellurate. Hydrotelluric. Formed by hydrogen and tellurium. Hydrotheca. One of the calicles that protect the hydrants in certain Hydroidea decaphora. Hydrotheci. Plural of hydrotheca. Hydrothecal. Relating to the hydrotheca. Hydrothecas. Plural of hydrotheca. Hydrotherapeutic. Of or pertaining to hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapeutics. Hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapia. Obsolete form of hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapies. Plural of hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapist. A therapist who performs hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapists. Plural of hydrotherapists. Hydrotherapy. Any of various techniques that use water, either externally or internally, for the treatment of disease and for the soothing of pain. Hydrothermal. Of or relating to hot water. Hydrothermal vent. A hot spring on the floor of the ocean, mostly along the central axis of the mid-ocean ridges, where heated fluids emerge from fissures in the Earth's crust. Hydrothermal vents. Plural of hydrothermal vent. Hydrothermalism. the presence of hydrothermal activity. Hydrothermally, by hydrothermal means. Hydrothermic, alternative form of hydrothermal. Hydrothermolysis, solvothermolysis with water as the solvent. Hydrotheraphy, any aquatic therapy. Hydrotheraphites, plural of hydrotheraphyte. Hydrothylation, the addition, reaction of ethyl across a double bond or triple bond. Hydrothylations, plural of hydrothylation. Hydrothoraces, plural of hydrothorax. Hydrothoracic, relating to hydrothorax. Hydrothorax, the presence of serous fluid liquid in the pleural cavity. Hydrothoraxes, plural of hydrothorax. Hydrotic, causing a discharge of water or phlegm. Hydrotics, plural of hydrotic. Hydrotimeter, a burette used for hydrotimetry. Hygrotimeters, plural of hygrotimeter. Hydrometric, by means of hydrotimetry. Hygrotimetry, the measurement of the hardness of water by titration with a soap solution. Hydrotransport, synonym of hydrotransportation. Hydrotransportation, transportation by hydraulic means. Hydrotreat, to react with hydrogen as part of a chemical engineering process to remove impurities, especially as part of oil refining. Hydrotreated, simple past and past participle of hydrotreat. Hydrosphere, a chemical engineering plant in which hydrotreating takes place. Hydrophiators, plural of hydrophiator. Hydrophiating, present participle and gerund of hydrotreat. Hydrotreatment, hydrophiating. Hydrotreatments, plural of hydrotreatment. Hydrotreats, third person singular simple present indicative of hydrotreat. Hydrotiaceae, any organic compound of general formula ROOH derived from triaxidane. Hydrotiaxaes, plural of hydrotrioxide. Hydrotrylase, a mineral composed of hydrated iron sulfide. Hydrotrope, a compound that solubilizes hydrophobic compounds in aqueous solutions. Hydrotropes, plural of hydrotrope. Hydrotrophic, misspelling of hydrotropic. Hydrophoby, increased solubility in water of a substance as a result of large amounts of additives. Hydrotropic, exhibiting hydrotropism. Hydrotropically, in a hygrotropic manner. Hydrotropism, the movement of a plant or other organism in response to water, either towards or away from water. Hydrotropisms, plural of hydrotropism. Hydrotropy, synonym of hydrotropism. Hydrotubation, introduction of a saline solution or liquid medication through the cervix into the uterine cavity and oviducts for dilation and slanch or treatment of the tubes. Hydrotubations, plural of hydrotubation. Hydrotungstate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, and tungsten. Hydroturbine, a turbine used to generate hydroelectric power. Hydroturbines, plural of hydroturbine. Hydroreader, distension of the ureter with urine due to an obstruction. Hydroreteronephrosis, plural of hydroreteronephrosis. Hydroreteronephrosis, distension of the kidneys and ureter. Hydroreaders, plural of hydroreader. Hydruria, Alternative form of hydruria. Hydrous, containing combined water, hydrated. Hydrous pyrolysis, plural of hydrous pyrolyses. Hydrous pyrolyses, pyrolyses in the presence of water. Hydrovane, a hydrofoil. Hydrovanes, plural of hydrovane. Hydrovascular, describing the hydraulic transport system used by echinoderms. Hydrovenylation, the addition, reaction of ethylene or similar alkene across a double bond. Hydrovenylations, plural of hygrovenylation. Hydrovolcanic, of or pertaining to the interaction between groundwater or surface water and magma. Hydrovolcanism, the interaction between magma and water. Hydroadwardite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Hydrox, a breathing gas composed of hydrogen and oxygen used for its lighter weight than air. Hydroxamate, a hydroxylamine compound containing a cano group, often serving as chelating agents. Hydroxamates, plural of hydroxamate. Hydroxamic, describing any of several classes of compounds derived from oxosides by replacing OH by NHO, the N-hydroxyamides. Hydroxamic acid, any compound derived from an oxoside by replacing the hydroxyl with NHO or derivatives. Hydroxamic acids, plural of hydroxamic acid. Hydroxami, any hydroxy derivative of an amide RCONHOH. Hydroxamides, plural of hydroxamide. Hydroxanthic, persulfas Hydroxanthamatin, a pigment, 11,3-amino, 3-carboxypropanoyl 5-hydroxy, 1-oxo-4,12-dihydropyrido 3,2-phenixazine, 3-carboxylic acid, found in the eye of Drosophila melanogaster. Hydroxic acid, one of several systematic acid names for water, H2O. Hydroxydenatol, a particular male sex hormone that is the main component of the arctid moth pheromone. Hydroxy, a univalent anion OH based on the hydroxyl functional group. Hydroxides, plural of hydroxy. Hydroxido, a hydroxide group when a substituent for another. Hydroxylase, misspelling of hydroxylase. Hydroxylic acid, one of several systematic acid names for water, H2O. Hydroxamate, a cyclic compound similar to a lactone derived from an oxime. Hydroxamates, plural of hydroxamate. Hydroxamic, describing any of several classes of oxosides in which a double-bonded oxygen atom is replaced by A equals NOH or equals NOR. Hydroxamic acid, any compound derived from an oxoside by replacing the equals O with equals NOH or equals NOR. Hydroxamic acids, plural of hydroxamic acid. Hydroxo, a hydroxy group as a substituent in a molecule. Hydroxycobalamin, a natural analog of vitamin B, a basic member of the cobalamin family of compounds with an intense red color. Hydroxonium, the cation obtained by reacting a proton with water H3O+, hydronium. Hydroxoniums, plural of hydroxonium. Hydroxy, being or containing a hydroxyl radical. Hydroxy acid, a carboxylic acid that also contains a hydroxy group. Hydroxy acids, plural of hydroxy acid. Hydroxy ester, the ester of a hydroxy acid. Hydroxy Esters, plural of hydroxyester. Hydroxyohimbine, a hydroxy derivative of yohimbine with potential mood-boosting properties. Hydroxy, having or derived from a hydroxyl radical. Hydroxyohimbine, alternative form of hydroxyohimbine. Hydroxyacetamide, any N-hydroxy derivative of acetamide. Hydroxyacetamides, plural of hydroxyacetamide. Hydroxyacetic acid, glycolic acid. Hydroxyacetone, dehydroxyacetone. Hydroxyacetophenone, any hydroxy derivative of acetophenone. Hydroxyacetylaminofluorine, a derivative of 2-acetylaminofluorine used as a biochemical tool in the study of carcinogenesis. Hydroxyacid, alternative form of hydroxy acid. Hydroxyacids, plural of hydroxyacid. Hydroxyacyl, any hydroxy derivative of an acyl radical. Hydroxyacylglutathione hydrolase, an enzyme involved in pyruvate metabolism. Hydroxyacyls, plural of hydroxyacyl. Hydroxyadamantane, synonym of adamantanol. Hydroxyadamantanes, plural of hydroxyadamantane. Hydroxyacuamazine, synonym of vinervine. Hydroxyaldehyde, any hydroxy derivative of an aldehyde. Hydroxyaldehydes, plural of hydroxyaldehyde. Hydroxyalkano, any salt or ester of a hydroxyalkanoic acid. Hydroxyalkanotes, plural of hydroxyalkanote. Hydroxyalkanoic, describing alkanoic acids that have one or more hydroxy substituents. Hydroxyalkynyl, any hydroxy derivative of an alkynyl. Hydroxyalkynyls, plural of hydroxyalkynyl. Hydroxyalkyl, any hydroxy derivative of an alkyl radical. Hydroxyalkylation, an addition reaction that results in a hydroxyalkyl product. Hydroxyalkylations, plural of hydroxyalkylation. Hydroxyalkyls, plural of hydroxyalkyl. Hydroxyaluminate, a salt or anion containing aluminium and hydroxide groups, AlO. Hydroxyaluminates, plural of hydroxyaluminate. Hydroxyamphetamine, a sympathomimetic drug. Hydroxyamide, the amide of a hydroxy acid. Hydroxyamides, plural of hydroxyamide. Hydroxyamino, any hydroxy derivative of an amino radical. Hydroxyamphetamine, alternative form of hydroxyamphetamine. Hydroxyaniline, synonym of aminophenol. Hydroxyanilines, plural of hydroxyaniline. Hydroxyanisole, any of 3 isomers of methoxyphenol, especially 4-methoxyphenol. Hydroxyanisoles, plural of hydroxyanisole. Hydroxyanthraquinone, any of several organic compounds that can be viewed as derivatives of an anthraquinone through replacement of one hydrogen atom by a hydroxyl group. Hydroxyanthraquinones, plural of hydroxyanthraquinone. Hydroxyapatite, a basic calcium phosphate mineral that is the principal inorganic constituent of bone and teeth. Hydroxyapatites, plural of hydroxyapatite. Hydroxyl. Any hydroxy derivative of an aryl radical. Hydroxyls. Plural of hydroxyaryl. Hydroxybenzaldehyde. Any of a group of phenolic aldehydes, including salicylaldehyde. Hydroxybenzaldehydes. Plural of hydroxybenzaldehyde. Hydroxybenzene. Phenol. Hydroxybenzoate. Any salt or ester of hydroxybenzoic acid. Hydroxybenzoates. Plural of hydroxybenzoate. Hydroxybenzoic. Of or pertaining to hydroxybenzoic acid or its derivatives. Hydroxybenzoic acid. Any of 3 isomeric phenolic derivatives of benzoic acid, carboxyphenol. Hydroxybenzoic acids. Plural of hydroxybenzoic acid. Hydroxybenzoquinone. Any of several organic compounds that can be viewed as derivatives of a benzoquinone through replacement of one hydrogen atom by a hydroxyl group. Hydroxybenzoquinones. Plural of hydroxybenzoquinone. Hydroxybenzotriazole. Any C or N-hydroxy derivative of a benzotriazole, but especially 1-hydroxybenzotriazole that is used in peptide synthesis. Hydroxybenzyl. Any hydroxy derivative of a benzyl radical. Hydroxybenzyls. Plural of hydroxybenzyl. Hydroxybromolactone. Any hydroxy derivative of a bromolactone. Hydroxybromolactones. Plural of hydroxybromolactone. Hydroxybutanoate. A salt or ester of hydroxybutanoic acid. Hydroxybutanotes. Plural of hydroxybutanoate. Hydroxybutyrate. Any salt or ester of hydroxybutyric acid, but especially of gamma hydroxybutyric acid. Hydroxybutyrates. Plural of hydroxybutyrate. Hydroxybutyric. Of or pertaining to the hydroxybutyric acids or their derivatives. Hydroxybutyric acid. Either of the isomeric compounds formed from a butyric acid by substituting a hydrogen atom with a hydroxyl group. Hydroxybutyric acids. Plural of hydroxybutyric acid. Hydroxycalciferol. A biologically active metabolite of vitamin D2 which is more active in curing rickets than its parent. Hydroxycancrinite. A hexagonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Hydroxycarbamate. Any hydroxy derivative of a carbamate. Hydroxycarbamates. Plural of hydroxycarbamate. Hydroxycarbamide. Hydroxyurea. Hydroxycarbonate. Any material that is a mixed hydroxide and carbonate. Hydroxycarbonates. Plural of hydroxycarbonate. Hydroxycarboxylic. Relating to any carboxylic acid that has one or more hydroxy groups. Hydroxycarotenoid. Any carotenoid that has one or more hydroxyl group, typically an even number. Hydroxycarotenoids. Plural of hydroxycarotenoid. Hydroxyceramide. The simple sphingolipid 6-hydroxyceramide or any similar hydroxy derivative of a ceramide. Hydroxyceramides. Plural of hydroxyceramide. Hydroxychalcone. Any hydroxy derivative of a chalcone. Hydroxychalcones. Plural of hydroxychalcone. Hydroxychabacol. A particular phenolic antimutagen isolated from betel leaves. Hydroxychloride. Any mixed hydroxide and chloride. Hydroxychlorides. Plural of hydroxychloride. Hydroxychlorolactone. any hydroxy derivative of a chlorolactone. Hydroxychlorolactones, plural of hydroxychlorolactone. Hydroxychloroquine, a drug derived from quinoline that is taken orally in the form of its sulfate CHClN3OH2SO4 to treat malaria, rheumatoid arthritis, and lupus erythematosus. Hydroxychloroquinoline, synonym of hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloropromazine, a metabolite of chloropromazine. Hydroxycocalciferol, any derivative of cocalciferol having a hydroxyl group. Hydroxycocalciferols, plural of hydroxycocalciferol. Hydroxycholesterol, any of several hydroxy derivatives of cholesterol, some of which are metabolic intermediates. Hydroxycholesterols, plural of hydroxycholesterol. Hydroxycinnamate, any salt or ester of hydroxycinnamic acid. Hydroxycinnamates, plural of hydroxycinnamate. Hydroxycinnamic, derived from or pertaining to hydroxycinnamic acid. Hydroxycinnamic acid, any of a class of polyphenolic compounds that are hydroxy derivatives of cinnamic acid. Hydroxycinnamic acids, plural of hydroxycinnamic acid. Hydroxycinnamoil, a univalent radical formerly derived from hydroxycinnamic acid. Hydroxycinnamoils, plural of hydroxycinnamoil. Hydroxycinnamoil transferase, any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of a hydroxycinnamoil group. Hydroxycinnamoil transferases, plural of hydroxycinnamoil transferase. Hydroxycinnamyl, any hydroxy derivative of the cinnamyl radical. Hydroxycinnamyls, plural of hydroxycinnamyl. Hydroxycinylene, any hydroxy derivative of cinylene. Hydroxycitrate, a salt or ester of hydroxycitric acid. Hydroxycitrates, plural of hydroxycitrate. Hydroxycitric acid, a derivative of citric acid found in a variety of tropical plants. Hydroxycitronal, 7-hydroxy-3,7-9-tholoctanol, an odorant used in perfumery. Hydroxycobalamin, synonym of hydroxycobalamin. Hydroxycorticosteroid, any corticosteroid with an additional hydroxy group. Hydroxycorticosteroids, plural of hydroxycorticosteroid. Hydroxycotinine, the hydroxy derivative of cotinine 5's 3-hydroxy, 1-methyl-5-pyridine, 3-opyrrolidine, 2,1. Hydroxycalmurin, any of several isomeric hydroxy derivatives of calmurin, some of which are the basis of pharmaceuticals. Hydroxycalmurins, plural of hydroxycalmurin. Hydroxycyclization, a reaction in which the addition of a hydroxy group to one carbon atom of a double or triple bond is accompanied by cyclization. Hydroxycyclizations, plural of hydroxycyclization. Hydroxidone orubicin, doxorubicin. Hydroxydeboronation, any deboronation reaction in which one or two hydroxyl groups are added. Hydroxydeoxyguanosine, an oxidized derivative of deoxyguanosine whose presence in cells is an indicator of oxidative stress. Hydroxyderivative, a hydroxy derivative. Hydroxyderivatives, plural of hydroxyderivative. Hydroxydienone, a chemical compound that contains a hydroxy and a ketone groups as well as two double bonds diene. Hydroxydienones, plural of hydroxydienone. Hydroxydyene, a neuroactive steroid used as a general anesthetic. Hydroxydopamine. Any hydroxy derivative of dopamine, but especially 6-hydroxydopamine that is used experimentally to induce Parkinson's disease in animals. Hydroxydopamines, plural of hydroxydopamine. Hydroxyecdysone, a sterol ecdysteroid hormone that controls molting and metamorphosis of arthropods. Hydroxyecdysones, plural of hydroxyecdysone. Hydroxyectone, any hydroxy derivative of ectine, especially 4s5s5-hydroxy 2-methyl-1,4,5,6-tetrahydropyrimidine 4-carboxylic acid. Hydroxyectones, plural of hydroxyectone. Hydroxyacetinoic acid, a hydroxy derivative of a polyunsaturated fatty acid. It is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of leukotrienes. Hydroxyergocalciferol, a hydroxy metabolite of ergocalciferol. Hydroxyester, alternative form of hydroxyester. Hydroxyesters, plural of hydroxyester. Hydroxyethane, ethanol. Hydroxyethyl, the unit radical HOCH2CH derived from ethylene glycol. Hydroxyethyl methacrylate, an ester of ethylene glycol and methacrylic acid used as a monomer. Hydroxyethyl methacrylates, plural of hydroxyethyl methacrylate. Hydroxyethylation, addition of a hydroxyethyl group to a compound. Hydroxyethylcellulose, a gelling and thickening agent derived from cellulose used in cosmetics and cleaners. Hydroxyethylpromethazine, a promethazine derivative used as an antihistamine. Hydroxyethylrudicide, a hydroxyethyl acetylation of rudicide. Hydroxyethylrudicides, plural of hydroxyethylrudicide. Hydroxyethyls, plural of hydroxyethyl. Hydroxyflavanone, any hydroxy derivative of a flavanon. Hydroxyflavanones, plural of hydroxyflavanone. Hydroxyflavone, any hydroxy derivative of a flavone. Hydroxyflavones, plural of hydroxyflavone. Hydroxyflutamide, a particular antiandrogen. Hydroxyglutaric, any salt or ester of a hydroxyglutaric acid. Hydroxyglutarates, plural of hydroxyglutarat. Hydroxyglutaric acid, any hydroxy derivative of glutaric acid, but especially 2-hydroxyglutaric acid which has biological activity. Hydroxyglutaric acids, plural of hydroxyglutaric acid. Hydroxyguanine, oxyguanine. Hydroxyguanosine, a nucleoside that is an oxidative derivative of guanosine used as a biomarker of oxidative stress. Hydroxyhalolactone, any hydroxy derivative of a halolactone. Hydroxyhalolactones, plural of hydroxyhalolactone. Hydroxyhexamide, a metabolite of acetohexamide. Hydroxyamide, any hydroxy derivative of an amide. Hydroxyamides, plural of hydroxyamide. Hydroxyindole, any hydroxy derivative of an indole. Hydroxyindoles, plural of hydroxyindole. Hydroxyadelectone, any hydroxy derivative of an adelectone. Hydroxyadolactones, plural of hydroxyadolactone. Hydroxyisodermathurinoli, a lactone with the molecular formula CHO3 found in Strychnos nuxomica. Hydroxyisovaleric, relating to hydroxyisovaleric acid or its derivatives. Hydroxyisovaleric acid. Any hydroxy derivative of isovaleric acid, 2-hydroxyisovaleric acid, or 3-hydroxyisovaleric acid. Hydroxyisovalyl. Any hydroxy derivative of the isovalyl radical. Hydroxyitraconazole. A hydroxy derivative of itraconazole that has antifungal activity. Hydroxyjavanicin. A derivative of javanicin. Hydroxyjuglone. A hydroxy derivative of juglone. Hydroxychlorine. An alcohol derived from chlorine, usually prefixed with a number to show the position of the OH group. Hydroxykenamicrolite. A microlite mineral that is a basic tantalate of sodium and tin. Hydroxyketone. Any hydroxy derivative of a ketone with hydroxy group bonded to it. Hydroxyketones. Plural of hydroxyketone. Hydroxyquinurionine. A metabolite of tryptophan that filters ultraviolet light in the human lens. Hydroxyquinurionines. Plural of hydroxyquinurionine. Hydroxyl. A univalent radical or functional group OH in organic chemistry, present in alcohols, phenols, carboxylic acids, and certain other classes of compounds. Hydroxylactone. Any lactone that has a free hydroxy group. Hydroxylactones. Plural of hydroxylactone. Hydroxylamide. Any compound of general formula R2NOH. Hydroxylamides. Plural of hydroxylamide. Hydroxylamine. An explosive inorganic derivative of ammonia, NH2O, used as a reducing agent and in organic synthesis. Hydroxylamines. Plural of hydroxylamine. Hydroxylamino. A univalent radical derived from hydroxylamine by removing a hydrogen atom from the amine group. Hydroxylaminos. Plural of hydroxylamino. Hydroxylammonium. The univalent NH3OH plus cation derived from hydroxylamine. Hydroxylapatite. Alternative spelling of hydroxyapatite. Hydroxylapatites. Plural of hydroxylapatite. Hydroxylase. Any of several enzymes that catalyze the oxidation of compounds by the introduction of hydroxyl groups. Hydroxylases. Plural of hydroxylase. Hydroxylate. To introduce a hydroxyl group into a compound. Hydroxylated. Simple past and past participle of hydroxylate. Hydroxylates. Third person singular simple present indicative of hydroxylate. Hydroxylating. Present participle and gerund of hydroxylate. Hydroxylation. The introduction of a hydroxyl group into a molecule, especially by the replacement of a hydrogen atom. Hydroxylations. Plural of hydroxylation. Hydroxylative. That produces hydroxylation. Hydroxylbasnasite. A basic mixed carbonate and fluoride of cerium and lanthanum. Hydroxylbasnasites. Plural of hydroxylbasnasite. Hydroxyclinohumite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing fluorine, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Hydroxylellastatite. A mineral containing calcium, silicon, oxygen, sulfur, and hydrogen. Hydroxyleucine. Any of several isomeric hydroxy derivatives of leucine. Hydroxyleucines. Plural of hydroxyleucine. Hydroxylluterite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing beryllium, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Hydroxylian. Describing any mineral that whose components have free hydroxyl groups. Hydroxylic, of pertaining to or containing hydroxyl groups. Hydroxylic acid, one of several systematic acid names for water, H2O. Hydroxylipid, any hydroxy derivative of a lipid. Hydroxylipids, plural of hydroxylipid. Hydroxyphenyl, alternative form of hydroxyphenyl. Hydroxyls, plural of hydroxyl. Hydroxylysine, a hydroxy derivative of lysine. Hydroxylysines, plural of hydroxylysine. Hydroxylysino-hydroxynorleucine, an amino acid with two hydroxyl groups used in collagen cross-linking. Hydroxymapropylene, oxapropylene. Hydroxamate, misspelling of hydroxamate. Hydroxymetabolite, a metabolite that is a hydroxy form of an initial compound. Hydroxymetabolites, plural of hydroxymetabolite. Hydroxymethyl, the univalent radical HOCH. Hydroxymethylase, any enzyme that catalyzes a hydroxymethylation reaction. Hydroxymethylases, plural of hydroxymethylase. Hydroxymethylated, modified by hydroxymethylation. Hydroxymethylation, the introduction of one or more hydroxymethyl groups into a molecule. Hydroxymethylations, plural of hydroxymethylation. Hydroxymethylbilane, a molecule involved in the metabolism of porphyrin. It is generated by the enzyme porphobilinogen deaminase and then converted into uroporphyrinogen Roman III. Hydroxymethylbilanes, plural of hydroxymethylbilane. Hydroxymethylcytosine, either of two isomeric hydroxymethyl derivatives of cytosine, but especially 5-hydroxymethylcytosine, which functions as a base in certain specialized DNAs. Hydroxymethylcytosines, plural of hydroxymethylcytosine. Hydroxymethylene, the divalent radical HOCH equals. Hydroxymethylenes, plural of hydroxymethylene. Hydroxymethylfurfuryl, a heterocyclic compound, 5-hydroxymethyl-2-furaldehyde, that is formed during the thermal decomposition of some sugars and has potential use as a biofuel. Hydroxymethylbutyrate, a salt or ester of hydroxymethylbutyric acid. Hydroxymethylnitrofurantoin, synonym of nifurtoinol. Hydroxymethylome, the set of hydroxymethylation modifications in an organism's genome. Hydroxymethylomes, plural of hydroxymethylome. Hydroxymethyls, plural of hydroxymethyl. Hydroxymethylsulfonate, a sulfonated organic compound that is widely used as an intermediate in the synthesis of pharmaceuticals and other industrial chemicals, and is also produced naturally by certain microorganisms. Hydroxymethyltransferase, any transferase enzyme that transfers a hydroxymethyl group. Hydroxymethyltransferases, plural of hydroxymethyltransferase. Hydroxymidazolam, the metabolite of midazolam 8-chloro-6,2-fluorophene-1,4-imidazole-1,5-1,4-benzodiazepine 1,1-methanol. Hydroxymycin, an antibiotic that is active against Trichomonas vaginalis. Hydroxymyristic acid, a hydroxy derivative of myristic acid. Hydroxynaphthalene, synonym of naphthol. Hydroxynaphthalenes, plural of hydroxynaphthalene. Hydroxynaphthaquinone, any derivative of a naphthaquinone through replacement of one hydrogen atom by a hydroxyl group. Hydroxynaphthoquinones, plural of hydroxynaphthoquinone. Hydroxynichromide, the compound HONHNO2. Hydroxynitrile, any hydroxy derivative of a nitrile, but especially one in which the hydroxy group is on the alpha carbon atom. Hydroxynitriles, plural of hydroxynitrile. Hydroxynonenal, any hydroxy derivative of nonenal, but especially for hydroxynonenal produced by peroxidation of unsaturated lipids. Hydroxynonenals, plural of hydroxynonenal. Hydroxyoctanoate, any salt or ester of hydroxyoctanoic acid. Hydroxyphenolphthalein, a hydroxy derivative of phenolphthalein present in some Chinese medicines. Hydroxyphenolphthaleins, plural of hydroxyphenolphthalein. Hydroxyperoxidase, synonym of hydroperoxidase. Hydroxyperoxidases, plural of hydroxyperoxidase. Hydroxyperoxide, the unstable peroxide HOOH. Hydroxyperoxides, plural of hydroxyperoxide. Hydroxypethidine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Hydroxyphenosine, synonym of phenylalanine. Hydroxyphenethylamine, any derivative of phenethylamine having a hydroxyl group. Hydroxyphenethylamines, plural of hydroxyphenethylamine. Hydroxyphenol, any dihydroxyphenol such as catechol, resorcinol, or hydroquinone. Hydroxyphenolic, relating to a hydroxyphenol. Hydroxyphenols, plural of hydroxyphenol. Hydroxyphenyl, any of three isomeric hydroxy derivatives of the phenyl radical. Hydroxyphenylacetate, ion or salt derived from hydroxyphenylacetic acid. Hydroxyphenylacetates, plural of hydroxyphenylacetate. Hydroxyphenylacetic, any hydroxy derivative of a phenylacetic group. Hydroxyphenylalanine, synonym of tyrosine. Hydroxyphenylalanines, plural of hydroxyphenylalanine. Hydroxyphenylpyruvate, a salt or ester of hydroxyphenylpyruvic acid. Hydroxyphenylpyruvates, plural of hydroxyphenylpyruvate. Hydroxyphenols, plural of hydroxyphenyl. Hydroxythiophorbi, any hydroxy derivative of a thiophorbi. Hydroxyphosphorides, plural of hydroxyphosphorbi. Hydroxyphosphate, any of three anions formed by replacing one, two, or three oxygen atoms of a phosphate ion by a hydroxyl group, any salt containing such an anion. Hydroxyphosphates, plural of hydroxyphosphate. Hydroxyphosphonate, any hydroxy derivative of a phosphonate, especially an alpha hydroxyphosphonate such as metrophonate. Hydroxyphosphonates, plural of hydroxyphosphonate. Hydroxypioglitazone, a hydroxy metabolite of pioglitazone 5,4,2,5,1-hydroxyethylpyridine 2-ethylphenylmethyl 1,3-thiazolidine 2,4-diionine. Hydroxypiperidine, any of three isomeric hydroxy derivatives of piperidine, many of whose derivatives have pharmaceutical activity. Hydroxypiperidines, plural of hydroxypiperidine. Hydroxypolymer, any organic or inorganic polymer formed from monomers that contain a hydroxy group. Hydroxypolymers, plural of hydroxypolymer. Hydroxypregnenolone, a steroid obtained by hydroxylation of pregnenolone. Hydroxyprocaine, an anesthetic drug. Hydroxyprogesterone, a steroid hormone produced during the synthesis of glucocorticoids and sex steroids. Hydroxyproline, a hydroxy derivative of the amino acid proline found in the structural proteins of connective tissue. Hydroxyprolines, plural of hydroxyproline. Hydroxyprolyl, any hydroxy derivative of a prolyl radical. Hydroxyprolyls, plural of hydroxyprolyl. Hydroxypropanol, any hydroxy derivative of propanol, but especially 3-hydroxypropanol. Hydroxypropanols, plural of hydroxypropanol. Hydroxypropane, synonym of propanol. Hydroxypropanes, plural of hydroxypropane. Hydroxypropanaldehyde, synonym of hydroxypropanol. Hydroxypropanaldehydes, plural of hydroxypropanaldehyde. Hydroxyprobiophenone, any hydroxy derivative of probiophenon, but especially 4-hydroxyprobiophenon paraxypropiene. Hydroxypropyl, any of 3 isomeric univalent radicals in which a hydrogen atom of a propyl radical is replaced with a hydroxy group. Hydroxypropyl cellulose, a derivative of cellulose with both water solubility and organic solubility, used as an excipient and food ingredient. Hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose, alternative form of E464. Hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose, synonym of hypromellose. Hydroxypropyl starch, alternative form of E1440. Hydroxypropyl starch glycerine, alternative form of E1441. Hydroxypropyl starch phosphate, alternative form of E1442. Hydroxypropyl cellulose, alternative form of hydroxypropyl cellulose. Hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose, alternative form of hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose. Hydroxypropyl methyl celluloses, plural of hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose. Hydroxypropyls, plural of hydroxypropyl. Hydroxyprostaglandin, any of several hydroxy derivatives of prostaglandin that are smooth muscle relaxants. Hydroxyprostaglandins, plural of hydroxyprostaglandin. Hydroxyprotein, any protein containing significant amounts of the hydroxy amino acids serine, threonine, and or tyrosine. Hydroxyproteins, plural of hydroxyprotein. Hydroxyprotom, the set of hydroxyproteins related to a particular genome. Hydroxyprotomes, plural of hydroxyprotom. Hydroxypyrazole, any hydroxy derivative of a pyrazole. Hydroxypyrazoles, plural of hydroxypyrazole. Hydroxypyrimidine, any hydroxy derivative of a pyrimidine, but especially 2-hydroxypyrimidine. Hydroxypyrimidines, plural of hydroxypyrimidine. Hydroxypyrone, any hydroxy derivative of pyrone, but especially 1-hydroxypyrone. Hydroxypyrones, plural of hydroxypyrone. Hydroxypyruvate, a salt or ester of hydroxypyruvic acid. Hydroxypyruvates, plural of hydroxypyruvate. Hydroxypyruvic acid, a pyruvic acid derivative with chemical formula C3H4O4. Hydroxyquinol, a poisonous trihydroxyphenol, 1,2,4-trihydroxybenzene, C6HO, used in organic synthesis. Hydroxyquinolate, any salt of hydroxyquinoline. Hydroxyquinolates, plural of hydroxyquinolate. Hydroxyquinoline, any of several isomeric phenols derived from quinoline, but especially quinoline atol, which is used as a chelating agent. Hydroxyquinolines, plural of hydroxyquinoline. Hydroxyquinone, hydroxybenzoquinone. Hydroxyquinones, plural of hydroxyquinone. Hydroxysafrole, any hydroxy derivative of safrole. Hydroxysodolite, a mineral with the chemical formula Al3HNA4OC3. Hydroxyspheonone, a particular carotenoid. Hydroxysqualene, any hydroxy derivative of squalene, but especially 12-hydroxysqualene or 26-hydroxysqualene. Hydroxysqualenes, plural of hydroxysqualene. Hydroxystanozolol, a metabolite of stanozolol. Hydroxystorsporene, a hydroxy derivative of storosporene, especially 7-hydroxystorsporene, an anti-tumor drug that has antineoplastic activity. Hydroxysteric, of or pertaining to a hydroxysteric acid or derivative. Hydroxysteric acid, any of many isomeric hydroxy derivatives of stearic acid, some of which have industrial applications. Hydroxysteric acids, plural of hydroxysteric acid. Hydroxystenazole, an anabolic steroid. Hydroxysteroid, any alcohol derivative of a steroid. Hydroxysteroids, plural of hydroxysteroid. Hydroxysterol, any hydroxy derivative of a sterol. Hydroxysterols, plural of hydroxysterol. Hydroxystilbamidine, a fluorescent dye that emits different frequencies of light when bound to DNA and RNA. It is also medicinally used as a trypanoside. Hydroxysuccinimide, the anhydroxy derivative of succinimide. It is used in organic synthesis. Hydroxysulfosuccinimide, a hydroxy derivative of sulfosuccinimide, often N-hydroxysulfosuccinimide. Hydroxysulfosuccinimides, plural of hydroxysulfosuccinimide. Hydroxysultane, any of a class of chemical compounds used to produce foam in shower gels, shampoos, etc., and in industrial processes. Hydroxysultanes, plural of hydroxysultane. Hydroxytamoxifen, a metabolite of tamoxifen. It is being considered as a therapy for breast cancer. Hydroxytamoxifens, plural of hydroxytamoxifen. Hydroxyterminated, terminated by a hydroxy group at one or both ends. Hydroxytestosterone, a hydroxy derivative of testosterone, especially the anabolic steroid 4-hydroxytestosterone. Hydroxytestosterones, plural of hydroxytestosterone. Hydroxytetracaine, an anesthetic drug. Hydroxythioxanthone, any hydroxy derivative of a thioxanthone. Hydroxythioxanthones, plural of hydroxythioxanthone. Hydroxytoluene, cresol. Hydroxytoluenes, plural of hydroxytoluene. Hydroxytoluene, synonym of cresol. Hydroxytoluenes, plural of hydroxytoluene. Hydroxytropicocaine, a tropane alkaloid found in Erythroxylum coca. Hydroxytryptamine, any hydroxy derivative of tryptamine, but especially 5-hydroxytryptamine serotonin. Hydroxytryptamines, plural of hydroxytryptamine. Hydroxytryptophan, a hydroxy derivative of tryptophan, especially 5-hydroxytryptophan, which is a precursor to the neurotransmitter serotonin. Hydroxytryptophans, plural of hydroxytryptophan. Hydroxytyrosol, a particular phenylethanoid with powerful antioxidant properties. Hydroxytyrosols, plural of hydroxytyrosol. Hydroxyurea, the hydroxylated derivative of urea, NH2-CoNH, used as an antineoplastic drug, NEN or O derivative of this compound. Hydroxyureas, plural of hydroxyurea. Hydroxyurea, misspelling of hydroxyurea. Hydroxyvalerate, any hydroxy derivative of valerate. Hydroxyvitamin, any hydroxy derivative of a vitamin, but in practice a derivative of vitamin D that is measured in order to diagnose vitamin D deficiency. Hydroxyvitamins, plural of hydroxyvitamin. Hydroxywarfarin, a derivative of warfarin. Hydroxyethanolide, a hydroxy derivative of withanolide. Hydroxyethanolides, plural of hydroxyethanolide. Hydroxywagenin, a flavone with anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer effects. Hydroxywertminin, a polyketide compound with anti-cancer properties. Hydroxywibutene, hydroxywibutosine. Hydroxywibutosine, modified nucleoside found in tRNA molecules. Hydroxyxanthone, an organic compound with a xanthone core structure and one or more hydroxyl groups attached. Hydroxyohimbine, alternative form of hydroxyohimbine. Hydroxyzine, a first-generation antihistamine of the piperazine class used as an antihistamine, emetic, anxiolytic, and weak analgesic. Hydroxyzines, plural of hydroxyzine. Hydrazincite, a white carbonate mineral with the chemical formula ZnCOOH. Hydrazincites, plural of hydrazincite. Hydrazirconation, any addition reaction in which an organozirconium compound is attached across a double bond or triple bond. Hydrazirconations, plural of hydrazirconation. Hydrazoa, plural of hydrozoan. Hydrazole, of or pertaining to the hydrozoa. Hydrozoan, any of many colonial cylinderates of the class Hydrozoa, including the hydras, hydroids, hydrocorals, and siphonophores. Hydrozoans, plural of hydrozoan. Hydrozoic, relating to the hydrozoa. Hydrozome, a collection of plants, typically in a garden, that have the same affinity for water. Hydrozoans, plural of hydrozome. Hydrazone, hydrozoan. Hydrazoons, plural of hydrazone. Hydrantum, former name of Otranto, a city in Apulia in southeastern Italy. Hydrure, a binary compound of hydrogen, a hydride. Hydrurets, plural of hydruret. Hydruria, the excretion of a greatly increased amount of watery urine, polyuria. Hydruric, relating to or characterized by hydruria. Hydrus, a winter constellation of the southern sky, said to resemble a small serpent. It lies between the constellations Mensa and Tucana. It is not to be confused with the constellation Hydra. Hydri, plural of hydra. Hydremia, alternative spelling of hydremia. Hydroesia, plural of hydroesium. Hydroesium, alternative form of hydroesium. Hydroesium, abbreviation of hydrant. That's plural of HIT. Hydine, a mixture of unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and diethylnatriamine used as rocket fuel. Obsolete spelling of high. Ide. Simple past and past participle of high. High. Present participle and gerund of high. Hyalazole, a particular carbazole alkaloid. Hyamel, obsolete spelling of hemel. Hyamation, the passing of a winter in a particular place, a wintering. Hyena. Hyena. Any of the medium-sized to large feliform carnivores of the family Hyenidae, native to Africa and Asia and noted for the sound similar to laughter which they can make if excited. Hyena dar. Synonym of African wild dog. Hyena dogs. Plural of hyena dog. Hyena. Plural of hyena. Hyena-like. Resembling or characteristic of a hyena. Hyenanchin, a toxic organic compound related to tutin. Hyenas, plural of hyena. Hyenasona, a fursona that is a hyena. Hyenasonas, plural of hyenasona. Hyenic, characteristic of a hyena. Hyenid, any hyena of the family Hyenidae. Hyenids, plural of hyenid. Hyanin, characteristic of or pertaining to hyenas. Hyenoid, characteristic of a hyena. Ions, plural of hyen. Hyene, plural of hyena. Hyl, alternative form of hyon. Hyomis, plural of hyom. Hyeominaksha, a Korean form of green tea combined with roasted brown rice. Hyer, a surname from German. Hyers, plural of hire. Eyes, third person singular simple present indicative of high. Highest, superlative form of high, most high. Hydel, pertaining to rain. Hydel, rain, rainfall. Hyetogram, synonym of hyetograph. Hyetograms, plural of hyetogram. Hyetograph, a graphical representation of rainfall over time. Hyetographic, of or pertaining to hyetography. Hyetographical, of or pertaining to hyetography. Hyetographically, in terms of hyetography. Hyetographs, plural of hyetograph. Hyetography, the science that deals with the geographical distribution of rain. Hyetological, relating to hyetology. Hyetologists, someone who studies rain. Hyetologists, plural of hyetologists. Hyetology, the scientific study of precipitation. Hyetometer, rain gauge. Hyetometers, plural of hyetometer. Hyfrication, the use of a hyfricator. Hyfricator, a low-powered single-electrode device that destroys tissue in electrosurgery. Hyfricators, plural of hyfricator. Hygiene, hygiene. Hygienes, plural of hygiene. Hygiene, relating to hygiea. the goddess of health. Hygiotherapy, a system of alternative medicine introduced by Russell Thacher Troll that grew out of hydropathy, adding lifestyle changes such as abstinence from tobacco and alcohol, a vegetarian diet, fresh air, exercise, and sexual restraint. Hi guys, a hygienist. Hi guys, plural of hi guys. Hygienic, misspelling of hygienic. Hygienicist, synonym of hygienist. Hygienicists, plural of hygienicist. Hygienist, misspelling of hygienist. Coziness, comfort, contentment, conviviality. To be called. Hydastics, the science of health and hygiene. Hyda, ancient Greek goddess of health, cleanliness, and sanitation. Her Roman name is Hygia/Hygia or Salus. Hyda, of or relating to the asteroid 10 Hydia. Hydia, the goddess and personification of health and healthiness, a daughter of Asclepius and Epion. Hydes, archaic form of hygienist. Hygiests, plural of hygius. Hygienal, exhibiting or relating to hygiene, hygienic. Hygiene, the science of health, its promotion and preservation. Hygiene poverty, the inability to afford hygiene products. Hygiene theater, acts of cleaning intended more for the purpose of making an area appear safe and clear of disease-causing agents than actually achieving that aim. Hygienes, plural of hygiene. Hygienic, pertaining to hygiene, clean, sanitary, free of disease. Hygienical, relating to hygiene. Hygienically, in a hygienic manner. Hygienics, the science of hygiene. Hygienism, the practice of hygiene. Hygienist, a person skilled in hygienics, but especially a dental assistant who cleans teeth, etc. Hygienists, plural of hygienists. Hygienization, the process of hygienizing. Hygienize, to make hygienic. Hygienize, simple past and past participle of hygienize. Hygienizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hygienize. Hygienizing, present participle and gerund of hygienize. Hygiologist, one who studies hygiology. Hygiologists, plural of hygiologists. Hygiology, the science of hygiene or the preservation of health. Higher, prevocalic form of hygro. Hydraulic, hydraulic. Hygre, of or pertaining to moisture or wetness. Hyrene, a pyrrolidine alkaloid found mainly in coca leaves, extracted as a thick, pungent, pale yellow oil of a burning taste. Hygreans, plural of hygrene. Hygrister, a humidity sensor that works by measuring electrical resistance. Hygristers, plural of hygrister. Hygro, moisture. Hygroreceptor, alternative form of hygroreceptor. Hygroreceptors, plural of hygroreceptor. Hygrovio, aquatic. Hygrovius, any beetle in the family Hygrobiae. Hygobias, plural of Hygobiae. Hygrochasic, exhibiting or relating to hygrochacy. Hygrochacy, the hissance that occurs upon wetting. Hygrocous, that is a moist habitat. Hygrodic, a form of hygrometer having wet and dry bulb thermometers with an adjustable index showing the percentage of moisture in the air, etc. Hygrodics, plural of hygrodic. Hygrograph, any of several forms of automated hygrometer that record humidity. Hygrographic, of or pertaining to hygrography or using a hygrograph. Hygrographs, plural of hygrograph. Hygrography, the design, construction, and use of hygrographs. Hygrology, the science that deals with the fluids of the body. Hygroma, a discrete, fluid-filled sac that can form on the joints of dogs or other animals in response to repeated pressure. Hygromagnophile, alternative form of hygromagnetophile. Hygromagnetophile, incompatible with the crystal structure of rock-forming minerals. Hygromas, plural of hygroma. Hygromata, plural of hygroma. Hygrometer, an instrument that measures the humidity of the air or other gases, especially the relative humidity. Hygrometers, plural of hygrometer. Hygrometer, alternative form of hygrometer. Hygrometers, plural of hygrometer. Hygrometric, of or pertaining to hygrometry. Hygrometrical, alternative form of hygrometric. Hygrometrically, by means of or in terms of hygrometry. Hygrometry, the measurement of the moisture contents of gases, but especially of the humidity of the atmosphere. Hygromate, any snail in a family Hygromeidae. Hygromeids, plural of hygromate. Hygromycin, a broad-spectrum antibiotic obtained from a strain of Streptomyces hygroscopicus. Hygromycin, alternative form of hygromycin. Hygropetric, requiring a habitat of a thin layer of water covering a rock surface. Hygrophanous, changing color as it dries out. Hygrophil, dated form of hygrophile. Hygrophilus, adapted for growth in a damp or wet environment. Hygrophils, plural of hygrophil. Hygrophobia, an aversion to moisture or dampness. Hygrophobic, of or having hygrophobia. Hygrophorous, of or relating to the mushroom family Hygrophoriaceae. Hygrophoroi, having thick waxy gills. Hygrophthalic, serving to moisten the eye. Hygrophyte, any plant that thrives on very wet but not submerged ground. Hygrophytes, plural of hygrophyte. Hygrophytic, of or relating to hygrophytes. Hygroplasm, the fluid portion of the cell protoplasm in opposition to stereoplasm, the solid or insoluble portion. Hygroreception, the ability of some insects to detect changes in the moisture content of their environment. Hygroreceptive, exhibiting hygroreception. Hygroreceptor, a structure in many insects that detects changes in the moisture content of the environment. Hygroreceptors, plural of hygroreceptor. Hygroscope, an instrument that indicates changes in atmospheric humidity. Hygroscopes, plural of hygroscope. Hygroscopic, readily taking up and retaining water, especially from the atmosphere. Hygroscopical, alternative form of hygroscopic. Hygroscopically, in a hygroscopic way. Hygroscopicities, plural of hygroscopicity. Hygroscopicity, the state of being hygroscopic. Hygroscopy, the ability of a substance to attract and hold water molecules from the surrounding environment. Hygrosensation, the ability of some animals to detect variation in humidity. Hygrosensillum, a hygrosensitive sensillum. Hygrosensitive, detecting changes in the moisture content of the environment. Hygrosensory, relating to hygrosensation. Hygrostat, a device that maintains a constant level of humidity. Hygrostatics, the scientific comparison or measurement of degrees of moisture. Hygrostats, plural of hygrostat. Hygrotactic, relating to hygrotaxis. Hygrotaxis, movement to or from moisture. Hygrothermal, of or pertaining to both humidity and temperature. Hygrothermally, in a hygrothermal manner. Hygrothermic, alternative form of hygrothermal. Hygrothermically, alternative form of hygrothermally. Hygrothermograph, an instrument that measures and records both humidity and temperature. Hygrothermograph, plural of hygrothermograph. Hygrothermometer, a device that functions as both a hygrometer and a thermometer. Hygrothermometers, plural of hygrothermometer. High, present participle and gerund of high. The initialism of high yields investment program, a kind of Ponzi scam. The plural of hip. High, alternative form of hake. Higham, synonym of North Hykeham, Lincolnshire, England. Hikes, a surname from Czech. Hygases, plural of hikes. Hyksos, a mixed group of Asiatic people from Western Asia who took over the Eastern Nile Delta, ending the 13th dynasty of Egypt and initiating the Second Intermediate period. Alternative form of hylo. Isle, a tree frog of the genus Hyla. Hyliatomsid, any extinct Euzuchan in the family Hyliatomcidae. Hyliatomcids, plural of Hyliatomcid. Hyliosaur, a dinosaur of the genus Hyliasaurus. Hyliosauri, plural of Hyliosaurus. Hyliosauros, plural of Hyliosaur. Hyliosaurus, a herbivorous ankylosaurian dinosaur that lived about 165 million years ago during the Cretaceous period. Hyalum, obsolete form of Hanan. Hylam, a surname. Highland, a surname. Highlands, plural of highland. Hylarchical, presiding over matter. Hylas, plural of hyla. Hyl, meter. Hylia, tropical rain. Forest, especially that of the Amazon. Hylae, in Hellenistic astrology, the planet with the greatest essential dignity in 5 important natal chart positions: the degree of the sun, the degree of the moon, the ascendant, the lot of fortune, and the prenatal syzygy, that is, new moon or full moon, whichever most closely preceded the birth. Hylegical, relating to the high leg. Hylides, plural of hylae. Hyler, a surname. Hylers, plural of hyler. Hyletic, synonym of hillock. hyletically, in terms of hyletics. Hyletics, the study of matter or raw impressions of an intentional act, the abstraction from the form. Hyle, any bird in the family Hyliidae. Hylias, plural of Hylia. Thele, having to do with or of the nature of matter. Hylicism, synonym of hylism. Hylicis, a philosopher who deals chiefly with matter, one who adopts or teaches hylism. Hylicists, plural of hylicis. Helix, plural of hillock. Eyelid, any member of the family Hylidae of frogs, including tree frogs. Hylids, plural of hylid. Hyline, of or relating to the hylid frog, subfamily Hylinae. Hylioda, any of several species of passerine birds in the genus Hyliota found in Africa. Hyliodas, plural of Hyliota. Hylism, materialism, the theory that there is nothing beyond matter. Hylas, a proponent of the philosophy of hylism. Hylists, plural of Hylas. Hellas, the son of Heracles and Deianira. Hylo, matter. Hylobate, any of the genus Hylobates of gibbons. Hylobates, plural of hylobate. Hylobatic, of or relating to gibbons. Hylobatid, any species of the family Hylobatidae. A gibbon. Hylobatids, plural of hylobatid. Hylobatine, of or relating to gibbons. Hylocetria, any bird of the species Hylocetria bonensis. Hylocetrias, plural of Hylocetria. Hylocomiaceous, of or relating to the Hylocomiaceae. Hylogenesis, the origin of matter. Hylogeny, alternative spelling of hylogenesis. Hyle, any frog of the superfamily Hyloidea. Hylids, plural of hylite. Hyloism, alternative form of hylotheism. Hyloist, someone who believes that matter is God or that there is no distinction between the two, a materialist. Hyloists, plural of hyloists. Hylomania, an obsession with matter or philosophical materialism. Hylomorphic, pertaining to hylomorphism. Hylomorphical, alternative form of hylomorphic. Hylomorphically, in a hylomorphic way. Hylomorphism, the doctrine that every physical substance is the sum of its component matter and the form taken by that matter. Hylomorphisms, plural of hylomorphism. Hylomorphist, one who believes in the doctrine of hylomorphism. Hylomorphists, plural of hylomorphous. Hylopathe, relating to hylopathism. Hylopathism, the doctrine that matter is sentient. Hylopathist, someone who believes in hylopathism. Hylopathists, plural of hylopathists. Hylopathy, the ability of a spirit to penetrate and affect matter. Hylophagus, that feeds on wood. Hylophobia, the fear of forests or wooded areas. Hyloism, fear equating matter with God or merging one into the other. See Penism. Hylotheist, a proponent of hylotheism. Hylotheistic, of or relating to hylotheism. Hylaeus, plural of Hylotheus. Hylozoic, of or pertaining to hylozoism. Hylozoical, hylozoiste. Hylozoism, a philosophical doctrine espousing that all or some material things possess life, or that all life is inseparable from matter. Hylozoisms, plural of hylozoism. Hylozois, a proponent of hylozoism. Hylozoiste, of or relating to hylozoism. Hylozoistically, in terms of hylozoism. Hylozoes, plural of hylozois. Helson, a surname. Heltons, plural of Hilton. Obsolete spelling of him. Hymen, a male given name from Hebrew. Imas, a surname. Hymesis, plural of hymas. Hymicramon, formethylumbiliferone, a choletic and antispasmodic drug. Hymel, a surname. Hymels, plural of hymel. Hymen, the god of marriage and marriage ceremonies. Hymenachin, any wetland grass of the genus Hymenachin. Hymenachins, plural of hymenachin. Hymeneal, alternative form of hymeneal. Hymenean, alternative form of Hymenean. Hymeneans, plural of Hymenean. Hymenal, of or pertaining to the hymen. Hymenally challenged, not in the desired state regarding virginity. Hymenate, having the form of a membrane. Hymeneal, pertaining to marriage. Hymeneally, in terms of or by means of marriage. Hymeneals, plural of hymeneal. Hymenean, a hymn, song, or poem in honor of a wedding, a hymeneal. Hymeneans, plural of hymenean. Hymenectomies, plural of hymenectomy. Hymenectomy, surgical excision of the hymen. Hymenia, plural of hymenium. Hymenial, of or pertaining to the hymenium of a fungus. Hymenial cystidia. Plural of hymenial cystidium. Hymenial cystidium. A cystidium which is found on the spore-bearing surface of a fungus. Hymenialdocene, a substance found in marine sponges that inhibits cyclin-dependent kinases, glycogen synthase kinase 3-beta, and casein kinase 1. Hymenoderm, a surface layer of lengthened cells arranged side by side on the spore-bearing surface of a fungus. Hymenoderms, plural of hymenoderm. Hymeniform, formed like the spore-bearing surface of a fungus. Hymenitis, inflammation of the hymen. Hymenium, the spore-bearing surface of a fungus. Hymeniums, plural of hymenium. Hymenless, without a hymen. Hymen-like, resembling or characteristic of a hymen. Hymenosrid, any shrimp of the family Hymenosridae. Hymenosrids, plural of hymenosrid. Hymenocetaceous, of or relating to the Hymenocetaceae. Hymenocetoid, similar to those of species in the genus Hymenocete. Hymenoceiron, any frog of the genus Hymenopyrus. Hymenocirons, plural of Hymenoceiron. Hymenopteris, belonging to the family Hymenopteraceae of fungi. Hymenography, a study or a description of membranes. Hymenolapiaces, infestation by tapeworm of the genus Hymenopes. Hymenopodid, any tapeworm in the family Hymenopodidae. Hymenopodids, plural of Hymenopodid. Hymenopodosis, infection with tapeworm of the genus Hymenopes. Hymenologen, a lichen that is symbiotically associated with a Hymenomyces fungus. Hymenologens, plural of hymenologen. Hymenologies, plural of hymenology. Hymenology, the scientific study of the hymen. Hymenomycete, any fungus with a fruiting body whose hymenophyre develops either unenclosed or enclosed only with a velum. Hymenomycetes, plural of hymenomycete. Hymenomystis, of or relating to the Hymenomycetes, a former class of fungi within the division Basidiomycota. Hymenophoral, relating to the hymenophore. Hymenophoral trauma, the inside flesh of the hymenophore. Hymenophoral traumas, plural of hymenophoral trauma. Hymenophore, the part of a fungus fruiting body which produces spore-bearing cells. Hymenophores, plural of hymenophore. Hymenophyllaceous, belonging or relating to the family Hymenophyllaceae. Hymenoplasties, plural of hymenoplasty. Hymenoplasty, plastic surgery affecting a woman's hymen, usually involving reconstruction to the unbroken condition ordinarily characteristic of virginity. Hymenopodid, any mantis in the family Hymenopodidae. Hymenopodids, plural of hymenopodid. Hymenoptecin, an antibacterial polypeptide present in bees. Hymenopter, Hymenopteran. Hymenoptera, plural of Hymenopteran. Hymenopteral, of or pertaining to the Hymenopterae order of insects. Hymenopteran, any insect of the order Hymenoptera, the bees, wasps, and ants, etc. Hymenopterans, plural of Hymenopteran. Hymenopteriform, having the form of a Hymenopteran. Hymenopterist, an entomologist who studies Hymenopterans. Hymenopterists, plural of Hymenopterists. Hymenopterological, of or relating to hymenopterology. Hymenopterologist, one who studies the Hymenoptera. Hymenopterologists, plural of hymenopterologists. Hymenopterology, the scientific study of the Hymenoptera. Hymenopteran, any insect of the order Hymenoptera. Hymenopterans, plural of Hymenopteran. Hymenopterus, of the order Hymenoptera. Hymenopteran. Hymenopters, plural of Hymenopter. Hymenorrhaphes, plural of Hymenorrhaphae. Hymenorrhaphy, reconstructive surgery in which a woman's hymen is restored to the unbroken condition ordinarily characteristic of virginity. Hymenosomatiid, any crab in the family Hymenosomatidae. Hymenosomatids, plural of Hymenosomatid. Hymenostome, any member of the order Hymenostomatidae of ciliate protozoa. Hymenostomes, plural of hymenostome. Hymenotomies, plural of hymenotomy. Hymenotomy, the surgical removal or opening of the hymen. Hymens, plural of hymen. Hymeneal, archaic form of hymeneal. Hymeneals, plural of hymeneal. Hyner, a surname. Hymers, a surname. Hymerses, plural of hymers. Hymedon, of or relating to Hymettus or Hymetos, a mountain range in east-central Greece. Hymettion, of or relating to Hymettus. Hymetic, of or relating to Hymettus. Hymetos, alternative form of Hymettus. Hymettus, a mountain of Attica, famous for its honey and marble. Hymixazole, a particular fungicide. Hyme, a diminutive of the male given name Hymen. Hymes, plural of Hyme. Hymetown, derogatory name for New York City, a major city in New York, United States. Hymes Goethe, a book of the Poetic Edda. A song of praise or worship, especially a religious one. Hymn book, alternative spelling of hymn book. Hymn books, plural of hymn book. Hymn book, alternative spelling of hymn book. Hymn books, plural of hymn book. Hymnal, a collection of hymns, a hymn book. Hymnally, in a hymnal way. Hymnals, plural of hymnal. Hymnaries, plural of hymnary. Hymnary, a book of hymns. Hymn board, a signboard in a church indicating which hymns are to be sung. Hymn boards, plural of hymn board. Hymn, a book containing a collection of hymns. Hymn books, plural of hymn book. Hymne, obsolete spelling of hymn. Simple past and past participle of hymn. Hymner, a book of hymns. Hymners, plural of hymner. Hymnic, of or relating to hymns. Hymnical, of or relating to hymns. Hymnic. Hymnically, in terms of or by means of a hymn. Hymn, present participle and gerund of hymn. Hymnings, plural of hymning. Hymnus, a writer of hymns. Hymnists, plural of hymnus. Hymnless, devoid of hymns. Hymnly, resembling a hymn in form or sound. Hymnotic, of or pertaining to hymnody. Hymnodies, plural of hymnody. Hymnodist, a composer of hymns. Hymnodists, plural of hymnodists. Hymnody, the writing, composing, or singing of hymns or psalms. Hymnographer, a writer whose subject is hymns. Hymnographers, plural of hymnographer. Hymnographical, relating to hymnography. Hymnographically, in terms of hymnography. Hymnography, the art of composing hymns. Hymnologic, relating to hymnology. Hymnological, relating to hymnology. Hymnologically, in terms of hymnology. Hymnologies, plural of hymnology. Hymnologists, a composer or compiler of hymns, one versed in hymnology. Hymnologists, plural of hymnologists. Hymnology, the study of hymns, hymnody. Plural of hymn. Hymnjeet, a sheet printed with the words of a hymn. Hymnjeets, plural of hymn sheet. Hymn writer, a composer of hymns. Hymn writers, plural of hymn writer. Hymn writing, the composition of hymns. Hypnagogic, misspelling of hypnagogic. Head. A surname. Hyndver, a local government district with borough status in Lancashire, England, formed in 1974 and named after the river with its headquarters in Accrington. Head. A surname. Hent, plural of Hind. Hendeland, a residential area of Glasgow, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 5567. Hindlejaw, a book of the Poetic Edda. Hinman, a surname. Hindmans, plural of Hindman. Hent, a surname. Hinsas, plural of Hinds. Hi, a surname. Hines, a surname from Irish. Hineses, plural of Hines. Hynobe, any member of the family Hynobidae of salamanders. Hynowis, plural of Hynobia. Hinson, a surname. Hinsons, plural of Hinson. Hyo, U-shaped. Hyobrangia, plural of Hyobranchium. Hyobranchio, relating to the Hyobranchium. Hyobranchium, a Y-shaped bone that supports the tongue of snakes. Hyosphalid, any insect in the family Hyosphallidae. Hyosphallids, plural of hyosphalid. Hyoepiglottic, relating to or connecting the hyoid bone and the epiglottis. Hyoglossal, pertaining to or connecting the tongue and hyoid bone. Hyoglossi, plural of hyoglossus. Hyoglossus, a flat muscle on either side of the tongue connecting it with the body and the thyroid of the hyoid bone. Hyogo, a prefecture of Japan. Capital, Kobe. Hyogo, alternative spelling of Hyogo. Hya, shaped like a U, or like the letter upsilon upsilon. Hyoid arch, the second pharyngeal arch which assists in forming the side and front of the neck. Hyoid arches, plural of hyoid arch. Hyoidron, a U-shaped bone or complex of bones that is situated between the base of the tongue and the larynx and that supports the tongue, the larynx, and their muscles. Hyoidrones, plural of hyoid bone. Hyoidal, synonym of hyoid. Hyoideo, synonym of hyoid. Hyoidian, synonym of hyoid. Hyoidian arch, the hyoid arch. Hyoidectomy, surgical removal or excision of the hyoid bone. Hyoids, plural of hyoi. Hyolaryngeal, relating to the hyolarynx, the hyoid bone, and the larynx. Hyolarynx, the larynx together with the hyoid bone. Hyolingual, relating to the hyoid bone and the tongue. Hyoe, any extinct mammal of the class Hyolitha. Hyolithe, a member of the Hyolithid order of extinct lophiferate animals. Hydolitids, plural of hyalithe. Hyales, plural of hyalive. Hyamandible, alternative form of hyamandibula. Hyamandibles, plural of hyamandible. Hyamandibula, the bony or cartilaginous portion of the upper hyoid arch in some fish. Hyamandibular, relating to the hyamandibula. Hyamandibulars, plural of hyamandibular. Hyamandibulas, plural of hyamandibula. Hyomental, between the hyoid bone and the lower jaw or pertaining to them, suprahyoid, submaxillary. Hyamorphe, having the form of the hyoid bone. Hyonum, synonym of geomungo. Hyonum, alternative spelling of hyangum. Hyopalatine, relating to the hyoid and palatine bones. Hyoperfusion, misspelling of hypoperfusion. Hyoplaster, plural of hyoplasteron. Hyoplasteron, the second lateral plate in the plastron of turtles. Hyoblasterons, plural of hyoplasteron. Hyopsodonte, any extinct mammal in the family Hyopsodontidae. Hyopsodontids, plural of Hyopsodonte. Hyasamine, misspelling of hyasamine. Hyoscine, scopolamine. Hyoscines, plural of hyoscine. Hyoscyame, plural of hyoscyame. Hyoscyamine, alternative form of hyoscyamine. Hyoscyamine, a poisonous alkaloid present in henbane that is the stereoisomer of atropine with similar properties to hyoscine and used medicinally to treat abdominal pain and similar conditions. Hyoscyamines, plural of hyoscyamine. Hyoscyamus, any of the genus Hyoscyamus of henbanes. Hyocenuses, plural of Hyoscyamus. Hyoscyae, one of the wooden sticks that are clapped by the yabadashi to draw the spectator's attention. Hyosterno, between the hyoid bone and the sternum, or relating to both of them, infrahyoid. Hyosternum, hyoplasteron. Hyostyle, having the mandibles suspended by the hyomandibular or upper part of the hyoid arch as in fishes, instead of directly articulated with the skull as in mammals. Hyosymplectic, relating to or connecting the hyoid and symplectic bones. Hyos, a cryptid sighted in Baltimore County, Maryland, that turned out to be a mangy fox. Hyots, plural of hyot. Initialism of Harvard-, Yale/Princeton. Hypochondria. Alternative form of hypo before a vowel. Alternative spelling of hip. Hypabyssal, that solidifies as a minor intrusion before reaching the Earth's surface. Hypabyssally, in a hypabyssal manner. Hypoconi, a diterpenoid alkaloid present in some aconites. Hypiether, plural of hypiethrin. Hypiethrol, open air, outdoor, exposed to the sky. Hypiethrals, plural of hypiethrol. Hypiethric, alternative form of hypaethric. Hypiethrin, an open court. Hypokau, alternative spelling of hypokai. Hypokai, alternative form of ipokai. Hypokos, plural of hypoko. Hypokais, plural of hypokai. Hypobuminemia, alternative form of hypobuminemia. Hypoalbuminemia, an abnormally low level of albumin in the blood. Hypoalbuminemia, obsolete spelling of hypoalbuminemia. Hypalgesia, alternative form of hypoalgesia. Hypalgesias, plural of hypalgesia. Hypalgesic, alternative form of hypoalgesic. Hypalgia, diminished sensitivity to pain. Hypalgias, plural of hypalgia. Hypalgic, exhibiting or relating to hypalgia. Hypolactic, of or pertaining to the hypalage. Hypalage, a construction in which a modifier with meaning associated with one word appears grammatically applied to another, often used as a literary device. Hypalages, plural of hypalage. Hypalon, chlorosulfonated polyethylene C-SPE. Hypandria, plural of hypandrium. Hypandrio, relating to the hypandrium. Hypandrium, a plate formed from fused coccytes, covering the genitalia of a male insect. Hypandia, plural of hypanthium. Hypanthial, relating to the hypanthium. Hypanthium, the bowl-shaped part of a flower on which the sepals, petals, and stamens are borne. Hypentrum, the point on the neural arch at the anterior ends of the vertebrae of various reptiles where it articulates with a hyposphene. Hypoponte, synonym of Candlemas. Hypophorine, an indole alkaloid present in the fungus Pistillithus tinctorius in family Sclerodermataceae that controls the elongation rate of root hairs. Hypopophyseal, alternative form of hypopophyseal. Hypopophysis, plural of hypopophysis. Hypophysio, relating to the hypopophysis. Hypopophysis, a process or other element of a vertebrate development from the ventral side of the centrum. Hyparchetae, a manuscript from which a family of texts is derived by copying an intermediary node between the archetype protograph and a set of surviving manuscripts in a stemma codicum. Hyparchetypes, plural of hyparchetae. Hyparchic, whose action is affected by adjacent, especially by adjacent epistatic, genes. Hypohyo, situated below an artery, applied especially to the branches of the bronchi given off below the point where the pulmonary artery crosses the bronchus. Hyparxis, essence. Hypoxes, the river is in India. Hypaspes, a type of lightly armored foot soldier equipped with an aspes shield and spear. Hypaspistae, plural of hypaspis. Hypaspis, plural of hypaspis. Hypate, muse. Hypatia, a female given name from Latin in turn from ancient Greek. Hypatian, of or relating to Hypatia. Hepatocyte, misspelling of hepatocyte. Hypatos, a title conferred by the Byzantine Empire, originally to two distinguished citizens each year in the manner of the Roman consuls, but later as an honorific. Hypotoses, plural of hypotos. Hypaxio, situated beneath an axis. Hypaxially, in a hypaxial manner. Hypaxials, plural of hypaxial. Promotion or propaganda, especially exaggerated claims. Hypebeast, alternative form of hypebeast. Hypebeasts, plural of hypebeasts. Hypcycle, The various stages in the adoption of a new technology or product. Hype cycles, plural of hype cycle. Hype man, a hip-hop performer responsible for backup rapping and singing and increasing an audience's excitement with call and response chants. Hype man, plural of hype man. Hype train, an audience or other group of people who are hyped over something. People who highly and sometimes excessively anticipates something that has been highly advertised and promoted. Hype trains, plural of hype train. Hype up, to talk up, to promote extravagantly. Hypebeast, a person obsessed with acquiring fashionable items, especially clothing and shoes. Hypebeasts, plural of hypebeasts. Hyped, simple past and past participle of hype. Hype up, simple past and past participle of hype up. Hypeman, alternative spelling of hype man. Hypeman, plural of hypeman. Hypemoner, a person who hypes something. Hypemoners, plural of hypemoner. Hypeness, excitement, excellence, coolness. Hypnophobia, a fear of responsibility or of neglecting one's responsibilities. Hypaeus, a celebrity priest or pastor who dresses fashionably, a hypebeast priest. Hypaeus, plural of hypaeist. Hyper, clipping of hyperextension. Hyperexplosion, alternative form of hyperexplosion. Hyperexplosions, plural of hyperexplosion. Hyperfur, alternative form of hyperfur. Hyperfurs, plural of hyperfur. Hyperspace, alternative spelling of hyperspace. Hyper, forms are mentative forms of the root word. Hyperfor, alternative form of hyperfortitration. Hyperfy, temptation. Hyperaggressive, alternative form of hyperaggressive. Hyperaggressively, alternative form of hyperaggressively. Hyperaggressiveness, alternative form of hyperaggressiveness. Hyper-Calvinism, a branch of Protestant theology that emphasizes limited atonement to the point of exclusively proselytizing to the elect and / or denying the responsibility of humanity in salvation. Hypercapitalism, alternative spelling of hypercapitalism. Hyperconverged, alternative form of hyperconverged. Hypercorrect, alternative form of hypercorrect. Hypercorrection, alternative form of hypercorrection. Hypercorrections, plural of hypercorrection. Hypercorrectism, alternative form of hypercorrectism. Hypercorrectisms, plural of hypercorrectism. Hypercorrective, alternative form of hypercorrective. Hypercorrectness, alternative form of hypercorrectness. Hyperempathetic, alternative form of hyperempathetic. Hyperexplosion, alternative form of hyperexplosion. Hyperexplosions, plural of hyperexplosion. Hypergreen, alternative form of hypergreen. Hyperinjunction, an injunction which appears to go further than a superinjunction by preventing a matter being discussed with an individual's member of parliament or lawyer. Hyperinjunctions, plural of hyperinjunction. Hyperorder, having a higher order than normal. Hyperosmolalities. Plural of hyperosmolality. Hyperosmolality. Alternative form of hyperosmolality. Hyperreal religion. Alternative spelling of hyperreal religion. Hyperreal religions. Plural of hyperreal religion. Hyperresolution. Alternative form of hyperresolution. Hyperspace. Alternative spelling of hyperspace. Hypertargeted. Alternative spelling of hypertargeted. Hyperuse. Excessive use. Hyper/J. A framework for Java development that facilitates multidimensional separation of concerns, allowing a developer to decompose and organize software components based on multiple, arbitrary criteria concerns simultaneously, even after the software is implemented. Hyper4. Synonym of tetration. Hyperforce. Plural of hyper4. Hyperabbreviated. Very highly abbreviated. Hyperabduct. To abduct beyond the normal range of motion. Hyperabducted. Simple past and past participle of hyperabduct. Hyperabducting. Present participle and gerund of hyperabduct. Hyperabduction. Extreme muscular withdrawal of a limb outward from the body. Hyperabducts. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperabduct. Hyperabsolutism. Excessive absolutism, inflexible disregard of contextual variables. Hyperabsorption. An abnormally high level of absorption. Hyperabsorptive. Very absorptive. Hyperabundance. Very great abundance. Hyperabundances. Plural of hyperabundance. Hyperabundant. In very great abundance. Hyperaccelerated. Very highly accelerated. Hyperaccommodation. Excessive accommodation of the eye. Hyperaccommodative. Relating to hyperaccommodation. Hyperaccreting. Accreting very rapidly, or to a very great extent. Hyperaccretion. Much greater than normal accretion, typically around a stellar black hole. Hyperaccumulate. To accumulate in large amounts. Hyperaccumulated. Simple past and past participle of hyperaccumulate. Hyperaccumulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperaccumulate. Hyperaccumulating. Causing or undergoing hyperaccumulation. Hyperaccumulation. The abnormally high accumulation of trace elements by a plant from its environment. Hyperaccumulations. Plural of hyperaccumulation. Hyperaccumulator. Any plant that can accumulate large quantities of trace elements from its environment, and thus may be used in phyt or mediation or phytomining. Hyperaccumulators. Plural of hyperaccumulator. Hyperaccuracy. The condition of being hyperaccurate. Hyperaccurate. Almost perfectly accurate. Hyperacetylate. To cause or be subject to hyperacetylation. Hyperacetylated. Simple past and past participle of hyperacetylate. Hyperacetylating. That generates excessive acetylation. Hyperacetylation. The excessive acetylation of the lysine residues of the protein, especially of a histone. Hyperacetylations. Plural of hyperacetylation. Hyperachievement. A very high level of achievement. Hyperacid. Highly acidic. Hyperacidic. Excessively acidic. Hyperacidification. Excessive acidification. Hyperacidifications. Plural of hyperacidification. Hyperacidify. Simple past and past participle of hyperacidify. Hyperacidifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperacidify. Hyperacidify. To acidify excessively. Hyperacidifying. Present participle and gerund of hyperacidify. Hyperacidities. Plural of hyperacidity. Hyperacidity. The condition of being excessively acide. Hyperaction. Excessive action as of a biological system. Hyperactivatable. Capable of being hyperactivated. Hyperactivate. To cause or undergo hyperactivation. Hyperactivated. Activated as a result of hyperactivation. Hyperactivate. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperactivate. Hyperactivating. Present participle and gerund of hyperactivate. Hyperactivation. A form of spermotility associated with active beating of the flagellum. Hyperactivations. Plural of hyperactivation. Hyperactive. Having an increased state of activity. Hyperactive battlefield. Warfare involving advanced technologies that expand military engagement beyond the physical battlefield, such as high-speed information technology, artificial intelligence, long-range sensors, stealth, precision-guided munitions, and sensor-to-shooter systems. Hyperactive battlefields. Plural of hyperactive battlefield. Hyperactively. In a hyperactive manner. Hyperactiveness. The state or quality of being hyperactive. Hyperactivism. A high level of involvement in activism. Hyperactivities. Plural of hyperactivity. Hyperactivity. The quality of being hyperactive, excessive and pathological movement and restlessness. Hyperacuities. Plural of hyperacuity. Hyperacuity. Sensory performance finer than the receptor grain. Hyperacusia. Hyperacuses. Hyperacusic. Of, pertaining to, or suffering from hyperacuses. Hyperacuses. A heightened sensitivity to some sounds, especially extremely loud noises. Hyperacute. Very acute. Hyperacutely. In a hyperacute manner. Hyperacuteness. The quality of being hyperacute. Hyperaculated. Excessively aculated. Hyperacylation. Excessive acylation typically of histones. Hyperadaptation. A greater than normal evolutionary adaptation. Hyperadaptations. Plural of hyperadaptation. Hyperadduct. To adduct beyond the normal range of motion. Hyperadducted. Modified by hyperadduction. Hyperadduction. Excessive adduction. Hyperadductions. Plural of hyperadduction. Hyperadenylate. To cause or to undergo hyperadenylation. Hyperadenylated. Simple past and past participle of hyperadenylate. Hyperadenylation. Excessive adenylation. Hyperadherence. An exceptionally high level of adherence. Hyperadherent. Excessively adherent. Hyperadhesion. Greater than normal adhesion typically between cells or their components. Hyperadhesive. More than normally adhesive. Hyperadhesiveness. To your condition of being hyperadhesive. Hyperadiponectinemia. the presence of raised levels of adiponectin in the blood. Hyperadiponectinemic, relating to hyperadiponectinemia. Hyperadiposity, extreme adiposity. Hyperadrenalism, an excessive level of adrenal hormones in the body. Hyperadrenalization, the state of being hyperadrenalized. Hyperadrenalize, to highly adrenalize. Hyperadrenalize, highly adrenalized. Hyperadrenalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperadrenalize. Hyperadrenalizing, present participle of hyperadrenalize. Hyperadrenergic, excessively adrenergic. Hyperadrenocorticism, Cushing's syndrome. Hyperadult, having excessively or inappropriately adult characteristics. Hyperadvertising, excessive or ubiquitous advertising. Hyperadvocacy, excessive or zealous advocacy, typically on social media. Hyperadvocate, to advocate excessively or zealously, typically on social media. Hyperadvocated, simple past and past participle of hyperadvocate. Hyperadvocates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperadvocate. Hyperemia, alternative spelling of hyperemia. Hyperemias, plural of hyperemia. Hyperemic, alternative form of hyperemic. Hypereolism, a hypercorrection or incorrect substitution of non-Aeolic Ancient Greek word forms and morphology to match those of Aeolic Greek. Hypereolisms, plural of hyperrealism. Hyperaerated, excessively aerated. Hyperaeration, excessive aeration. Hyperesthesia, alternative spelling of hyperesthesia. Hyperestasias, plural of hyperesthesia. Hyperesthetic, alternative form of hyperesthetic. Hyperage, excessively aged. Hyperaggregability, quality of being hyperaggregable. Hyperaggregation, an increased level of aggregation. Hyperaggregative, relating to hyperaggregation. Hyperaggression, an excessive degree of aggression. Hyperaggressive, extremely aggressive. Hyperaggressively, in a hyperaggressive manner. Hyperaggressiveness, the state or quality of being hyperaggressive. Hyperalaninemia, alternative form of hyperalaninemia. Hyperalaninemia, an abnormally high level of alanine in the blood. Hyperalaninuria, the presence of elevated levels of alanine in the urine. Hyperalbuminemia, the presence of an abnormally high concentration of albumin in the blood. Hyperalbuminemic, relating to hyperalbuminemia. Hyperalbuminosis, severe albuminosis. Hyperalbuminuria, an elevated level of albumin in the urine. Hyperalbuminurias, plural of hyperalbuminuria. Hyperaldosteronemia, alternative form of hyperaldosteronemia. Hyperaldosteronemia, the presence of an excess of aldosterone in the blood. Hyperaldosteronism, a condition in which too much aldosterone is produced by the adrenal glands, potentially leading to lowered levels of potassium in the blood. Hyperaldosteronism, plural of hyperaldosteronism. Hyperalert. Excessively alert, especially as a result of traumatic stress. Hyperalertness, the condition of being hyperalert. Hyperalgebra, the formal group ring of a formal group law. Hyperalgebraic, relating to a hyperalgebra. Hyperalgebras, plural of hyperalgebra. Hyperalgesia, an increased sensitivity to pain, which in one form is caused by damage to nociceptors in the body's soft tissues. Hyperalgesias, plural of hyperalgesia. Hyperalgesic, of or pertaining to hyperalgesia. Hyperalgia, synonym of hyperalgesia. Hyperaligned, aligned by hyperalignment. Hyperalignment, a high level of alignment between two or more objects. Hyperalimentation, the administration or ingestion of unusually large amounts of nutrients. Hyperalimentations, plural of hyperalimentation. Hyperalkaline, more than usually alkaline. Hyperalkalinity, the property of being hyperalkaline. Hyperalkalinization, excessive alkalinization. Hyperallergenic, rich in allergens. Hyperallergenicity, a high degree of allergenicity. Hyperallergic, very allergic. Hyperallometric, that grows at a more than an allometric rate. Hyperallometrically, in a hyperallometric manner. Hyperallometry, the condition of being hyperallometric. Hyperelusive, very highly elusive, full of illusions. Hyperalpha-lipoproteinemia, alternative form of hyperalpha-lipoproteinemia. Hyperalpha-lipoproteinemia, an abnormally high level of alpha-lipoprotein in the blood. Hyperaltruism, extreme altruism. Hyperaltruistic, extremely altruistic. Hyperamative, excessively amorous with sexual connotations. Hyperambitious, very highly ambitious. Hyperaminocytemia, the presence of an excessive amount of amino acids in the blood. Hyperaminocytemias, plural of hyperaminocytemia. Hyperaminocyturia, the presence of excessive amino acids in the urine. Hyperammonemia, alternative form of hyperammonemia. Hyperammonemias, plural of hyperammonemia. Hyperammonemia, a metabolic disturbance characterized by excessive ammonia in the blood. Hyperammonemias, plural of hyperammonemia. Hyperammonemic, relating to hyperammonemia. Hyperamylasemia, alternative form of hyperamylasemia. Hyperamylasemia, an abnormally high level of amylase in the blood. Hyperamylinemia, the presence of excess amylin in the blood. Hyperamylinemia, alternative form of hyperamylinemia. Hyperanalyze, to analyze excessively, to overanalyze. Hyperanarchy, a condition of extreme anarchy. Hyperandrogen, misspelling of hyperandrogenism. Hyperandrogenemia, alternative form of hyperandrogenemia. Hyperandrogenemic, alternative form of hyperandrogenemic. Hyperandrogenemia, synonym of hyperandrogenism. Hyperandrogenemic, relating to hyperandrogenemia. Hyperandrogenic, relating to or caused by an excess of androgenic hormones. Hyperandrogenicity, the condition of being hyperandrogenic. Hyperandrogenism, an abnormally high production of androgens. Hyperandrogenisms, plural of hyperandrogenism. Hyperangulated, having an extreme angled surface. Hyperanimated, highly animated. Hyperanxiety, an elevated level of anxiety. Hyperanxious, very anxious. Hyperapoptolipoproteinemia, alternative form of hyperapoptolipoproteinemia. Hyperapoptolipoproteinemia, an elevated level of apolipoprotein in the blood. Hyperapolytic, extremely apolytic. Hyperapophysis, plural of hyperapophysis. Hyperapophysis, a lateral and backward projecting process on the dorsal side of a vertebra. Hyperarch, a directed edge in a hypergraph. Hyperarchaic, extremely archaic. Hyperarchaism, a hyperarchaic phrase or expression. Hyperarchaisms, plural of hyperarchaism. Hyperarchies, plural of hyperarchy. Hyperarchimedean, having all its homomorphic images be Archimedean. Hyperarchimedean, misspelling of hyperarchimedean. Hyperarchy, excessive government. Hyperarchs, plural of hyperarch. Hyperargininemia, alternative form of hyperargininemia. Hyperargininemia, an abnormally high level of arginine in the blood. Hyperargininemic, relating to hyperargininemia. Hyperarid, very arid, with an aridity index of less than 0.05. Hyperaridity, the quality of being hyperarid. Hyperarithmetic, pertaining to a generalization of computability theory focusing on certain sets of natural numbers. Hyperarithmetical, of or pertaining to hyperarithmetic. Hyperarousability, tendency to have hyperarousal. Hyperarousal, a state of heightened psychological and physiological tension resulting in reduced pain tolerance, anxiety, excessive response to sensory stimulation, insomnia, and fatigue. Hyperarousals, plural of hyperarousal. Hyperaroused, in a state of hyperarousal. Hyperarterialization, an extreme level of arterialization, typically in the liver. Hyperarticulacy, the quality of being hyperarticulate. Hyperarticulate, extremely articulate. Hyperarticulated, having exaggerated articulation. Hyperarticulation, exaggerated articulation. Hyperarticulations, plural of hyperarticulation. Hyperasperic, very asperic. Hyperaspes, one who holds a shield over another, a defender. Hyperaspests, plural of hyperaspes. Hyperassertive, extremely assertive. Hyperasthesia, misspelling of hyperasthesia. Hyperathletic, extremely athletic. Hyperattention, a state of abnormally intense attention. Hyperattentive, intensely attentive. Hyperattenuated, more than usually attenuated. Hyperattenuating, that attenuates more than normally. Hyperattenuation, extreme attenuation. Hyperattenuations, plural of hyperattenuation. Hyperaticism, a hypercorrection or incorrect substitution of non-Attic ancient Greek word forms and morphology to match those of Attic Greek. Hyperradicisms, plural of hyperradicism. Hyperauthentic, very highly authentic. Hyperauthor, an author of hyperfiction. Hyperauthors, plural of hyperauthor. Hyperauthorship, the authorship of hyperfiction. Hyperautofluorescence, enhanced autofluorescence. Hyperautofluorescent, more than normally autofluorescent. Hyperautomation, extreme automation, the automating of as many processes as possible. Hyperaware, extremely aware, much more alert to stimuli than normal. Hyperawareness, the state of being hyperaware or extremely sensitive to stimuli. Hyperazotemia, synonym of azotemia. Hyperball, the set of all points that make up a hypersphere. Hyperballs, plural of hyperball. Hyperband, wideband to an extreme degree, comprising at least an order of magnitude difference between the bottom and top frequency. Hyperbarbarous, very barbarous. Hyperbaric, of, relating to, or using greater than normal pressure as of oxygen. Hyperbaric chamber, a vessel containing air at an elevated pressure, especially one used to administer oxygen to a patient. Hyperbaric chambers, plural of hyperbaric chamber. Hyperbaric oxygen chamber, a pressurized vessel used to administer oxygen at elevated pressure. Hyperbaric oxygen chambers, plural of hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Hyperbarically, in a hyperbaric manner. Hyperbarian, the hyperin form of a barian. Hyperbarians, plural of hyperbarian. Hyperbase, a kind of database that structures the data by means of hyperlinks. Hyperbases, plural of hyperbase. Hyperbasophilia, an extreme form of basophilia. Hyperbasophilic, of or relating to hyperbasophilia. Hyperbass flute, the largest and lowest pitched instrument in the flute family. Hyperbass flutes, plural of hyperbass flute. Hyperbata, plural of hyperbaton. Hyperbatic, of or pertaining to a hyperbaton, transposed, inverted. Hyperbatically, in a hyperbatic manner. Hyperbaton, an inversion of the usual or logical order of words or phrases for emphasis or poetic effect. Hyperbatons, plural of hyperbaton. Hyperbeam, an extraordinarily intense beam of any size of energy or matter, is superbeam. Hyperbeams, plural of hyperbeam. Hyperbeat, one unit of hypermeter, generally a measure. Hyperbeats, plural of hyperbeat. Hyperbending, excessive bending. Hyperbend, pertaining to a Boolean function on a field f2n such that f x letter 1 d4f is bent for every k co-prime with 2n1. Hyperbenthic, that lives above the seafloor. Hyperbenthos, benthic organisms that live just above the sediment. Hyperbeta-lipoproteinemia, alternative form of hyperbeta-lipoproteinemia. Hyperbeta-lipoproteinemia, an abnormally high level of beta-lipoprotein in the blood. Hyperbeta-lipoproteinemic, of or relating to hyperbeta-lipoproteinemia. Hyperbibliographies, plural of hyperbibliography. Hyperbibliography, a digital bibliography making use of hyperlinks and hypertext. Hyperbicarbonatemia, an excess of bicarbonate in the blood. Hyperbike, any very high-performance motorcycle. Hyperbikes, plural of hyperbike. Hyperbilirubinemia, alternative spelling of hyperbilirubinemia. Hyperbilirubinemias, plural of hyperbilirubinemia. Hyperbilirubinemic, alternative form of hyperbilirubinemic. Hyperbilirubinemia, an unusually large concentration of bilirubin in the blood. Hyperbilirubinemias, plural of hyperbilirubinemia. Hyperbilirubinemic, having or relating to hyperbilirubinemia. Hyperbilirubinemia, the presence of a more than usual amount of biliverdin in the blood. Hyperbiotrophy, an increased level of biotrophy. Hyperbitcoinization, a major or widespread Bitcoinization process of adopting Bitcoin as a form of currency. Hyperbleb, to bleb excessively. Hyperblebbed, simple past and past participle of hyperbleb. Hyperblebbing, present participle and gerund of hyperbleb. Hyperblebs, third-person singular simple present indicative of hyperbleb. Hyperblock, an object that can handle both scalar and list values. Hyperbola, a conic section formed by the intersection of a cone with a plane that intersects the base of the cone and is not tangent to the cone. The function yx equals 1/x draws a hyperbola. Hyperbole, plural of hyperbola. Hyperbolian, the highest tetrachord. Hyperbolas, plural of hyperbola. Hyperbole, deliberate or unintentional overstatement, particularly extreme overstatement. Hyperboles, plural of hyperbole. Hyperbolic, of or relating to hyperbole. Hyperbolic angle, an angle that describes a position along a hyperbola. Hyperbolic angles, plural of hyperbolic angle. Hyperbolic color, alternative spelling of hyperbolic color. Hyperbolic colors. Plural of hyperbolic color. Hyperbolic color, the type of color perceived when a visual afterimage is viewed on a background of the same color, resulting in a purer perception of that color than is ordinarily possible to perceive, usually achieved by staring at a shape in one color, for example cyan, for several seconds, and then immediately looking at a background in the opposite color, for example orange, which is the same color as the resultant afterimage. Hyperbolic colors, plural of hyperbolic color. Hyperbolic cosecant, a hyperbolic function that is written in symbol sich and defined as the following. Hyperbolic cosine, a hyperbolic function that is written in symbol cosh and defined as the following. Cosh x equals t frac 1 2 ex plus e dash x. Hyperbolic cosines, plural of hyperbolic cosine. Hyperbolic cotangent, a hyperbolic function that is written in symbol coth and defined as the following. Hyperbolic dodecahedron, a hyperbolic version of the Euclidean dodecahedron. Hyperbolic dodecahedrons, plural of hyperbolic dodecahedron. Hyperbolic function, a set of functions that are analogues of the trigonometric functions for hyperbolic spaces. Hyperbolic functions. Plural of hyperbolic function. Hyperbolic geometries. Plural of hyperbolic geometry. Hyperbolic geometry. A type of geometry that rejects the parallel postulate. Given a straight line L and a point P not on L, more than one straight line can be drawn through P without intersecting L. Hyperbolic navigation system. A navigation system that produces hyperbolic lines of position by the measurement of the difference in the time of reception or the phase of radio signals from multiple synchronized transmitters at fixed locations. Hyperbolic navigation systems. Plural of hyperbolic navigation system. Hyperbolic number. Synonym of split complex number. Hyperbolic numbers. Plural of hyperbolic number. Hyperbolic paraboloid. A surface having parabolic cross sections parallel to an axis and hyperbolic cross sections perpendicular to the axis. Hyperbolic plane. A topological space homeomorphic to a plane or open disk and equipped with a hyperbolic metric. Hyperbolic planes. Plural of hyperbolic plane. Hyperbolic polynomial. A real multivariate homogeneous polynomial Px is hyperbolic in direction E if Pxc equals 0 has only real roots as a function of t. Hyperbolic polynomials. Plural of hyperbolic polynomial. Hyperbolic quaternion. A non-associative algebra over the real numbers with elements of the form q equals a plus bi plus cj plus dk, a b c dr. Hyperbolic quaternions. Plural of hyperbolic quaternion. Hyperbolic secant. A hyperbolic function that is written in symbol sech and defined as the following. Hyperbolic sector. An area on a plane bounded by two rays from the origin in a rectangular hyperbola. Hyperbolic sectors. Plural of hyperbolic sector. Hyperbolic sine. A hyperbolic function that is the analog of the sine function for hyperbolic spaces, taking in a hyperbolic angle as an argument and returning the y-coordinate for the corresponding point on the unit hyperbola. It is written in symbol sin and can be represented as sin x equals t frac 1 2 exe dash x. Hyperbolic sines. Plural of hyperbolic sine. Hyperbolic space. Any space exhibiting hyperbolic geometry having Euclidean geometry. Hyperbolic spaces. Plural of hyperbolic space. Hyperbolic tangent. A hyperbolic function that is written in symbol tan and defined as the following. Hyperbolic tangents. Plural of hyperbolic tangent. Hyperbolical. Alternative form of hyperbolic. Hyperbolically. In a hyperbolic manner. Hyperbolicity. The Pepe v. hydraulic. Hyperbolic. Obsolete form of hyperbolic. Hyperbolically. Alternative form of hyperbolically. Hyperbolics. The use of hyperbole. Hyperbolae. Synonym of superbolae. Hyperbolides. Plural of hyperbolae. Hyperbola form. Having the form of a hyperbola. Hyperbolic. Hyperbolike. Having topological properties that are equivalent to the existence of a hyperbolic structure. Hyperbolize. Alternative form of hyperbolize. Hyperbolize. Simple past and past participle of hyperbolize. Hyperbolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperbolize. Hyperbolizing. Present participle and gerund of hyperbolize. Hyperbolism. The use of hyperbole. Hyperbolisms. Plural of hyperbolism. Hyperbolus. One who uses hyperbole, an exaggerator. Hyperbolists. Plural of hyperbolus. Hyperbolize. To exaggerate, Use hyperbole. Hyperbolize. Simple past and past participle of hyperbolize. Hyperbolizer. One who hyperbolizes. Hyperbolizers. Plural of hyperbolizer. Hyperbolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperbolize. Hyperbolizing. Present participle and gerund of hyperbolize. Hyperboloid. A particular surface in three-dimensional Euclidean space, the graph of a quadratic with all three variables squared and their coefficients not all of the same sign. Hyperboloid of revolution. The surface generated by rotating a hyperbola around one of its principal axes. Hyperboloidal. Having the shape or form of a hyperboloid. Hyperboloids. Plural of hyperboloid. Hyperboloids of revolution. Plural of hyperboloid of revolution. Hyperbole. Plural of hyperbola. Hyperbomb. An exceedingly powerful, destructive bomb, superbomb. Hyperbombs. Plural of hyperbomb. Hyperbook. A book in hypermedia format. Hyperbooks. Plural of hyperbook. Hyperborea. The land of sunshine and plenty, beyond the northern wind, home to the Hyperboreans, a race of giants. Hyperboreal. Hyperborean. Hyperborean. Alternative letter case form of Hyperborean. Hyperboreans. Plural of Hyperborean. Hyperbolea. Alternative form of Hyperbolea. Hyperbox. An n-dimensional box structure that defines a range of points used in neural network algorithms for classifying objects. Hyperboxes. Plural of hyperbox. Hyperbrachycephalic. Very brachycephalic. Hyperbrachycephaly. Extreme brachycephaly. Hyperbrachycranial. Having a very round or broad skull. Hyperbrachycrany. The condition of being hyperbrachycranial. Hyperbranch. Having a highly branched structure. Hyperbranching. More than the usual extent of branching. Hyperbacillol. Any of a group of floroglucinol derivatives isolated from hypericum that inhibit herpes viruses. Hyperbacillols. Plural of hyperbacillol. Hyperbulia. Excessive will or drive to do things. Hyperbolate. Chess played at an extremely fast time control, with each side getting 30 seconds to make their moves. Hyperbolate chess. Alternative form of hyperbolate. Hyperburner. An afterburner unit on a turbine engine that also functions as a ramjet engine. Hyperburners. Plural of hyperburner. Hypercaffeinated. Intensely peppy and energetic as after consuming large amounts of caffeine. Hypercalcemia. Alternative spelling of hypercalcemia. Hypercalcemias. Plural of hypercalcemia. Hypercalcemic. Alternative form of hypercalcemic. Hypercalcemia. The presence of an unusually high concentration of calcium in the blood. Hypercalcemias. Plural of hypercalcemia. Hypercalcemic. Exhibiting or relating to hypercalcemia. Hypercalcification. Excessive calcification, typically of a tooth. Hypercalcifications. Plural of hypercalcification. Hypercalcify. Showing excessive calcification. Hypercalcinemia. An excessive level of calcium in the blood. Hypercalcinuria. the condition of high levels of calcium in the urine as caused by high levels of bone resorption seen in osteoporosis or hyperthyroidism. Hypercalcinurias, plural of hypercalcinuria. Hypercalcinuric, having an abnormally large amount of calcium in the urine. Hypercalciuria, alternative form of hypercalcinuria. Hypercalciurias, plural of hypercalciuria. Hypercalciuric, synonym of hypercalcinuric. Hypercalculated, extremely calculated, very carefully thought out or planned. Hypercalculia, extremely heightened mathematical talent. Hypercalcuria, misspelling of hypercalciuria. Hypercal, a sysball made by a guest operating system to the underlying hypervisor rather than executing instructions that the hypervisor simulates. Hypercalls, plural of hypercall. Hypercaloric, extremely dense or abundant in calories. Hypercalorific, excessively calorific. Hypercalprotectinemia, the presence of an excess of calprotectin in the blood. Hypercane, a hypothetical class of an extremely severe hurricane with ocean temperatures reaching approximately 50 degrees C 122 degrees F and formed by significant conditions, such as extensive global warming, having wind speeds exceeding 800 kilometers per hour 500 mph. Hypercanes, plural of hypercane. Hypercannibalism, feeding on organisms that are themselves cannibals. Hypercannon, an extraordinarily powerful superior cannon. Hypercannons, plural of hypercannon. Hypercapillarization, excessive capillarization. Hypercapitalism, extreme capitalism at the expense of traditional values. Hypercapitalist, exhibiting or pertaining to hypercapitalism. Hypercapnia, misspelling of hypercapnia. Hypercapnic, misspelling of hypercapnic. Hypercapnia, the condition of abnormally elevated carbon dioxide in the blood. Hypercapnias, plural of hypercapnia. Hypercapnic, exhibiting or relating to hypercapnia. Hypercapnically, in a hypercapnic manner. Hypercapsulation, hyperencapsulation of a bacterium in a protective shield. Hypercaptation, excessive captation. Hypercaptations, plural of hypercaptation. Hypercar, an extremely high-performance sports car, ranking above a supercar. Hypercarbia, the condition of having an abnormally high concentration of carbon dioxide in the blood. Hypercarbic, relating to hypercarbia. Hypercarbonylation, extreme carbonylation, typically of proteins. Hypercarboxemia, the presence of an excess of carbon dioxide in the blood. Hypercarcinogenic, more than usually carcinogenic. Hypercard, a shape used in magic tricks, made by cutting and folding a playing card. Hypercardioid, describing an extreme form of cardioid microphone. Hypercards, plural of hypercard. Hypercare, a period following the implementation of a major change to an organization's operations during which an especially intensive effort is made to support users through the transition. Hypercarnal, extremely carnal. Hypercarnitinemia, an excess of carnitine in the bloodstream. Hypercarnivore, any animal whose diet is predominantly more than 70% meat from animals. Hypercarnivores, plural of hypercarnivore. Hypercarnivorous, being or pertaining to a hypercarnivore. Hypercarnivore, the condition of being a hypercarnivore. Hypercarotenemia, alternative form of hypercarotenemia. Hypercarotenemia, an excess of carotene in the bloodstream. Hypercarotenemic, exhibiting or relating to hypercarotenemia. Hypercaries, plural of hypercarry. Hypercarry, a video game character that does so much damage that success in the game is mainly dependent on that character. Hypercars, plural of hypercar. Hypercasual, extremely casual. Hypercatabolic, relating to or exhibiting hypercatabolism. Hypercatabolism, an increased rate of catabolism. Hypercataleptic, which has an extra syllable added to the last dippity foot of a verse. Hypercatalepsis, the addition of one or two syllables to the last foot of a verse. Hypercatalytic, more than usually catalytic. Hypercatecholaminemia, elevated level of catecholamines in the blood. Hypercatecholemia, the presence of excessive amounts of catechol and/or catecholamines in the blood. Hypercatharsis, violent purging. Hypercathartic, relating to hypercatharsis. Hypercathectic, relating to hypercathexis. Hypercathexis, plural of hypercathexis. Hypercathexis, an excessive concentration of mental energy on an object or person. Hypercaution, excessive caution. Hypercautious, especially or unreasonably cautious. Hypercell, a four-dimensional face of a polytope. Hypercells, plural of hypercell. Hypercellular, having a greater than usual number of cells. Hypercellularity, the presence of an abnormally large number of cells. Hypercellulolytic, exceptionally cellulolytic. Hypercementosis, plural of hypercementosis. Hypercementosis, an idiopathic non-neoplastic condition characterized by the excessive buildup of normal cementum calcified tissue on the roots of one or more teeth. Hypercementotic, relating to or exhibiting hypercementosis. Hypercentral, pertaining to the continuation of the lower central series to infinite ordinal numbers via transfinite recursion. Hypercentralization, an intense concentration in centralization. Hypercerebral, very highly cerebral. Hyperchaos, a form of chaotic behavior with at least two positive Lyapunov exponents. Hyperchaotic, of or pertaining to hyperchaos. Hypercharge, clipped compound of hyperonic charge, a quantum characteristic of a group of subatomic particles governed by the strong force that is related to strangeness and is represented by a number equal to twice the average value of the electric charge of the group. Hypercharge, having hypercharge. Hypercharges, plural of hypercharge. Hyperchemokinemia, an elevated level of chemokines in the blood. Hyperchess, a multidimensional form of the game of chess. Hyperchloremia, alternative form of hyperchloremia. Hyperchloremic, alternative form of hyperchloremic. Hyperchlorate, synonym of perchlorate. Hyperchlorates, plural of hyperchlorate. Hyperchloremia, an electrolyte disturbance in which there is an abnormally elevated level of the chloride ion in the blood. Hyperchloremias, plural of hyperchloremia. Hyperchloremic, relating to or exhibiting hyperchloremia. Hyperchlorhydria, the presence of an excessive amount of hydrochloric acid in the stomach, often treatable with antacid. Hyperchloric, perfluoric. Hyperchlorinated, excessively chlorinated. Hyperchlorination, a water treatment method that chlorinates water to a very high degree. Hypercholinemia, an abnormally high serum level of bile acids. Hypercholinemic, relating to hypercholinemia. Hyperchoresis, abnormally increased choresis. Hyperchoretic, relating to hyperchoresis. Hypercholesteremia, an abnormally high level of cholesterol in the blood. Hypercholesteremic, alternative form of hypercholesteremic. Hypercholesteremia, alternative spelling of hypercholesteremia. Hypercholesteremic, exhibiting or relating to hypercholesteremia. Hypercholesterolemia, alternative form of hypercholesterolemia. Hypercholesterolemia, an abnormally high level of cholesterol in the blood. Hypercholesterolemia, alternative spelling of hypercholesterolemia. Hypercholesterolemias, plural of hypercholesterolemia. Hypercholesterolemic, alternative form of hypercholesterolemic. Hypercholesterolemics, plural of hypercholesterolemic. Hypercholesterolemia, an excess of cholesterol in the blood. Hypercholesterolemias, plural of hypercholesterolemia. Hypercholesterolemic, of pertaining to or having hypercholesterolemia. Hypercholesterolemics, plural of hypercholesterolemic. Hypercholinergic, excessively cholinergic. Hypercholesterolemia, misspelling of hypercholesterolemia. Hypochondria, an uneasy emotion or sensation that is difficult to pin down inside oneself. Hyperchromism, misspelling of hyperchromism. Hyperchromasia, a hyperchromatic state of the nucleus suggesting malignancy. Hyperchromasias, plural of hyperchromasia. Hyperchromatic, hyperchroma. Hyperchromatism, an abnormal intensity of color. Hyperchromatisms, plural of hyperchromatism. Hyperchromatices, alternative form of hyperchromatism. Hyperchroia, macular darkening of the skin. Hyperchroma, describing an increase in the intensity of a spectral band due to a change in the molecular environment. Hyperchromicities, plural of hyperchromicity. Hyperchromicity, the quality of being hyperchromic. Hyperchromism, synonym of hyperchromicity. Hyperchromophilic, very chromophilic. Hyperchylomicronemia, alternative form of hyperchylomicronemia. Hyperchylomicronemia, the presence of excess chylomicrons in the blood, a symptom of lipoprotein lipase deficiency. Hypercinnabar, a form of cinnabar that forms hexagonal crystals. Hypercircle, synonym of hypercycle. Hypercitratemia, the presence of a high level of citrate in the blood. Hypercitraturia, a higher than normal level of citrate in the urine. Hypercitrullonate, to citrullonate excessively. Hypercitrullinated, simple past and past participle of hypercitrullonate. Hypercitrullination, excessive citrullination. Hypercitrullinemia, an excess of citrulline in the blood. Hypercivilize, alternative form of hypercivilize. Hypercivilization, the state of being hypercivilized. Hypercivilize, very highly civilized. Hyperclarity, the quality of being hyperclear. Hyperclass, a superset of classes. Hyperclasses, plural of hyperclass. Hyperclassical, extremely classical in style. Hyperclean, exceptionally clean. Hyperclear, extremely clear. Hyperclever, extremely clever. Hypercleek, an item set containing items that are strongly correlated with each other. Hypercleeks, plural of hypercleek. Hypercluster, a very large cluster typically of galaxies or proteins. Hyperclustered, formed into a hypercluster. Hyperclustering, the formation of a hypercluster. Hyperclusters. Plural of hypercluster. Hypercoagulabilities, plural of hypercoagulability. Hypercoagulability, coagulation of blood faster than normal, especially abnormally increased coagulability. Hypercoagulable, having an increased tendency to clot. Hypercoagulant, causing hypercoagulation. Hypercoagulation, excessive coagulation. Hypercoagulative, involving excessive coagulation. Hypercoagulatory, relating to or causing hypercoagulation. Hypercoagulopathies, plural of hypercoagulopathy. Hypercoagulopathy, a disease characterized by an increased tendency of the blood to form clots. Hypercoaster, synonym of megacoaster. Hypercoasters, plural of hypercoaster. Hypercognitive, of or relating to the system by which individuals regulate their own cognitive activity. Hypercognize, to overemphasize an emotion and to create associations, etc. Hypercognized, simple past and past participle of hypercognize. Hypercognizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypercognize. Hypercognizing, present participle and gerund of hypercognize. Hypercohomology, the dual of a hyperhomology. Hypercoiled, excessively coiled, typically of an umbilical cord. Hypercoiling, excessive coiling typically of the umbilical cord. Hypercholesterolemia, misspelling of hypercholesterolemia. Hypercollinearity, excessive collinearity. Hypercolonization, excessive colonization by an organism. Hypercolonize, to colonize excessively. Hypercolonized. Simple past and past participle of hypercolonize. Hypercolor, a hypothetical attractive force that binds prequarks together by the exchange of hypergluons, analogous to the exchange of gluons by the color force which binds quarks together. Hypercolossal, extraordinarily colossal. Hypercolor, alternative form of hypercolor. Hypercolumn, an array of orientation columns in the visual cortex. Hypercolumnar, relating to hypercolumns. Hypercolumns, plural of hypercolumn. Hypercommercialism, the excessive use of mercantilism in media to obtain success and profit, extreme emphasis on commerce. Hypercommodified, very highly commodified. Hypercompact, extremely compact. Hypercompaction, excessive compaction. Hypercompensation, excessive compensation for something. Hypercompensations, plural of hypercompensation. Hypercompensatory, relating to hypercompensation. Hypercompetence, the condition of being hypercompetent. Hypercompetent, very highly competent. Hypercompetition, an elevated level of competition between companies or organisms. Hypercompetitive, extremely competitive. Hypercompetitiveness, the quality of being hypercompetitive. Hypercomplementemia, increased levels of complement system proteins in the blood. Hypercomplex, describing any of several types of higher dimensional numbers having some characteristics of complex numbers. Hypercomplex number, any of several types of extended complex number consisting of a real part and two or more imaginary parts, each a real multiple of a distinct square root of -1, which may be imagined as a point in a multidimensional space. Hypercomplex numbers, plural of hypercomplex number. Hypercomplexes, plural of hypercomplex. Hypercomplexities, plural of hypercomplexity. Hypercomplexity, extreme complexity. Hypercompliance, excessive compliance. Hypercompliant, excessively compliant. Hypercomputation, any of several forms of computation that are theoretically or practically impossible with current technology. Hypercomputations, plural of hypercomputation. Hypercompute, to carry out hypercomputation. Hypercomputer, any theoretical device capable of carrying out hypercomputation. Hypercomputers, plural of hypercomputer. Hypercomputing, present participle and gerund of hypercompute. Hyperconcentrated, excessively concentrated. Hyperconcentration, extreme concentration, a very large amount of concentration. Hyperconcentrations, plural of hyperconcentration. Hypercondensation, a class of condensation reaction involving reaction of a carbonyl group with a methylene group to form an alkene with the loss of the elements of water C equals O plus CHC equals C. Hypercondensations, plural of hypercondensation. Hypercondense, extremely condensed. Hyperconductive, exceptionally conductive. Hyperconductivity, the condition of being hyperconductive. Hyperconductor, a superconductor that also has infinite thermal conductivity at zero temperature. Hyperconductors, plural of hyperconductor. Hypercone, a four-dimensional surface related to the three-dimensional cone. Hypercones, plural of hypercone. Hyperconfident, extremely confident. Hyperconfluence, the condition of being hyperconfluent. Hyperconfluency, the condition of being hyperconfluent. Hyperconfluent, having a greater cell density than that of a confluent one. Hyperconformism, extreme conformism. Hyperconformist, an extreme conformist. Hyperconformists, plural of hyperconformists. Hyperconformity, excessive conformity. Hyperconidiate, more than usually conidiate. Hyperconidiation, excessive conidiation. Hyperconifold, a finite cyclic quotient of a conifold. Hyperconifolds, plural of hyperconifold. Hyperconjugated, bonded via hyperconjugation. Hyperconjugation, a weak form of conjugation in which single bonds interact with a conjugated system. Hyperconjugations, plural of hyperconjugation. Hyperconjugative, relating to hyperconjugation. Hyperconnected, that is not the union of two proper closed sets, such that every open set is dense. Hyperconnectedness, the quality of being hyperconnected. Hyperconnection. Hyperconnectivity, excessive connections between neurons in the brain. Hyperconnections, plural of hyperconnection. Hyperconnective, having very many connections or a high degree of connectivity. Hyperconnectivities, plural of hyperconnectivity. Hyperconnectivity, the state of a network in which the number of nodes is far in excess of the number of users. Hyperconscientious, extremely conscientious. Hyperconscientiousness, the quality of being hyperconscientious. Hyperconscious, extremely conscious or aware. Hyperconsciousness, extreme or excessive consciousness of something, hyperawareness. Hyperconsciousnesses, plural of hyperconsciousness. Hyperconservation, conservation of a trait through many generations. Hyperconservatism, the quality of being hyperconservative. Hyperconservative, extremely conservative. Hyperconserve, to undergo hyperconservation. Hyperconserved, conserved through very many generations. Hyperconserves, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperconserve. Hyperconserving, present participle and gerund of hyperconserve. Hyperconstitutional, going beyond a constitution system of principles and laws. Hyperconstrict, to constrict excessively. Hyperconstricted, subject to hyperconstriction. Hyperconstricting, present participle and gerund of hyperconstrict. Hyperconstriction, excessive constriction of muscle tissue. Hyperconsumerism, consumerism taken to an abnormal degree. Hyperconsumerist, extremely consumerist. Hyperconsumption, excessive consumption of goods as a sociological phenomenon. Hypercontaminated, excessively contaminated. Hypercontinental, extremely continental in climate. Hypercontinuum, the set of all subsets of a set of with the infinite cardinality of the continuum. Hypercontract, to contract excessively. Hypercontracted, excessively contracted. Hypercontractile, excessively contractile. Hypercontractility, the condition of being hypercontractile. Hypercontraction, excessive contraction. Hypercontractions, plural of hypercontraction. Hypercontractive, that produces or exhibits hypercontractivity. Hypercontractivity, excessive conductivity of the higher frequencies in a Fourier spectrum. Hypercontracture, excessive contracture, especially of muscle tissue. Hypercontractures, plural of hypercontracture. Hypercontrolled, very tightly controlled. Hypercontrolling, extremely controlling. Hyperconverge, implemented within a hypervisor. Hyperconvex, of a metric space. Injective. Hyperconvexity, the quality of being hyperconvex. Hypercool, very cool, trendy, fashionable, pleasing, etc. Hypercoordination, the property of an atom in a molecule having a larger than normal coordination number, typically greater than 4. Hypercoracoid, a bone in fish equivalent to the scapula that articulates with the fin rays. Hypercoracoids, plural of hypercoracoid. Hypercornification, excessive cornification. Hypercornifications, plural of hypercornification. Hypercorporate, extremely corporate. Hypercorporatize, hypercorporate. Hypercorrect, non-standard because of a mistaken idea of standard usage. Hypercorrected, simple past and past participle of hypercorrect. Hypercorrecting, present participle and gerund of hypercorrect. Hypercorrection, non-standard language use that results from the over-application of a perceived prescriptive rule. Hypercorrections, plural of hypercorrection. Hypercorrectism, hypercorrection. Hypercorrectisms, plural of hypercorrectism. Hypercorrective, tending to hypercorrect, pertaining to hypercorrection. Hypercorrectively, in a hypercorrective manner. Hypercorrectly, in a hypercorrect manner. Hypercorrectness, the state or condition of being hypercorrect. Hypercorrects, third person singular simple present indicative of hypercorrect. Hypercorticism, Cushing's syndrome. Hypercorticoid, relating to hypercorticism. Hypercorticoidemia, an excess of corticoid enzymes in the bloodstream. Hypercorticoidism. Hypercorticoidism, excessive secretion of corticoid hormones. Hypercorticosteronemia, the presence of excess corticosteroids in the blood. Hypercortisolemia, the presence of an elevated amount of cortisol hydrocortisone in the blood. Hypercortisolemic, relating to hypercortisolemia. Hypercortisolism, excessive production of cortisol in the body. Hypercortisolisms, plural of hypercortisolism. Hypercortisoluria, excessive cortisol in the urine. Hypercortisonemia, an excessive amount of cortisol in the blood. Hypercosmic, extraordinarily cosmic, that which truly transcends the very cosmos, supercosmic. Hypercosmically, in a hypercosmic manner. Hypercover, a certain generalization of a cover obtained iteratively. Hypercovers, plural of hypercover. Hypercreatinemia, alternative form of hypercreatinemia. Hypercreatinemic, alternative form of hypercreatinemic. Hypercreatinemia, the presence of excessive amounts of creatine in the blood. Hypercreatinemia, relating to hypercreatinemia. Hypercreatinemia, alternative form of hypercreatininemia. Hypercreatininemia, an excess of creatinine in the blood. Hypercreatinuria, the presence of an excess of creatine in the urine. Hypercreato, extremely creative. Hypercreativity, extreme creativity, the state or condition of being hypercreative. Hypercritic, a carping or unduly censorious critic. Hypercritical, meticulously or excessively critical. Hypercritical point, a point in the domain of the mathematical function at which the second derivative of the function is either zero or undefined. Hypercritical points, plural of hypercritical point. Hypercriticality, the state or condition of being hypercritical. Hypercritically, in a hypercritical manner. Hypercriticalness, the state or condition of being hypercritical. Hypercriticize, alternative form of hypercriticize. Hypercriticize, simple past and past participle of hypercriticize. Hypercriticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypercriticize. Hypercriticizing, present participle and gerund of hypercriticize. Hypercriticism, excessive or unfairly harsh criticism. Hypercriticisms, plural of hypercriticism. Hypercriticize, to criticize excessively severely. Hypercriticize, simple past and past participle of hypercriticize. Hypercriticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypercriticize. Hypercriticizing, present participle and gerund of hypercriticize. Hypercritic, obsolete form of hypercritic. Hypercritics, plural of hypercritic. Hypercritics, plural of hypercritic. Hypercross-linked, very cross-linked. Hypercrystalline, having a high level of crystals. Hypercube, a geometric figure in 4 or more dimensions, which is analogous to a cube in 3 dimensions, specifically, the n-dimensional equivalent of a cube for any non-negative integer n. Hypercubes, plural of hypercube. Hypercubic, of pertaining to or having the form of a hypercube. Hypercuboid, an analog of a cuboid in 4 or more dimensions. Hypercuboidal, having the form of a hypercuboid. Hypercuboids, plural of hypercuboid. Hyperculture, a culture of the information age that uses hypertext. Hyperculture. Hypercupremia. Hypercupremia, an abnormally high level of copper in the blood above the reference range, which if it is high enough and / or persistent enough can produce copper toxicity in any of various diseases, including Wilson's disease. Hypercupremic, affected by or pertaining to hypercupremia, an excessive amount of copper in the blood beyond the reference range. Hypercurved, more curved than normal. Hypercust, a singularity of a curve of some multiplicity r whose tangent cone is a single line meeting the curve with order r+1. Hypercusps, plural of hypercust. Hypercyanotic, marked by severe cyanosis. Hypercycle, a curve whose points have the same orthogonal distance from a given straight line. Hypercycles, plural of hypercycle. Hypercyclic, of or relating to hypercycles. Hypercyclicity, the quality of being hypercyclic. Hypercyclopean, describing the perception of depth by means of a single eye. Hypercylinder, a four-dimensional analog of a cylinder. Hypercylinders, plural of hypercylinder. Hypercylindrical, having the form of a hypercylinder. Hypercytokinemia, alternative form of hypercytokinemia. Hypercytokinemia, a potentially fatal immune reaction consisting of a positive feedback loop between cytokines and immune cells with highly elevated levels of various cytokines. Hypercytosis, an excessive number of cells in the blood or the tissues. Hypercytotoxic, more than usually cytotoxic. Hypercytotoxicity, the condition of being hypercytotoxic. Hyperdactyles, plural of hyperdactyly. Hyperdactyly, holodactyly. Hyperdata, interconnected data, sometimes with semantics attached to the links between items. Hyperdating, finding romantic dates by means of the internet, e-dating. Hyperdefecation, synonym of pseudodiarrhea. Hyperoffensive, extremely defensive. Hyperdeficiency, extreme deficiency. Hyperdeficient, extremely deficient. Hyperdeformation, the deformation of an atomic nucleus to such an extent that it becomes hyperdeformed. Hyperdeformations, plural of hyperdeformation. Hyperdeformed, very far from spherical and even more than superdeformed, forming an ellipsoid with axes and ratios of approximately 3:1:1 as opposed to the norm of approximately 1.3:1:1. Hyperdegree, the property of a number shared with another number with which it is hyperarithmetical. Hyperdegrees, plural of hyperdegree. Hyperdelicacy, extreme delicacy. Hyperdelicate, extremely delicate. Hyperdemocratic, of or relating to hyperdemocracy. Hyperdense, extremely dense. Hyperdensities, plural of hyperdensity. Hyperdensity, an unusually high density on an X-ray plate, etc. Hyperdependent, having a very high dependence. Hyperdepletion, excessive depletion. Hypodermic, misconstruction of hypodermic. Hyperdescent, the practice of classifying a child of mixed race ancestry into the more socially dominant of the parents' races. Hyperdesertic, having an extremely dry climate. Hyperdestructive, exceptionally destructive. Hyperdetailed, extremely detailed. Hyperdeterminant, a generalization of a determinant in a higher dimension. Hyperdeterminants, plural of hyperdeterminant. Hyperdeveloped, developed to a very high degree. Hyperdevelopment, extreme or excessive development. Hyperdiabolical, extremely diabolical. Hyperdiamond, synonym of 24 cell. Hyperdiamonds, plural of hyperdiamond. Hypericrotic, excessively dicrotic or having more than a double beat. Hyperdicrotism, a hypericrotic condition, extreme dicrotism. Hypericrotis, hypericrotic. Hyperdictionaries, plural of hyperdictionary, an electronic dictionary that uses hypermedia technology. Hyperdifferentiated, differentiated to an extreme degree. Hyperdiffusion, any form of diffusion whose mathematical representation contains orders greater than cubic. Hyperdiffusionism, pseudo-archaeological hypothesis that postulated that historical technologies can be traced to a single civilization. Hyperdiffusions, plural of hyperdiffusion. Hyperdiffusive, of pertaining to or giving rise to hypereffusion. Hyperdilation, excessive dilation. Hyperdimensional, of or pertaining to a system having more dimensions than the four-dimensional space-time naturally observed in our universe. Hyperdimensionality, the quality of being hyperdimensional. Hyperdiploid, having more than the usual diploid number of chromosomes, hyperploid with respect to a diploid species genome. Hyperdiploides, plural of hyperdiploidy, referring to types thereof. Hyperdiploidy, the state of being hyperdiploid, hyperploidy in diploid organisms including humans. Hyperdipsia, excessive thirst. Hyperdirect, describing the pathway from the cortex to the globus pallidus via the subthalamus and bypassing the striatum. Hyperdisciplined, extremely disciplined. Hyperdiscriminability, the condition of being hyperdiscriminable. Hyperdiscriminable, very discriminable, very easy to discriminate. Hyperdispersant, a highly effective dispersant. Hyperdispersants, plural of hyperdispersant. Hyperdisperse, disperse with greater distances between individuals than would be expected if random. Hyperdispersion, excessive dispersion, the condition of being hyperdispersed. Hyperdissyllable, alternative form of hyperdissyllable. Hyperdissyllables, plural of hyperdissyllable. Hyperdistended, excessively distended. Hyperdistensibility, extreme distensibility. Hyperdistension, alternative form of hyperdistension. Hyperdistension, excessive distension. Hyperdistribution, a parameterized set of probability distributions. Hyperdistributions, plural of hyperdistribution. Hyperdissyllable, any word that has more than two syllables. Hyperdissyllables, plural of hyperdissyllable. Hyperdivergence, the condition of being hyperdivergent. Hyperdivergences, plural of hyperdivergence. Hyperdivergent, more than normally divergent. Hyperdiverse, very diverse. Hyperdiversification, greater than normal diversification. Hyperdiversify, simple past and past participle of hyperdiversify. Hyperdiversify, to produce hyperdiversification. Hyperdiversities, plural of hyperdiversity. Hyperdiversity, the condition of being hyperdiverse. Hyperdivision, extreme or excessive division. Hyperdocument, a hypertext document. Hyperdocuments, plural of hyperdocument. Hyperdominance, the condition of being hyperdominant. Hyperdominant, very dominant, typically being the species that accounts for more than half of a population. Hyperdominance, plural of hyperdominant. Hyperdonture, the condition of having teeth that appear in addition to the regular number of teeth. Hyperdonut, a hypertorus. Hyperdonuts, plural of hyperdonut. Hyperdopamine, relating to an excess of dopamine. Hyperdopaminergic, the condition of being hyperdopaminergic. hyperdopaminergic, excessively dopaminergic. Hyperdopaminergism, the state of being hyperdopaminergic, i.e. having a high level of the neurotransmitter dopamine. Hyperdorism, a hypercorrection or incorrect substitution of non-Doric ancient Greek word forms and morphology to match those of Doric Greek. Hyperdorisms, plural of hyperdorism. Hyperdormancy, the condition of being hyperdormant. Hyperdormant, excessively dormant. Hyperdorsalization, excessive dorsalization. Hyperdorsalize, to cause or to undergo hyperdorsalization. Hyperdorsalize, simple past and past participle of hyperdorsalize. Hyperdonut, alternative spelling of hyperdonut. Hyperdonuts, plural of hyperdonut. Hyperdulia, alternative form of hyperdulia. Hyperdramatic, very highly dramatic. Hyperdrive, a spaceship engine that allows faster than light travel by entering hyperspace. Hyperdrives, plural of hyperdrive. Hypodulia, a level of veneration higher than dulia but less than latuia papally given to the Virgin Mary only. Hyperdulias, plural of hyperdulia. Hyperdulic, relating to hyperdulia. Hyperduly, obsolete form of hyperdulia. Hyperduplication, excessive duplication typically of centrosomes. Hyperdynamic, describing excessive movement of an organ, etc. Hyperdynamicity, the quality of being hyperdynamic. Hyperdynamics, the extension of dynamics to systems of more than 3 dimensions. Hyperdynamism, excessive movement between the parts of a fragmented habitat. Hyperechogenic, exhibiting hyperechogenicity. Hyperechogenicity, an increased response echo during the ultrasound examination of an organ, usually as a result of fatty deposits. Hyperechoer, of high echogenicity. Hybrid, simple past and past participle of hyper. Hyperedge, the equivalent of a graz edge in a hypergraph. Hyperedges, plural of hyperedge. Hyperedited, excessively edited. Hyperediting, excessive editing of nucleic acids. Hypereducated, very highly educated. Hyperefficient, extremely efficient. Hyperexplexia, a neurological disorder characterized by an exaggerated startle response in situations of distress. Hyperexplexias, plural of hyperexplexia. Hyperexplexic, having or relating to hyperexplexia. Hyperelastic, describing an ideally elastic material for which the stress-strain relationship derives from a strain energy density function. Hyperelasticities, plural of hyperelasticity. Hyperelasticity, the condition of being hyperelastic. Hyperelastosis, excessive elasticity. Hyperelectrolytemia, the presence of an unusually high amount of an electrolyte in the blood. Hyperelegant, extremely elegant. Hyperelevated, elevated to an extreme degree. Hyperellipse, a superellipse, a curve in 2 dimensions of a certain type, a generalization of the ellipse. Hyperellipses, plural of hyperellipse. Hyperellipsoi, a figure related to the hypersphere, having ellipsoidal rather than spherical symmetry. Hyperellipsoidal, relating to or having the form of a hyperellipsoid. Hyperellipsoids, plural of hyperellipsoi. Hyperelliptic, describing an extension of elliptic functions to complex numbers. Hyperelliptic, alternative form of hyperelliptic. Hyperelongate, alternative form of hyperelongated. Hyperelongated, modified by hyperelongation. Hyperelongation, excessive elongation. Hyperelongations, plural of hyperelongation. Hyperemeses, plural of hyperemesis. Hyperemeses gravidarum, plural of hyperemesis gravidarum. Hyperemesis, severe and excessive vomiting. Hyperemesis gravidarum, a rare complication of pregnancy, similar to severe morning sickness, sometimes fatal if left untreated. Hyperemetic, of or relating to hyperemesis. Hyperemia, excess of blood in a body part. Hyperemias, plural of hyperemic, pertaining to or exhibiting hyperemia, congested with blood. Hypereminent, extraordinarily eminent, supereminent. Hyperemize, modified by hyperemia. Hyperemotional, involving or exhibiting excessive emotion. Hyperemotionality, the state or quality of being hyperemotional. Hyperemotionally, in a hyperemotional manner. Hyperemotive, hyperemotional. Hyperemotivity, the quality of being hyperemotive. Hyperempathetic, experiencing heightened or intense empathy. Hyperempathy, the state of having an above-average level of empathy or of experiencing empathy more intensely than others. Hyperemphases, plural of hyperemphases. Hyperemphases, very strong emphasis. Hyperemphasize, to emphasize very strongly. Hyperemphasize, simple past and past participle of hyperemphasize. Hyperemphasizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperemphasize. Hyperemphasizing, present participle and gerund of hyperemphasize. Hyperencapsulation, excessive encapsulation typically of a bacterium. Hyperendemia, the condition of being hyperendemic. Hyperendemic, that has a high and continued incidence in an area. Hyperendemicity, the quality of being hyperendemic. Hyperenergetic, extremely energetic. Hyperenhance, to produce hyperenhancement. Hyperenhance, excessively enhanced. Hyperenhancement, greater than normal enhancements, plural of hyperenhancement. Hyperenhances, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperenhance. Hyperenhancing, present participle and gerund of hyperenhance. Hyperensemble, a group of related probability distributions. Hyperensembles, plural of hyperensemble. Hyperentangled, entangled in more than one degree of freedom. Hyperentanglement, entanglement involving more than one degree of freedom. Hyperentanglements, plural of hyperentanglement. Hyperenthusiasm, extreme or excessive enthusiasm. Hyperenthusiastic, extremely enthusiastic in a state of hyperenthusiasm. Hyperentropy, a measure of the insert in the event of ecosystem. Hypereosinophilia, a disease characterized by a marked increase in the eosinophil count in the bloodstream. Hypereosinophilias, plural of hypereosinophilia. Hypereosinophilae, very or persistently eosinophilic. Hypereosinophilia, hypereosinophilia. Hyperepidemic, a very widespread epidemic. Hyperepidemics, plural of hyperepidemic. Hyperergic, exhibiting an excessively strong allergic response. Hypereroticized, very highly eroticized. Hyperresponsiveness, alternative form of hyperresponsiveness. Hyperescence, a highly concentrated essence. Hyperescences, plural of hyperescence. Hyperus, superlative form of hyper, most hyper. Hyperesthesia, unusual or pathological sensitivity of the skin or of a particular sense. Hyperesthesias, plural of hyperesthesia. Hyperesthetic, relating to or exhibiting hyperesthesia. Hyperestrogenism, synonym of hyperestrogenism. Hyperestrogenemia, an abnormally high amount of estrogens in the blood. Hyperestrogenemic, of, pertaining to, or characterized by hyperestrogenemia. Hyperestrogenic, describing an abnormally high production of estrogens. Hyperestrogenism, a medical condition characterized by an excess of estrogenic activity in the body. Hyperestrogenisms, plural of hyperestrogenism. Hyperethical, extremely ethical. Hypertectic, having a composition that lies to the right of the eutectic point in a phase diagram. Hypereutectoi, containing the minor component in excess of that contained in the eutectoid. Hypereutectoids, plural of hypereutectoi. Hypertrophic, extremely rich in nutrients and minerals. Hypereutrophication, extreme eutrophication. Hypereutrophy, the quality of being extremely rich in nutrients and minerals. Hyperevaporation, excessive evaporation. Hyperevolved, very highly evolved. Hyperexaggerate, to exaggerate to an extreme degree. Hyperexaggerated, simple past and past participle of hyperexaggerate. Hyperexaggerates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperexaggerate. Hyperexaggerating, present participle and gerund of hyperexaggerate. Hyperexcitability, hyperactivity. Hyperexcitable, unusually or excessively excitable. Hyperexcitability, misspelling of hyperexcitability. Hyperexcitably, in a hyperexcitable manner. Hyperexcitation, an excessive excitation, overstimulation. Hyperexcitations, plural of hyperexcitation. Hyperexcitatory, relating to hyperexcitation. Hyperexcitations, plural of hyperexcitation. Hyperexcitatory, relating to hyperexcitation. Hyperexcited, very highly excited. Hyperexcitement, a state of very high excitement. Hyperexciting, that causes hyperexcitation. Hyperexcrete, to excrete excessively. Hyperexcreted, simple past and past participle of hyperexcrete. Hyperexcretes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperexcrete. Hyperexcretion, excessive excretion. Hyperexpandable, capable of hyperexpansion. Hyperexpanded, expanded to a greater than normal extent. Hyperexpansion, excessive expansion. Hyperexpansions. Plural of hyperexpansion. Hyperexpansive and outgoing, tending toward chaos and confusion. Hyperexplexia. Alternative form of hyperexplexia. Hyperexplicit. Exceptionally explicit. Hyperexplosion. An extremely severe explosion is superexplosion. Hyperexplosions. Plural of hyperexplosion. Hyperexponential. Having the property that delta x slash x is in a specified set for all logarithmic derivatives delta. Hyperexpose. To submit to hyperexposure. Hyperexposed. Simple past and past participle of hyperexpose. Hyperexposure. Extreme exposure. Hyperexpress. To express much more than normally. Hyperexpressed. Simple past and past participle of hyperexpress. Hyperexpresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperexpress. Hyperexpressing. Present participle and gerund of hyperexpress. Hyperexpression. Overexpression. Hyperextend. To extend a joint beyond its normal position in a way that stresses the ligaments, often causing injury. Hyperextendable. Capable of hyperextension. Hyperextended. Extremely long, extended greatly. Hyperextending. Present participle and gerund of hyperextend. Hyperextends. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperextend. Hyperextensibility. The quality of being hyperextensible. Hyperextensible. Capable of being stretched and extended. Hyperextension. The extension of a joint beyond its normal range, the condition of being hyperextended. Hyperextensions. Plural of hyperextension. Hyperextensive. Relating to hyperextension. Hyperextensor. A muscle involved in hyperextension of the trunk. Hyperextensors. Plural of hyperextensor. Hyperextremophile. An organism that thrives at higher temperatures than typical extremophiles, which in turn thrive at higher temperatures than ordinary life. Hyperextremophiles. Plural of hyperextremophile. Hyperexuberance. Extreme exuberance. Hyperface. A hyperplane that forms a boundary of a polytope. Hyperfaces. Plural of hyperface. Hyperfacilitation. Enhanced facilitation. Hyperfactorio. Hyperflux. Excessive or higher than normal flux flow. Hyperfocal. Describing the distance on which a camera must be focused in order to achieve the maximum depth of field. Hyperfocus. An intense form of mental concentration or visualization that focuses the consciousness on a narrow subject. Hyperfocus. Extremely focused, unwavering. Hyperfocuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperfocus. Hyperfocusing. Present participle and gerund of hyperfocus. Hyperfocus. Simple past and past participle of hyperfocus. Hyperfocusing. Present participle and gerund of hyperfocus. Hyperfold. A structure in proteins consisting of a set of interlaced folds around a centroid fold. Hyperfolded. Having one or more hyperfolds. Hyperfolds. Plural of hyperfold. Hyperforage. To forage hyperactively. Hyperforage. Simple past and past participle of hyperforage. Hyperforages. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperforage. Hyperforaging, present participle and gerund of hyperforage. Hyperforeign, resulting from the misapplication of foreign reading rules, such as dropping the T in claret. Hyperforeignism, use of a sound or form that is perceived as foreign in a context where a native sound or form would be more correct based on the original language of a given loanword. Hyperforeignisms, plural of hyperforeignism. Hyperforests, a related group of hypertrees. Hyperforests, plural of hyperforests. Hyperforeign, a prenellated floroglucinol derivative produced by some members of the plant genus Hypericum, notably Hypericum perforatum St. John's wort. Hyperforinate, an anion or salt derived from hyperforeign. Hyperforinates, plural of hyperforinate. Hyperforins, plural of hyperforeign. Hyperform, a hypercorrect form. Hyperformal, very highly formal, formal for formality's sake. Hyperforms, plural of hyperform. Hyperfractionated, fractionated to a greater than normal extent. Hyperfractionation, an especially highly divided form of fractionation, the decimal fractions. Hyperfragile, extremely fragile. Hyperfragment, a very short-lived hyperonic fragment of a stable nuclei. Hyperfragmentation, excessive fragmentation. Hyperfragmentations, plural of hyperfragmentation. Hyperfragmented, simple past and past participle of hyperfragment. Hyperfragmenting, present participle and gerund of hyperfragment. Hyperfragments, plural of hyperfragment. Hyperfrequency, very high frequency. Hyperfrequent, excessively frequent. Hyperfrontal, excessively frontal, used especially to describe cerebral blood flow. Hyperfrontality, the condition of being hyperfrontal. Hyperfructosemia, alternative form of hyperfructosemia. Hyperfructosemia, an abnormally high level of fructose in the blood. Hyperfucosylated, excessively fucosylated. Hyperfullerant, an allotropic form of carbon consisting of one or more fullerene molecules inside another. Hyperfullerens, plural of hyperfullerene. Hyperfunction, a generalization of a function. Hyperfunctional, having or characterized by increased function. Hyperfunctionality, the condition of being hyperfunctional. Hyperfunctionalization, conversion to hyperfunctional form. Hyperfunctioning, excessive functioning. Hyperfunctions, plural of hyperfunction. Hyperfur, a furry with highly exaggerated body parts as the object of paraphilic arousal. Hyperfurs, plural of hyperfur. Hyperfuse, that are fused together more than normally. Hyperfusion, increased perfusion of blood through an organ. Hyperfusogenic, very fusogenic. Hypergalactic, of or pertaining to a hypergalaxy. Hypergalactosemia, an elevated level of galactose in the blood. Hypergalactosemias, plural of hypergalactosemia. Hypergalactosylated, excessively galactosylated. Hypergalaxies, plural of hypergalaxy. Hypergalaxy, a system that consists of an enormous galaxy accompanied by multiple, smaller satellite galaxies, often elliptical, such as the Milky Way and Andromeda Galaxy. Hypergame, a game that is played by a player based on their own knowledge of game states and their perception of other players' knowledge of game states. Hypergames, plural of hypergame. Hypergamic, of or related to hypergamy. Hypergamically, in a hypergamic manner. Hypergamies, plural of hypergamy. Hypergamist, a person who practices hypergamy. Hypergamists, plural of hypergamous. Hypergammaglobulinemia, the presence of an excessive amount of gamma globin in the blood. Hypergammaglobulinemia, alternative form of hypergammaglobulinemia. Hypergammaglobulinemias, plural of hypergammaglobulinemia. Hypergammaglobulinemic. Gammaglobulinemia, a medical condition with elevated levels of gamma globulin. Hypergammaglobulinemias, plural of hypergammaglobulinemia. Hypergammaglobulinemic, relating to or exhibiting hypergammaglobulinemia. Hypergammaglobulinemia, alternative form of hypergammaglobulinemia. Hypergamous, of pertaining to or exhibiting hypergamy. Hypergamously, in a hypergamous manner. Hypergamy, act or practice of seeking a spouse of higher. Hypergamy, act or practice of seeking a spouse of higher socioeconomic status or caste status than oneself. Hyperganglionosis, a disorder characterized by an overabundance of ganglion cells or hyperplastic ganglia. Hypergargantuan, exceedingly gargantuan, supergargantuan. Hypergastrinemia, alternative form of hypergastrinemia. Hypergastrinemia, the presence of an excessive amount of gastrin. Hypergastrinemias, plural of hypergastrinemia. Hypergastrinemic, relating to hypergastrinemia. Hypergelas, someone who laughs excessively. Hypergelastic, laughing excessively. Hypergelasts, plural of hypergelas. Hypergender, relating to or exhibiting strict adherence to one's traditional gender role or gender stereotypes. Hypergendered, very strongly gendered. Hypergenesis, hyperplasia. Hypergenometric, misspelling of hypergeometric. Hypergentrification, extreme, excessive gentrification. Hypergeometry, pertaining to mathematical entities of different kinds, series, functions, equations, but strictly related to hypergeometric series. Hypergeometric distribution, a discrete probability distribution that is pertaining to mathematical entities of different kinds, series, functions, equations, but strictly related to hypergeometric series. Hypergeometric distribution, a discrete probability distribution that describes the probability of k-successes in a sequence of n draws without replacement from a finite population. Hypergeometric distributions, plural of hypergeometric distribution. Hypergeometric function, any function that is a solution of the hypergeometric equation, usually an expansion of an hypergeometric series. Hypergeometric functions, plural of hypergeometric function. Hypergeometric random variable, a random variable whose probability distribution is a hypergeometric distribution. Hypergeometric random variables, plural of hypergeometric random variable. Hypergeometric series, any power series such that the ratio of the k plus 1th and the kth terms is a rational function of the natural integer k. Hypergeometrical, hypergeometry, hypergeometrically, in terms of hypergeometry. Hypergeometrics, plural of hypergeometric. Hypergeometries, plural of hypergeometry. Hypergeometry, a geometry in more than 3 dimensions. Hypergeusia, a taste disorder in which the sense of taste is abnormally heightened. Hypergeusias, plural of hypergeusia. Hypergeusic, exhibiting or relating to hypergeusia. Hypergeustia, obsolete form of hypergeusia. Hyperghetto, a severely impoverished and anomic ghetto whose inhabitants are mostly working-class people of a specific ethnic minority without any significant presence of wealthier strata. Hyperghettos, plural of hyperghetto. Hyperghettos, plural of hyperghetto. Hyperghrelinemia, the presence of excessive ghrelin in the blood. Hypergiant, a star that is extremely massive and even more luminous than a supergiant. Hypergiants, plural of hypergiant. Hyperglobal, characteristic of hyperglobalism. Hyperglobalism, the belief that globalism has led to a situation where individual nation-states are of relatively little power and significance. Hyperglobalists, a proponent of hyperglobalism. Hyperglobalists, plural of hyperglobalists. Hyperglobality, synonym of hyperglobalism. Hyperglobulinemia, alternative form of hyperglobulinemia. Hyperglobulemic, alternative form of hyperglobulinemic. Hyperglobulinemia, an abnormally high level of globulin in the blood. Hyperglobulinemic, exhibiting or relating to hyperglobulinemia. Hyperglucogonemia, alternative form of hyperglucogonemia. Hyperglucogonemia, the presence of an excessive amount of glucagon in the blood, a symptom of glucagonoma. Hyperglucagonemic, relating to hyperglucogonemia. Hyperglycemia, alternative form of hyperglycemia with particular reference to glucose. Hyperglucidic, having or producing an excessive amount of glucose. Hyperglucocorticoidism, synonym of hyperadrenocorticism. Hyperdiluin, a hypothesized fundamental massless gauge field which enables the binding of prequarks by the hypercolor force. Hypergluins, plural of hypergluin. Hyperglutamatergia, excessive excitation of the nervous system by glutamate. Hyperglutamatergic, excessively glutamatergic. Hyperglutaminemia, an excessive level of glutamine in the bloodstream. Hyperglutaminemic, having an excessive level of glutamine in the bloodstream. Hyperglutamylated, excessively glutamylated. Hyperglutamylation, excessive glutamylation. Hyperglycemia, alternative spelling of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemias, plural of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemic, alternative spelling of hyperglycemic. Hyperglycemia, an unusually high concentration of sugar in the blood. Hyperglycemias, plural of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemic, having or producing excessively high blood sugar. Hyperglycemically, by means of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemics, plural of hyperglycemic. Hyperglyceridemia, Alternative form of hyperglyceridemia. Hyperglyceridemia, an abnormally high level of glyceride in the blood. Hyperglycerolemia, an increased level of glycerol in the blood. Hyperglycinemia. Alternative form of hyperglycinemia. Hyperglycinemia, an abnormally high level of glycine in the blood. Hyperglycolysis, an excessive rate of glycolysis. Hyperglycolytic, relating to hyperglycolysis. Hyperglycrasia, the presence of excessive glucose in the cerebrospinal fluid. Hyperglycemia, alternative form of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemia, synonym of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycosuria, the presence of abnormally high levels of glycose in the urine. Hyperglycosylate, to excessively glycosylate. Hyperglycosylated, very highly glycosylated. Hyperglycosylates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperglycosylate. Hyperglycosylating, producing hyperglycosylation. Hyperglycosylation, excessive glycosylation. Hyperglycosylations, plural of hyperglycosylation. Hyperglycemia, obsolete form of hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemic, obsolete form of hyperglycemic. Hyperglycolemia, alternative form of hyperglycolemia. Hyperglycolemia, an abnormally high level of glyoxyl in the blood. Hyperdol, any hypergolic propellant. Hyperdolic, igniting spontaneously upon contact with an oxidizer. Hypergolically, in a hypergolic way. Hypergolicity, the condition of being hypergolic, the extent to which a propellant is hypergolic. Hyperdols, plural of hypergol. Hypernon, a wide-angle lens forming a flat field constructed symmetrically with two deep meniscus elements that almost form a sphere. Hypergonadism, hyperfunction of the gonads. Hypergonadisms, plural of hypergonadism. Hypergonadotropic, characterized by excessive gonadotropic behavior. Hypergonadotropia, the presence of an excessive amount of gonadotropin in the blood. Hypergonadotropism, an elevated concentration of gonadotropins in the bloodstream. Hyperdens, plural of hypergen. Hypergraft, to form a hyperbranched graft polymer. Hypergrafted, simple past and past participle of hypergraft. Hypergrafting, present participle and gerund of hypergraft. Hypergrammatical, employing or relating to hypercorrect grammar. Hypergranular, excessively granular. Hypergranularity, the property of being hypergranular. Hypergranulated, excessively granulated. Excessive granulation. Hypergranulocytosis, the presence of an increased number of granulocytes in the bloodstream. Hypergranulopoiesis, the formation and development of excessive numbers of granulocytes. Hypergranulosis, a thickening of the granular layer of the epidermis. Hypergraph, a generalization of a graph in which which edges can connect any number of vertices. Hypergraphia, a behavioral condition characterized by an intense desire to write, associated with changes in the temporal lobes due to epilepsy or chemical changes. Hypergraphic, relating to or exhibiting. Hypergraphia. Hypergraphical graph. Hypergraphics, plural of hypergraphic. Hypergraphs, plural of hypergraph. Hypergraphy, a key method of lettrism that merges poetry with visual arts. Hypergravitational, relating to hypergravity. Hypergravity, the presence of an apparently increased gravitational field in an accelerating or rotating situation. Hypergreen, very or excessively green. Hypergrooming, the abnormal situation where an animal grooms itself excessively. Hypergroup, any algebraic group equipped with a hyperoperation. Hypergroupoi, a hyperstructure with a hyperoperation. Hypergroupoids, plural of hypergroupoi. Hypergroups, plural of hypergroup. Hypergrowth, extremely rapid growth. Hyperguanidinemia, alternative form of hyperguanidinemia. Hyperguanidinemia, the presence of excessive amounts of guanidine in the blood. Hypergenasia, an eating disorder characterized by excessive and compulsive exercise. Hypergyny, act or practice of a woman seeking a spouse of higher socioeconomic status or caste status than herself. Hypergypsic, mostly composed of gypsum. Hypergyrification, excessive gyrification. Hyperhemoglobinemia, alternative form of hyperhemoglobinemia. Hyperemolysis, alternative form of hyperhemolysis. Hyperhaline, synonym of hypersaline. Hyperhalophile, a halophile that can survive in extremely salty environments. Hyperhalophiles, plural of hyperhalophile. Hyperhalophilic, very halophilic. Hyperhamiltonian, containing a closed circuit that visits one vertex exactly twice and all other vertices exactly once. Hyperhaploid, having more than the haploid complement of chromosomes. Hyperhaploides, plural of hyperhaploidy, referring to types or instances thereof. Hyperhaploids, plural of hyperhaploid. Hyperhaploidy, the state of having more than the haploid complement of chromosomes. Hyperheavy, having one or more isotopes that are much heavier than the normal one. Hyperhedonia, a condition in which the individual derives an abnormally heightened level of pleasure from the activities performed. Hyperhedonic, pertaining to or characterized by hyperhedonia, i.e. having a heightened level of pleasure from normal activities. Hyperhelium, complex formed from a helium nucleus by replacement of a neutron by a hyperon. Hyperhemodynamic, excessively hemodynamic. Hyperhemoglobinemia, an abnormally high level of hemoglobin in the blood. Hyperemolysis, excessive hemolysis. Hyperhemolytic, very hemolytic. Hyperheparinemia, hyperheparinemia, an elevated level of heparin in the bloodstream. Hyperheparinemic, having or relating to hyperheparinemia. Hyperheuristic, a heuristic search method that automates the selection of other heuristics. Hyperheuristics, plural of hyperheuristic. Hyperhexaploid, having more than 6 complete sets of chromosomes in each cell. Hyperhexapod, any arthropod of the division Hyperhexapoda that has more than 6 legs. Hyperhexapods, plural of hyperhexapod. Hyperhidroses, plural of hyperhidrosis. Hyperhidrosis, a medical condition with the primary symptom of excessive sweating in excess of that required for regulation of body temperature. Hyperhidrotic, exhibiting or relating to hyperhidrosis. Hyperhidrotics, plural of hyperhidrotic. Hyperhistaminic, containing an excess of histamine. Hyperholomorphic, hyperbolic and holomorphic. Hyperholomorphicity, the quality of being hyperholomorphic. Hyperhomocysteinemia, alternative spelling of hyperhomocysteinemia. Hyperhomocysteine, a very high level of homocysteine. Hyperhomocysteinemia, the presence of an excessive amount of homocysteine in the blood. Hyperhomocysteinemia, plural of hyperhomocysteinemia. Hyperhomocysteinemic, of or pertaining to hyperhomocysteinemia. Hyperhomocysteinuria, the presence of a large amount of homocysteine in the urine. Hyperhomocysteinemia, misspelling of hyperhomocysteinemia. Hyperhomocysteinemic, misspelling of hyperhomocysteinemic. Hyperhomology, a generalization of homology of an object to complexes. Hyperhoneycomb, a three-dimensional analog of a honeycomb structure. Hyperhoneycombs, plural of hyperhoneycomb. Hyperhormonal, excessively hormonal. Hyperhumid, synonym of superhumid. Hyperhurricane, hypercane. Hyperhurricanes, plural of hyperhurricane. Hyperhydrate, to hydrate excessively. Hyperhydrated, simple past and past participle of hyperhydrate. Hyperhydrates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperhydrate. Hyperhydrating, present participle and gerund of hyperhydrate. Hyperhydration, water intoxication. Hyperhydricity, the result of excessive hydration. Hyperhydrogen, an atomic nucleus, an isotope of hydrogen which contains one proton and at least one uncharged landahyperin. Hyperhidrosis, misspelling of hyperhidrosis. Hyperhydroxymethylated, excessively hydroxymethylated. Hyperhydroxyprolenemia, alternative form of hyperhydroxyprolenemia. Hyperhydroxyprolenemia, an abnormally high level of hydroxyproline in the blood due to deficiency of 4-hydroxyproline dehydrogenase enzyme. Hyperhygienes, being too hygienic. Hypercube, a 5-dimensional shape, usually cube-like. Hypercubes, plural of hypercube. Hypericaceous, of or relating to the hypericase. Hypericin, a red-colored anthraquinone derivative extracted from St. John's wort or prepared synthetically, used as an antidepressant and antiviral agent. Hypericins, plural of hypericin. Hyperichism, photosensitivity in livestock caused by consuming plants of the genus Hypericum. Hypericon, Hypericum St. John's wort. Hypericum, any of many flowering plants of the genus Hypericum. St. John's worts. Hypericums, plural of hypericum. Hyperideal, an ideal of a semi-hyper group. Hyperidealistic, extremely idealistic. Hyperideals, plural of hyperideal. Hyperidentification, excessive identification with somebody else. Hyperia, any amphiped of the suborder Hyperidia. Hyperia, any amphiped of the suborder Hyperidia. Hyperians, plural of Hyperidian. Hyperias, plural of Hyperia. Hyperimage, any image that contains a hyperlink. Hyperimages, plural of hyperimage. Hyperimaginary, an equivalence class of a tight definable set. Hyperimmune, that causes or is associated with an extreme immune response. Hyperimmunization, alternative form of hyperimmunization. Hyperimmunize, alternative form of hyperimmunize. Hyperimmunize, simple past and past participle of hyperimmunize. Hyperimmunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperimmunize. Hyperimmunizing, present participle and gerund of hyperimmunize. Hyperimmunity, the condition of being hyperimmune. Hyperimmunization, the presence in the body of an excessive number of antibodies to a specific antigen. Hyperimmunizations, plural of hyperimmunization. Hyperimmunize, to immunize excessively. Hyperimmunize, excessively immunized and thus containing a large quantity of specific antibodies. Hyperimmunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperimmunize. Hyperimmunizing, present participle and gerund of hyperimmunize. Hyperimmunogenic, more than is needed to produce an immunogenic reaction. Hyperimmunoglobulin, a formulation of an immunoglobulin containing multiple antibodies. Hyperimmunoglobulin E syndrome, a heterogeneous group of immune disorders characterized by recurrent cold staphylococcal infections, unusual eczema-like skin rashes, severe lung infections that result in pneumatocysts, and very high concentrations of the serum antibody IgE. Hyperimmunoglobulinemia, the presence of a larger than normal amount of immunoglobulins in the blood. Hyperimmunoglobulinemias, plural of hyperimmunoglobulinemia. Hyperimmunoglobulins, plural of hyperimmunoglobulin. Hyperimperialism, synonym of ultra-imperialism. Hyperinclination, excessive inclination. Hyperindex, an index in a hyperbase. Hyperindexes, plural of hyperindex. Hyperindicanemia, alternative form of hyperindicanemia. Hyperindicanemia, an abnormally high level of indican in the blood. Hyperindices, plural of hyperindex. Hyperindividualism, a tendency for people to act in a highly individual way, without regard to society. Hyperinduce, to induce a biochemical material excessively. Hyperinduced, simple past and past participle of hyperinduce. Hyperinduction, excessive induction. Hyperinductive, relating to hyperinduction. Hyperinductively, in a hyperinductive manner. Hyperinfected, reinfected via hyperinfection. Hyperinfection, repeated infection with the levy of parasites already in the body. Hyperinfectious, relating to hyperinfection. Hyperinfectiousness, the condition of being hyperinfectious. Hyperinfestation, excessive infestation. Hyperinfestations, plural of hyperinfestation. Hyperinflamed, highly inflamed. Hyperinflammation, severe inflammation. Hyperinflammatory, very inflammatory. Hyperinflate, to inflate excessively. Hyperinflated, inflated to an abnormal degree. Hyperinflates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperinflate. Hyperinflating, present participle and gerund of hyperinflate. Hyperinflation, a very high rate of inflation. Hyperinflationary, having very high levels of inflation. Hyperinflations, plural of hyperinflation. Hyperinformation, an excess of information, leading to information overload. Hypering, present participle and gerund of hyper. Hyperingenious, extremely ingenious. Hyperingenuity, extreme ingenuity. Hyperinhibition, a higher than normal level of inhibition. Hyperinnervate, to undergo hyperinnervation. Hyperinnervated, simple past and past participle of hyperinnervate. Hyperinnervation, innervation with a larger than normal amount of material. Hyperinnervations, plural of hyperinnervation. Hyperinnovation, a state of many interconnected dimensions. Hyperinnovations, plural of hyperinnovation. Hyperinnovative, extremely innovative. Hypernosemia, alternative form of hypernosemia. Hyperinosis, a condition of the blood characterized by an abnormally large amount of fibrin, as in many inflammatory diseases. Hyperinotic, relating to hyperinosis. Hyperinstrument, any musical instrument whose output is transformed by computer control. Hyperinstruments, plural of hyperinstrument. Hyperinsufflation, extreme insufflation as a lung therapy. Hyperinsulinemia, the presence of an unusually high level of insulin in the bloodstream. Hyperinsulinemic, of, pertaining to, or having hyperinsulinemia. Hyperinsulinemia, the condition of having an excessively high level of insulin in the blood, usually due to excess production. Hyperinsulinemias, plural of hyperinsulinemia. Hyperinsulinemic, suffering from or characterized by hyperinsulinemia, an excessively high level of insulin in the blood. Hyperinsulinism, hyperinsulinemia. Hyperinsulinization, a high level of insulinization. Hyperinteger, a hyperial number equal to its own integer part. Hyperintegers, plural of hyperinteger. Hyperintellectual, very highly intellectual. Hyperintelligence, remarkable intelligence. Hyperintelligences, plural of hyperintelligence. Hyperintelligent, having remarkable intelligence. Hyperintense, more than usually intense. Hyperintensely, in a hyperintense manner. Hyperintensities, plural of hyperintensity. Hyperintensity. An area of high intensity, for example, as seen in magnetic resonance imaging. Hyperintensive. More than usually intensive. Hyperintentional. Alternative form of hyperintentional. Hyperintentionality. Alternative form of hyperintentionality. Hyperinteraction. An elevated level of interaction, typically between people or between people and virtual realities. Hyperinterest. Synonym of hyperfocus. Hyperinterpolation. Interpolation on a surface of more than 2 dimensions. Hyperinterpolations. Plural of hyperinterpolation. Hyperinterval. A box formed of intervals in multiple directions. Hyperintervals. Plural of hyperinterval. Hyperintense. Misspelling of hyperintense. Hyperinvariant. Invariant for any transformation that commutes with a specified endomorphism. Hyperinvasive. Highly invasive. Hyperinvasivity. The condition of being hyperinvasive. Hathia. Ataya, the son of Gaia and Eurytus and the father of Helios, Selene Edios. Hyperionian. Of or relating to the Titan Hyperion in Greek mythology. Hyperione. Synonym of Hyperionian. Hyperionism. A hypercorrection or incorrect substitution of non-Ionic ancient Greek word forms and morphology to match those of Ionic Greek. Hyperionisms. Plural of Hyperionism. Hyperiopsid. An amphiped in the family Hyperiopsidae. Hyperiopsids. Plural of Hyperiopsid. Hyperirritability. The condition of being hyperirritable. Hyperirritable. Excessively prone to irritation. Hyperinsulinemic. Misspelling of hyperinsulinemic. Hyperite. Synonym of hyperstenite. Hyperites. Plural of hyperite. Hyperjealous. Extremely jealous. Hyperjudgmental. Extremely judgmental. Hyperjump. A jump that transports some physical object immediately from one place to another, as by a hyperdrive or jump drive. Hyperjumps. Plural of hyperjump. Hyperkeeler. Alternative form of hyperkeeler. Hyperkagum. A three-dimensional pattern of linked triangles. Hyperkagums. Plural of hyperkagum. Hypercolor. Alternative form of hyperkeeler. Hyperkeeler. Being a quaternionic analog of a Keller manifold. Hyperkalemia. Alternative spelling of hyperkalemia. Hyperkalemic. Alternative form of hyperkalemic. Hyperkalemia. The condition of having an abnormally high concentration of potassium ions in the blood above the reference range. Hyperkalemias. Plural of hyperkalemia. Hyperkalemic. Having a high percentage of potassium in one's blood. Hyperkalemia. Alternative form of hyperkalemia. Hyperkaluria. The presence of excess potassium salts in the urine. Hypercatabolic. Alternative form of hypercatabolic. Hypercatabolism. Alternative form of hypercatabolism. Hypercatyphia. Hypersensitivity to emotional distress in the context of substance abuse. Hyperkeratinization. Alternative form of hyperkeratinization. Hyperkeratinizations. plural of hyperkeratinization. Hyperkeratinize, alternative form of hyperkeratinize. Hyperkeratinize, simple past and past participle of hyperkeratinize. Hyperkeratinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperkeratinize. Hyperkeratinizing. Present participle and gerundive hyperkeratinize. Hyperkeratinization, a disorder of the cells lining the inside of a hair follicle where the normal desquamation process is interrupted by an excess of keratin, causing dead skin cells to bond together and cause blockage. Hyperkeratinizations, plural of hyperkeratinization. Hyperkeratinize, to cause or to undergo hyperkeratinization. Hyperkeratinize, simple past and past participle of hyperkeratinize. Hyperkeratosis, plural of hyperkeratosis. Hyperkeratosis, excess keratin formation on the skin surface as can be seen in a number of dermatologic conditions. Hyperkeratotic, of, pertaining to, or suffering from hyperkeratosis. Hyperketoacidemia, the presence of excessive ketosids in the blood. Hyperketonemia, alternative form of hyperketonemia. Hyperketonemia, an abnormally high level of ketone in the blood. Hyperketonemic, relating to hyperketonemia. Hyperketonuria, a medical condition in which an elevated level of ketone bodies is present in the urine. Hyperketosis, any disease caused by an elevated level of ketones in the bloodstream. Hyperketotic, relating to hyperketosis. Hyperkinemia, alternative form of hyperkinemia. Hyperkinesis, plural of hyperkinesis. Hyperkinesia, hyperkinesis. Hyperkinesias, plural of hyperkinesia. Hyperkinesis, abnormally increased and sometimes uncontrollable activity or muscular movements. Hyperkinetic, of, relating to, or affected with hyperkinesis or hyperactivity. Hyperkinetic disorder, a developmental disorder in which a person has a persistent and pervasive pattern of inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. Hyperkinetically, with or as if with the exaggerated movements of hyperkinesis. Hyperkinetics, plural of hyperkinetic. Hypernesis, an increase in itch sensation compared to the amount of itch which would normally be expected from a given stimulus. Hyperkyphosis, excessive kyphotic curvature of the thoracic region of the spine. Hyperkyphotic, relating to or exhibiting hyperkyphosis. Hyperlacrimation, excessive lacrimation. Hyperlactocidemia, the presence of excess lactic acid in the blood. Hyperlactatemia, misspelling of hyperlactatemia. Hyperlactatemia, an increased level of lactate in the blood. Hyperlactatemic, relating to hyperlactatemia. Hyperlactation, excessive lactation. Hyperlactemia, the presence of an excessive amount of lactate in the blood. Hyperlactemic, relating to hyperlactemia. Hyperlactic acidemia, synonym of hyperlacticemia. Hyperlacticemia, the presence of an excessive amount of lactic acid in the bloodstream. Hyperlactasemia, alternative form of hyperlacticemia. Hypolagesia, misspelling of hyperalgesia. Hyperlapse, a form of time-lapse photography where the camera is gradually moved across a long distance, such as down a highway, and a frame is captured at each new position. Hyperlapses, plural of hyperlapse. Hyperlattice, a lattice generalized to any number of dimensions. Hyperlattices, plural of hyperlattice. Hyperlaxity, extreme laxity. Hyperlearning, a form of self-directed, nonlinear learning using modern information technology. Hyperlect, the variety of a language that is spoken by the aristocracy. Hyperlects, plural of hyperlect. Hyperledger, a distributed ledger of blockchains. Hyperledgers, plural of hyperledger. Hyperlegal, making very great or excessive use of the legal system. Hyperlegible, very easily legible. Hyperlens, a nanostructured metamaterial that produces magnified images of objects smaller than the wavelength of the light used. Hyperlenses, plural of hyperlens. Hyperleptinemia, alternative form of hyperleptinemia. Hyperleptinemic, alternative form of hyperleptinemic. Hyperleptinemia, the presence of a higher than normal amount of leptins in the bloodstream. Hyperleptinemias, plural of hyperleptinemia. Hyperleptinemic, exhibiting or relating to hyperleptinemia. Hyperleal, more than usually lethal. Hyperlethality, the condition of being hyperlethal. Hyperleukocytic, containing many leukocytes. Hyperleukocytosis, the condition of having an extremely high leukocyte count higher even than in most leukocytosis. Hyperleukocytotic, relating to hyperleukocytosis. Hypolexia, the precocious ability to read single words at a very early age. Hyperlexic, having or relating to hyperlexia. Hyperlexics, plural of hyperlexic. Hyperliberal, extremely politically liberal. Hypolite, faster than light speed. Hyperluminous, misspelling of hyperluminous. Hypolinear, having unusually pronounced creases marking the skin. Hyperlinearities, plural of hyperlinearity. Hypolinearity, the quality of a hyperlinear. Hyperlink, some text or a graphic in an electronic document that can be activated to display another document or trigger an action. Hyperlink cinema, a multilinear form of cinema involving interwoven storylines, plot twists, and flashback and flash-forward sequences. Hyperlinkable, able to be linked by means of a hyperlink. Hyperlinkage, overarching or large-scale linkage. Hyperlinkages, plural of hyperlinkage. Hyperlinked, simple past and past participle of hyperlink. Hyperlinking, present participle and gerund of hyperlink. Hyperlinks, plural of hyperlink. Hyperlipemia, alternative form of hyperlipemia. Hyperlipemias, plural of hyperlipemia. Hyperlipemic, alternative form of hyperlipemic. Hyperlipemics, plural of hyperlipemic. Hyperlipemia, the presence of excessive concentrations of lipases in the blood. Hyperlipasemias, plural of hyperlipasemia, referring to types or instances of hyperlipasemia. Hyperlipemia. Alternative form of hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipemias. Plural of hyperlipemia. Hyperlipemic. Exhibiting or relating to hyperlipemia. Hyperlipemics. Plural of hyperlipemic. Hyperlipidemia. Alternative spelling of hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemias. Plural of hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemic. Alternative form of hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemic. Hyperlipidemia, an excess quantity of lipid in the blood, a symptom of several medical conditions. Hyperlipidemias, plural of hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemic, of, pertaining to, or suffering from hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemics, plural of hyperlipidemic. Hyperlipidic, containing more lipid than normal. Hyperlipidemia, alternative form of hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemia, an abnormally high level of lipids in the blood. Hyperlipoproteinemia, alternative spelling of hyperlipoproteinemia. Hyperlipoproteinemias, plural of hyperlipoproteinemia. Hyperlipoproteinemic, alternative form of hyperlipoproteinemia. Hyperlipoproteinemia, a form of hyperlipidemia in which there is an excess of lipoprotein in the blood. Hyperlipoproteinemias, plural of hyperlipoproteinemia. Hyperlipoproteinemic, pertaining to or afflicted with hyperlipoproteinemia. Hyperliteracy, very high literacy. Hyperliteral, extremely literal. Hyperliteralism, the phenomenon of misinterpreting metaphors and figurative rhetoric as being literal. Hyperliterally, in a hyperliteral manner. Hyperliterary, highly literary. Hyperliterate, exceptionally literate. Hyperliterature, literature that uses the hypertext medium, particularly in order to add interactivity to a story or work. Hyperload, to apply an excessive load. Hyperloaded, simple past and past participle of hyperload. Hyperloading, present participle and gerund of hyperload. Hyperlobated, excessively lobated. Hyperlobation, the condition of being hyperlobated. Hyperlobular, having more than the usual number of lobes or lobules. Hyperlobularity, the condition of being hyperlobular. Hyperlobulated, having more than the usual number of lobules. Hyperlobulation, the condition of being hyperlobulated. Hyperlobulations, plural of hyperlobulation. Hyperlocal, related to a very small area, smaller than normally considered local. Hyperlocalism, news coverage of very local events, especially to the exclusion of more important world events. Hyperlocalization, extreme localization in any of several contexts. Hyperlocalized, extremely localized. Hyperlocals, plural of hyperlocal. Hyperlocomotion, incessant locomotion, usually as a result of excessive stimulation of the nervous system. Hyperlocomotive, exhibiting or relating to hyperlocomotion. Hyperlocomotor, relating to hyperlocomotion. Hyperlogarithmic, at a rate that is greater than logarithmic. Hyperlogarithms, plural of hyperlogarithm. Hyperlogia, Synonym of logorrhea. Hypologic. According to Jean Baudrillard, the excessive and formalized practice of an established system used as a liberating strategy to disrupt the system. Hyperlogics. Plural of hyperlogic. Hyperlogistic. Hyperbolic and logistic. Hyperloop. A theoretical high-speed transportation system proposed by Elon Musk, in which pressurized capsules ride on an air cushion driven by linear induction motors and air compressors through reduced pressure tubes. Hyperloops. Plural of hyperloop. Hyperlordosis. Particularly severe lordosis. Hyperlordotic. Relating to hyperlordosis. Hyperlugas. Synonym of hyperfibonacci. Hyperlucency. The property of being hyperlucent. Hyperlucent. Less dense than normal. Hyperlucid. Extremely lucid. Hyperluminous. Extremely luminous. Hyperlux. Extremely luxurious. Hyperlymphocytosis. An excessive quantity of lymphocytes in the blood. Hyperlysinemia. Alternative form of hyperlysinemia. Hyperlysinemia. An abnormally high level of lysin in the blood. Hyperlysinuria. The presence of excessive lysine in the urine. Hypermacho. Extremely macho. Hypermagical. Extremely magical. Hypermagnesemia. Alternative form of hypermagnesemia. Hypermagnesemic. Alternative form of hypermagnesemic. Hypermagnesemia. The condition of having an abnormally high concentration of magnesium Mg ions in the blood above the reference range. Hypermagnesemias. Plural of hypermagnesemia. Hypermagnesemic. Relating to or exhibiting hypermagnesemia. Hypermagnesiuria. An elevated level of magnesium salts in the urine. Hypermagnetic. Extremely magnetic. Hypermajorities. Plural of hypermajority. Hypermajority. A particularly large majority. Hypermanganate. Synonym of permanganate. Hypermanganates. Plural of hypermanganate. Hypermanganesemia. An excess of manganese ions in the blood. Hypermania. An extreme form of mania. Hypermanic. Relating to or exhibiting hypermania. Hypermanipulative. Very manipulative. Hypermanly. Extremely manly. Hypermasculine. Hypermanicillated. Excessively manicillated. Hypermanicillation. Excessive manicillation. Hypermap. A georeference multimedia map. Hypermaps. Plural of hypermap. Hypermarginalized. Excessively marginalized. Hypermarket. A shop combining elements of a department store and a supermarket. Hypermarketed. Very widely and aggressively marketed. Hypermarkets. Plural of hypermarket. Hypermart. A hypermarket. Hypermarts. Plural of hypermart. Hypermasculine. Extremely masculine. Hypermasculinization. Alternative form of hypermasculinization. Hypermasculinize. Alternative form of hypermasculinized. Hypermasculinism. Excessive masculinity. Hypermasculinous. Alternative form of hypermasculine. Hypermasculinities, plural of hypermasculinity. Hypermasculinity, exaggerated masculine behavior or traits, especially strength and those of a violent, dominant, or sexual nature. Hypermasculinization, the process of making or becoming hypermasculine. Hypermasculinized, extremely masculinized. Hypermassive, extremely massive. Hypermassiveness, the property or state of being hypermassive. Hypermassivenesses, plural of hypermassiveness. Hypermastia, the presence of extramammary glands. Hypermastias, plural of hypermastia. Hypermastidid, any flagellate parasite of the former order Hypermastidia. Hypermastids, plural of hypermastidid. Hypermastigotes, any of a group of complex, unenucleate, multiflagellate organisms that are parasitic or symbiotic in the digestive systems of termites and some other insects. Hypermastigotes, plural of hypermastigote. Hypermaterialism, extreme or excessive materialism. Hypermaterialistic, extremely materialistic. Hypermatrices, plural of hypermatrix. Hypermatrix, a generalization of a matrix to a multidimensional array. Hypermatrixes, plural of hypermatrix. Hypermature, highly mature, having reached a late stage of maturity or development. Hypermeasure, a unit in which each regular measure is one beat, actually hyperbeat of a larger meter. Hypermeasures, plural of hypermeasure. Hypermedia, the use of text, data, graphics, audio, and video as elements of an extended hypertext system in which all elements are linked so that the user can move among them at will. Hypermediacy, hypermedia literacy, the state of being conversant with hypermedia technologies. Hypermediated, mediated to a much greater extent than normal. Hypermedication, excessive medication. Hypermedium, any medium, such as hypertext, consisting of linked interactive elements, often with multimedia aspects. Hypermelanic, relating to hypermelanism. Hypermelanism, an excess of melanin in the skin. Hypermelanization, an elevated amount of melanization. Hypermelanosis, excessive melanosis. Hypermelatoninemia, the presence of excess melatonin in the blood. Hypermenorrhea, excessive menstrual discharge. Hypermenorrhea, alternative form of hypermenorrhea. Hypermenorrhea, obsolete form of hypermenorrhea. Hypermentalizing, excessive mentalizing. Hypermeramorphic, hyperorder meramorphic. Hypermeas, synonym of Lichanos. Hypermeson, the hyperin form of a meson. Hypermesons, plural of hypermeson. Hypermetabolic, pertaining to hypermetabolism. Hypermetabolism, the physiological state of increased metabolic activity, typically occurring after significant damage to the body. Hypermetabolisms, plural of hypermetabolism. Hypermetamorphic, of or relating to hypermetamorphism. Hypermetamorphism, an extreme form of metamorphosis occurring in certain insects, especially beetles of the family Melidae, in which the animal passes through two or more different larval stages. Hypermetamorphosis, Plural of hypermetamorphosis. Hypermetamorphosis, a kind of complete metamorphosis in which the different larval in stars represent two or more different forms of larva. Hypermetamorphotic, relating to hypermetamorphosis. Hypermetaphoric, alternative form of hypermetaphorical. Hypermetaphorical, highly metaphorical. Hypermetaphysical, going beyond metaphysics. Hypermeter, a hypercataleptic line, i.e. with two syllables beyond the metrum. Hypermeters, plural of hypermeter. Hypermethionemia, the presence of more than the normal amount of methionine in the blood. Hypermethionemia, alternative form of hypermethionemia. Hypermethionemias, plural of hypermethionemia. Hypermethionemia, in excess of methionine in the blood. Hypermethionemias, plural of hypermethionemia. Hypermethylase, an enzyme that catalyzes hypermethylation. Hypermethylases, plural of hypermethylase. Hypermethylate, to cause or undergo hypermethylation. Hypermethylated, methylated to an abnormally high degree. Hypermethylates, third person singular simple present indicative of hypermethylate. Hypermethylating, present participle and gerund of hypermethylate. Hypermethylation, an increase in the epigenetic methylation of cytosine and adenosine residues in DNA. Hypermethylations, plural of hypermethylation. Hypermethylator, any entity responsible for hypermethylation. Hypermethylators, plural of hypermethylator. Hypermethylome, the set of nucleic acid hypermethylation in an organism's genome. Hypermethylomes, plural of hypermethylome. Hypermetria, dysmetria in which the patient tends to overshoot the intended target. Hypermetra, having or relating to any syllables that are in a line beyond what the meter calls for. Hypermetrical, hypermetric. Hypermetrically, in a hypermetric manner. Hypermetrope, a person who has hypermetropia. Hypermetropes, plural of hypermetrope. Hypermetropia, synonym of hyperopia. Hypermetropias, plural of hypermetropia. Hypermetropic, exhibiting or relating to hypermetropia. Hypermetropical, synonym of hypermetropic. Hypermetropics, plural of hypermetropic. Hypermetropization, blurred vision due to hypermetropia. Hypermetropy, dated form of hypermetropia. Hypermigration, a higher than normal amount of migration. Hypermigratory, relating to hypermigration. Hypermiler, one who uses special driving techniques to achieve an usually good fuel economy. Hypermilers, plural of hypermiler. Hypermiling, driving a motor vehicle slowly so as to maximize fuel efficiency. Hypermilitant, extremely militant. Hypermilitarization, the process of hypermilitarizing. Hypermilitarize, to militarize to an extreme degree. Hypermilitarize, simple past and past participle of hypermilitarize. Hypermilitarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypermilitarize. Hypermilitarizing, present participle and gerund of hypermilitarize. Hypermineralization, alternative form of hypermineralization. Hypermineralize, alternative form of hypermineralized. Hypermineralization, the state of being or process of becoming hypermineralized. Hypermineralized. Highly mineralized. Hypermineralocorticoidism. Excessive production or activity of mineralocorticoid hormones. Hypermissile. An extremely advanced and powerful missile or projectile. A supermissile. Hypermissiles. Plural of hypermissile. Hypermitogenic. Very mitogenic. Hypermitotic. Of or relating to hypermitosis. Hypermnesia. An elevated level of memory recall. Hypernesias. Plural of hypernesia. Hypernesic. Exhibiting or relating to hypernesia. Hypernesis. Alternative form of hypernesia. Hypernestic. Pertaining to hypernesia. Demonstrating or pertaining to a very high level of memory or recall. Hypermobile. Exhibiting hypermobility, able to move further than usual, as of joints. Hypermobilities. Plural of hypermobility. Hypermobility. An excess amount of elasticity in a bodily joint. Hypermodern. Extremely modern. Bordering on the futuristic. Hypermodernism. The state or condition of being hypermodern. Hypermodernists. A proponent of hypermodernism in any sense. Hypermodernists. Plural of hypermodernists. Hypermodernity. The property of being hypermodern. Hypermodest. Extremely modest. Hypermodification. Modification at multiple positions. Hypermodifications. Plural of hypermodification. Hypermodify. Highly modify. Hypermodule. A module over a hyperring. Hypermodules. Plural of hypermodule. Hypermonopole. A hyperdimensional magnetic monopole. Hypermonopoles. Plural of hypermonopole. Hypermonosyllabic. Of or relating to a hypermonosyllable. Hypermonosyllable. A word of multiple syllables, such as power, when presented, for example, in poetry as having only one syllable. Hypermonosyllables. Plural of hypermonosyllable. Hypermoral. Extremely or excessively moral. Hypermorbidity. Markedly high morbidity illness, more than what might otherwise be expected in any given disease or state of health. Hypermoron. A person exhibiting a specific form of arrested development. Hypermorons. Plural of hypermoron. Hypermorph. A gain-of-function mutation that causes an increase in otherwise normal gene function. Hypermorphic. Causing an increase in otherwise normal gene function. Hypermorphism. A hypermorphic mutation. Hypermorphisms. Plural of hypermorphism. Hypermorphosis. Extended morphosis. Hypermorphs. Plural of hypermorph. Hypermortality. Markedly high mortality, more than what might otherwise be expected in any given disease or state of health. Hypermotile. Abnormally or excessively motile. Hypermotility. The quality of being hypermotile. Hypermotivated. Very highly motivated. Hypermotor. Synonym of hyperkinetic. Hypermovie. An interactive movie allowing the viewer to make decisions at certain points in the plot. Hypermovies. Plural of hypermovie. Hypermucoid. More than normally mucoid/mucus. Hypermucoviscosity, excessive mucoviscosity. Hypermucoviscous, having a high mucoviscosity. Hypermultiplet, a specific type of four-dimensional supermultiplet that involves a spinner. Hypermultiplets, plural of hypermultiplet. Hypermuscle, an extremely large, strong muscle. Hypermuscles, plural of hypermuscle. Hypermuscular, extremely muscular. Hypermuscularity, the condition of being hypermuscular. Hypermutability, the state of being hypermutable. Hypermutable, that mutates rapidly. Hypermutagenesis, synonym of hypermutation. Hypermutagenic, very mutagenic. Hypermutant, an organism resulting from hypermutation. Hypermutants, plural of hypermutant. Hypermutase, any enzyme that catalyzes hypermutation. Hypermutases, plural of hypermutase. Hypermutate, to cause or to undergo hypermutation. Hypermutated, simple past and past participle of hypermutate. Hypermutates, third person singular simple present indicative of hypermutate. Hypermutating, present participle and gerund of hypermutate. Hypermutation, frequent mutation. Hypermutational, relating to hypermutation. Hypermutations, plural of hypermutation. Hypermutator, any agent that causes hypermutation. Hypermutators, plural of hypermutator. Hypermycorrhizal, associated with an elevated degree of mycorrhiza. Hypermyelinate, to myelinate excessively. Hypermyelinated, excessively myelinated. Hypermyelination, excessive myelination. Hypermyoglobinemia, presence of excessive myoglobin in the blood as occurs in rhabdomyolysis or various other conditions. Hypermyopia, synonym of hyperopia. Hypermystical, extremely or excessively mystical. Hypernasal, excessively nasal. Hypernasality, the quality of being hypernasal. Hypernationalism, extreme nationalism, the belief in the superiority of one's nation and of the paramount importance of advancing it. Hypernationalisms, plural of hypernationalism. Hypernationalists, pertaining to or supporting hypernationalism, exceedingly nationalistic. Hypernationalistic, of or relating to hypernationalism, extremely nationalistic. Hypernatremia, alternative form of hypernatremia. Hypernatremias, plural of hypernatremia. Hypernatremic, alternative form of hypernatremic. Hypernatremia, an abnormally high concentration of sodium in blood plasma. Hypernatremias, plural of hypernatremia. Hypernatremic, having an abnormally high concentration of sodium or salt in blood plasma. Hypernatural, being or pertaining to a positive hyperinteger. Hypernaturalism, an extreme form of naturalism. Hypernaturalistic, extremely naturalistic. Hypernavigation, navigation by means of hyperlinks. Hypernatillate, to cause or to undergo hypernatillation. Hypernatylated, simple past and past participle of hypernatillate. Hypernetylation, excessive netylation. Hypernegation, negation that reinforces rather than cancels other negation in a sentence. Hypernegative, exceptionally negative. Hypernegatively, in a hypernegative manner. Hypernephroma, renal cell carcinoma. Hypernephromas, plural of hypernephroma. Hypernephromata, plural of hypernephroma. Hypernet, the internet inclusive of smartphones and Wi-Fi networks. Hypernet, plural of hypernet. Hypernetwork, a probabilistic graphical model based on hypergraph models and inspired by biological systems. Hypernetworks, making intensive use of computer networks. Hypernetworks, plural of hypernetwork. Hyperneurogenic, caused by a hyperactive nervous system. Hyperneurotic, extremely neurotic. Hypernic, the wood of a tropical tree Hematoxylon brasilto found in Nicaragua. Hypernix, plural of hypernic. Hypernitrosylation, excessive nitrosylation typically of protein. Hypernoscyption, an increased level of noscyption. Hypernoscyptive, relating to hypernoscyption. Hypernode, a kind of graph whose node set can contain other graphs as well as basic nodes. Hypernodes, plural of hypernode. Hypernodulation, excessive nodulation. Hyperpnea, abnormal breathing due to slightly deficient arterialization of the blood. Hypernormal, too normal. Hypernote, an annotation on another annotation. Hypernotes, plural of hypernote. Hypernova, the gravitational collapse of a massive star to form a black hole. Hypernova, plural of hypernova. Hypernovas, plural of hypernova. Hypernovel, a novel written in a hypertext medium. Hypernovels, plural of hypernovel. Hypernuclear, or pertaining to a hypernucleus. Hypernuclei, plural of hypernucleus. Hypernucleosomal, relating to hypernucleosomes. Hypernucleosome, a large nucleosome, typical of the archaea. Hypernucleosomes, plural of hypernucleosome. Hypernucleus, a nucleus that consists of protons, neutrons, and at least one hyperon, such as a lambda baryon. Hypernuclei, a hyperonic nuclei. Hypernuclides, plural of hypernuclei. Hypernumber, a kind of number more complex than a hypercomplex number. Hypernumbers, plural of hypernumber. Hypernutrify, supplied with an excessive amount of nutrients. Hypernutrition, excessive eating as a cause of obesity. Hypernutritional, relating to or causing hypernutrition. Hypernichtemeral, of or relating to a neurological sleep disorder characterized by 1 to 2 hour daily delays in sleep onset and wake times, i.e. a circadian rhythm greater than a nichthymeron 24 hours. Hypernym, a superordinate word or phrase, a term whose reference form is set which includes as a subset the reference of a subordinate term as, for example, insect being a hypernym for ant. Hypernymic, being a hypernym or pertaining to hypernyms. Hypernymically, in a hypernymic way. Hypernymes, plural of hypernymy. Hypernymus, synonym of hypernymic. Hypernymously, in a hypernymic way. Hypernyms, plural of hypernym. Hypernymy. The semantic relation between hypernyms, the quality of being hypernymous. Hyperortion, any vertebrate of the class Hyperortia. Hyperortions, plural of hyperortion. Hyperobese, extremely obese. Hyperobesity, extreme obesity. Hyperobject, a thing that is so global that its effects can generally only be felt in parts spread across time and space. Hyperobjects, plural of hyperobject. Hyperobservance, extreme observance. Hyperobservant, extremely observant. Hyperobtrusive, extremely obtrusive. Hyperoccipital, above the occipital. Hyperoceanic, describing a climate that has a very small difference between the mean temperatures of the warmest and coldest months of the year, typically less than 10 degrees centigrade. Hyperoctahedra, plural of hyperoctahedron. Hyperoctahedral, describing a graph more commonly known as the cocktail party graph. Hyperoctahedrali, with regard to a hyperoctahedron. Hyperoctahedron, synonym of 16-cell. Hyperoctant, synonym of orthant. Hyperoctants, plural of hyperoctant. Hyperodontia, alternative spelling of hyperdontia. Hyperestrogenemia, alternative spelling of hyperestrogenemia. Hyperestrogenic, alternative form of hyperestrogenic. Hyperestrogenism, alternative form of hyperestrogenism. Hyperestrogenisms, plural of hyperestrogenism. Hyperoe, and in a family hyperoleifos. Hyperoids, plural of hyperoe. Hyperon, any baryon a 3-quark particle with a non-zero strangeness, i.e. whose composition includes one or more strange or anti-strange quarks. Hyperoncotic, having a higher than normal oncotic pressure. Hyperonic, of or pertaining to hyperons. Hyperonization, conversion to or consideration as hyperons. Hyperons, plural of hyperon. Hyperonychia, excessive growth of the nails. Hyperonym, hypernym, superordinate term. Hyperonymic, alternative form of hypernymic. Hyperonymous, alternative form of hypernymus. Hyperonyms, plural of hyperonym. Hyperonymy, alternative spelling of hypernymy. Hyperoodon, a whale in the genus Hyperoodon of the order Cetacea, comprising both species of bottlenose whale. Hyperardon, dated spelling of Hyperoodon. Hyperoodons, plural of Hyperoodon. Hyperodontid, any beaked whale in the family Hyperoodontidae, a synonym of the Ziphiidae. Hyperoodontids, plural of Hyperoodontids. Hyperodontine, any of the beaked whales of the subfamily Hyperodontinae, including the bottlenose whales, mesoplodontid whales, and several extinct genera. Hyperoon, an upper room. Hyperope, a far-sighted person, a hyperopic person, a person with hyperopia. Hyperoperation, one of a sequence of operations for compounding numbers that increase in growth iteratively. Hyperoperations, plural of hyperoperation. Hyperoperator, a mapping from operators to operators. Hyperoperators, plural of hyperoperator. Hyperopes, plural of hypero. Hyperopia, a disorder of the vision where the eye focuses images behind the retina instead of on it so that distant objects can be seen better than near objects. Hyperopias, plural of hyperopia. Hyperopic, foresighted, of having or pertaining to hyperopia. Hyperopically, in a hyperopic way. Hyperoptic, misconstruction of hyperopic. Hyperoptimistic, extremely optimistic. Hyperoptimization, excessive optimization. Hyperoptimizations, plural of hyperoptimization. Hyperoral, having excessive compulsions to place things in the mouth. Hyperorality, the quality of being hyperoral. Hyperorder, me-order. Hyperorders, plural of hyperorder. Hyperorganic, extremely organic. Hyperorganized, very highly organized. Hyperornithemia, alternative form of hyperornithemia. Hyperornithemia, an abnormally high level of ornithine in the blood. Hyperorthodox, extremely orthodox. Hyperorthodoxy, excessive or extreme orthodoxy. Hyperorthocratosis, excessive orthocratosis. Hyperorthocratotic, relating to hyperorthocratosis. Hyperosculate, to osculate at multiple points. Hyperosculated, simple past and past participle of hyperosculate. Hyperosculates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperosculate. Hyperosculating, present participle and gerund of hyperosculate. Hyperosci, the flavonoid 3-ogalatoside of quercetin present in some hypericum plants. Hyperosmia, hypersensitivity of the sense of smell. Hyperosmic, of, pertaining to, or affected by hyperosmia. Hyperosmol, relating to hyperosmolality. Hyperosmolalities, plural of hyperosmolality. Hyperosmolality, and usually osmolality, especially in any bodily fluid. Hyperosmolar, of, pertaining to, or as a result of hyperosmolarity. Hyperosmolar coma, any coma that results from a greater than normal amount of glucose in the blood. Hyperosmolar comas, plural of hyperosmolar coma. Hyperosmolar hyperglycemic non-ketoic coma, a type of diabetic coma caused by elevated levels of sugar in the bodies of people with type Roman II diabetes. Hyperosmolar hyperglycemic non-ketoic comas, plural of hyperosmolar hyperglycemic non-ketoic coma. Hyperosmolarities, plural of hyperosmolarity. Hyperosmolarity, an abnormally high osmolarity. Hyperosmorgulation, excessive osmorgulation in some fish. Hyperosmorgulator, a regulator of hyperosmorgulation. Hyperosmorgulators, plural of hyperosmorgulator. Hyperosmosis, abnormally rapid osmosis. Hyperosmotic, hypertonic. Hyperosmotically, in a hyperosmotic manner. Hyperossification, excessive ossification. Hyperossifications, plural of hyperossification. Hyperossify, ossified to an abnormal extent. Hyperosteoclistogenesis, excessive osteoclistogenesis. Hyperosteodyny, excessive growth of bone tissue. Hyperosteoidosis, excessive formation of osteoid, especially in rickets. Hyperosteosis, misspelling of hyperostosis. Hyperostosis, plural of hyperostosis. Hyperostosis, an excessive growth or thickening of bone. Hyperostotic, exhibiting or relating to hyperostosis. Hyperoval, a particular set of points related to an oval in a projected plane. Hyperovals, plural of hyperoval. Hyperovulation, the release of multiple eggs during ovulation. Hyperoxalemia, the presence of excess oxalate in the blood. Hyperoxaluria, the presence of an excessive amount of oxalic acid or oxalates in the urine. Hyperoxalurias, plural of hyperoxaluria. Hyperoxaluric, exhibiting or relating to hyperoxaluria. Hyperoxemia, a high level of oxygen in the blood. Hyperoxemic, relating to or afflicted with hyperoxemia. Hyperexia, a condition caused by an excess of oxygen in tissues, the excess itself. Hyperoxic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting hyperoxia. Hyperoxidant, having great oxidizing power. Hyperoxidation, excessive oxidation. Hyperoxidative, more than usually oxidative. Hyperoxide, any oxide that has a higher than normal ratio of oxygen to metal. Hyperoxides, plural of hyperoxide. Hyperoxidized, alternative form of hyperoxidized. Hyperoxidize, to oxidize excessively. Hyperoxidized, oxidized to a greater than normal degree. Hyperoxygenate, to oxygenate excessively. Hyperoxygenated, simple past and past participle of hyperoxygenate. Hyperoxygenates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperoxygenate. Hyperoxygenating, present participle and gerund of hyperoxygenate. Hyperoxygenation, the administration of a higher than usual concentration of oxygen, or the condition of having such a concentration of oxygen. Hyperoxygenations, plural of hyperoxygenation. Hyperoxygenize, alternative form of hyperoxygenized. Hyperoxygenize, synonym of hyperoxygenated. Hyperoxymuriate, any perchlorate. Hyperoxymuriates, plural of hyperoxymuriate. Hyperoxymuriatic, perchloric. Hyperpace, having an excessively fast pace. Hyperpalatability, the property of being hyperpalatable. Hyperpalatable, extremely palatable, often applied to ultra-processed foods designed to appeal to consumers. Hyperpallia, plural of hyperpallium. Hyperpallio, relating to the hyperpallium. Hyperpallium, the part of the avian pallium cerebral cortex that is involved in vision. Hyperpalmitoylation, excessive palmitoylation, typically leading to astrogliosis. Hyperpancreatism, hyperfunction of the pancreas. Hyperpericratosis, excessive pericritosis, Hyperparicrototic, relating to hyperparicrotosis. Hyperparallel. In hyperbolic geometry, lines that do not intersect in a common point in the plane and do not intersect at a common limit point at infinity, but rather occur outside the limits set by parallel lines which intersect at infinity. Hyperparameter. A parameter of a prior as distinguished from inferred parameters of the model for the underlying system under analysis. Hyperparameterization. Alternative form of hyperparameterization. Hyperparameterizations. Plural of hyperparameterization. Hyperparameterization. The selection of hyperparameters. Hyperparameterizations. Plural of hyperparameterization. Hyperparameterize. To undertake hyperparameterization. Hyperparameterizing. Present participle and gerund of hyperparameterize. Hyperparameters. Plural of hyperparameter. Hyperparameter. Of or pertaining to hyperparameters. Hyperparasitemia. Alternative form of hyperparasitemia. Hyperparasitemias. Plural of hyperparasitemia. Hyperparasitemic. Alternative form of hyperparasitemic. Hyperparasite. Any parasite whose host is a parasite. Hyperparasitemia. The presence of very many parasites in the blood. Hyperparasitemias. Plural of hyperparasitemia. Hyperparasitemic. Of or relating to hyperparasitemia. Hyperparasites. Plural of hyperparasite. Hyperparasitic. Relating to or exhibiting hyperparasitism. Hyperparasitical. Relating to or exhibiting hyperparasitism. Hyperparasitically. In a hyperparasitic manner. Hyperparasitize. Alternative form of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitize. Alternative form of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitizing. Present participle of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitism. Parasitism by one parasite upon another. Hyperparasitisms. Plural of hyperparasitism. Hyperparasitize. To undergo hyperparasitism. Hyperparasitize. Simple past and past participle of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitizing. Present participle of hyperparasitize. Hyperparasitoi. A secondary parasitoid developing or subsisting on another parasitoid. Hyperparasitoids. Plural of hyperparasitoid. Hyperparathyroid. Relating to hyperparathyroidism. Hyperparathyroidism. An abnormal increase in parathyroid gland activity. Hyperparathyroidisms. Plural of hyperparathyroidism. Hyperparenting. An excessively controlling and invasive style of parenting. Hyperpartisan. Extremely partisan, extremely biased in favor of a political party. Hyperpartisans. Plural of hyperpartisan. Hyperpartisanship. A sharply polarized situation in which political parties are in fierce disagreement with each other. Hyperpath. Any path that is longer than the shortest path possible. Hyperpathetic. Extremely pathetic, full of pathos. Hypopathia. An abnormally exaggerated response to a painful stimulus. Hyperpathogenic. extremely pathogenic. Hyperpaths, plural of hyperpath. Hyperpatriotic, extremely patriotic. Hyperpatriotism, extreme patriotism. Hyperpentaploid, having more than the usual pentaploid number of chromosomes. Hyperpepsia, dyspepsia characterized by an excess of chlorides in the gastric juice without an excess of free hydrochloric acid. Hyperbeptic, relating to or having hyperpepsia. Hyperpeptics, plural of hyperpeptic. Hybrider, a Byzantine gold solidus. Hyperperfect, being a hyperperfect number. Hyperperfect number, any natural number n for which, for some positive integer k, n equals 1 plus k sigma n n1, where sigma n is the sum of the positive divisors of n. Hyperperfect numbers, plural of hyperperfect number. Hyperperfuse, excessively perfuse. Hyperperfusion, increased perfusion of blood through an organ. Hyperperfusional, of or pertaining to hyperperfusion. Hyperperfusions, plural of hyperperfusion. Hyperpericardium, hyperdynamic pericardium. Hyperperistalsis, an abnormally high rate of peristalsis. Hyperperistaltic, exhibiting or relating to hyperperistalsis. Hyperpermeabilities, plural of hyperpermeability. Hyperpermeability, higher than normal permeability of the gut or a blood vessel. Hyperpermeabilize, more than usually permeabilize. Hyperpermeable, having higher than normal permeability. Hyperemissive, extremely permissive. Hyperers, plural of hyperber. Hyperesist, to persist for a long time. Hyperresistant, very persistent. Hyperpersonal, very highly personal. Hyperphagia, synonym of polyphagia, excessive appetite for food. Hyperphages, plural of hyperphagia. Hyperphagic, of or pertaining to hyperphagia. Hyperphagy, alternative form of hyperphagia. Hyperphalange, the condition of having a higher than average number of phalanges. Hyperphantasia, a condition where one's mental imagery, the mind's eye, is extremely realistic to the point of confusion with reality. Hyperphantasiac, alternative form of hyperphantasic. Hyperphantasic, exhibiting or relating to hyperphantasia. Hyperphantasics, plural of hyperphantasic. Hyperphagia, excessive speech. Hyperphenylalaninemia, misspelling of hyperphenylalaninemia. Hyperphenomenal, above and beyond what is phenomenal, superphenomenal. Hyperphenylalanemia, hyperphenylalanemia. Hyperphenylalanemia, alternative spelling of hyperphenylalanemia. Hyperphenylalanemias, plural of hyperphenylalanemia. Hyperphenylalanemia, the presence of excessive phenylalanine in the blood. Hyperphenylalanemias, plural of hyperphenylalanemia. Hyperphenylalanemic, relating to hyperphenylalanemia. Hyperphilia, excessive sexual inclination or desire. Hyperphilias, plural of hyperphilia. Hyperphenation, Excessive phonation, typically in the crying of a baby. Hyperphonations, plural of hyperphonation. Hyperphonon, synonym of hypervibration. Hyperphonons, plural of hyperphonon. Hyperphoresis, the situation of one organism carrying another organism, which is itself carrying a third organism, due to phoresis. Hyperphoretic, exhibiting hyperphoresis. Hypophoria, physical misalignment of the two eyes so that one eye is set higher in the head than the other. Hyperphorius, plural of hyperphoria. Hyperphoric, relating to hyperphoria. Hyperphorics, plural of hyperphoric. Hyperphosphatemia, alternative form of hyperphosphatemia. Hyperphosphatemic, relating to or exhibiting hyperphosphatemia. Hyperphosphatasemia, alternative form of hyperphosphatasemia. Hyperphosphatasemia, an abnormally high level of phosphatase in the blood. Hyperphosphatemia, an elevated amount of phosphate in the blood. Hyperphosphatemic, relating to or exhibiting hyperphosphatemia. Hyperphosphaturia, the presence of excessive phosphate in the urine. Hyperphosphaturias, plural of hyperphosphaturia. Hyperphosphaturic, relating to or exhibiting hyperphosphaturia. Hyperphosphormia, the presence of an elevated level of phosphorus in the blood. Hyperphosphorescence, radioactivity. Hyperphosphorylase, to phosphorylate fully. Hyperphosphorylated, simple past and past participle of hyperphosphorylate. Hyperphosphorylates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperphosphorylate. Hyperphosphorylating, that causes hyperphosphorylation. Hyperphosphorylation, the state of being fully phosphorylated so that all potential phosphorylation sites are occupied. Hyperphosphorylations, plural of hyperphosphorylation. Hypophrenia, a state of mental overactivity such as occurs in flights of ideas or in a manic episode. Hyperphrenic, exhibiting or pertaining to hyperphrenia. Hyperphyll, a distal part of a sprout or a leaf. Hyperphyllin, the halogenated aromatic amine N4-amino-2-chlorophene-IL-2,4-dichlorobenzimide that causes plant mutations. Hyperphils, plural of hyperphyll. Hyperphysical, supernatural, beyond the physical realm, immaterial, metaphysical. Hyperphysicality, the quality of being hyperphysical. Hyperphysically, in a hyperphysical manner. Hyperphysics, the study of supernatural beings or phenomena. Hyperphysiologic, alternative form of hyperphysiological. Hyperphysiological, greater than the normal physiological amount or level. Hyperpiezophile, an extremophile that lives at a very high pressure. Hyperpiezophiles, plural of hyperpiezophile. Hyperpigmentary, relating to hyperpigmentation. Hyperpigmentation, the darkening of an area of skin or nails caused by increased melanin. Hyperpigmentations, plural of hyperpigmentation. Hyperpigmented, afflicted with hyperpigmentation. Hyperpileated, excessively pileated. Hyperpileation, excessive pileation. Hyperpeon, the hyperin form of a peon. Hyperpeons, hyperpian. Hyperpecholatemia. Hyperpecholicocidemia, a very rare autosomal recessive metabolic disorder characterized by an increase in pipecolic acid levels in the blood, leading to neuropathy and hepatomegaly. Hyperpituitarism, the condition caused by excessive secretion of hormones by pituitary tumors. Hyperplanar, relating to hyperplanes. Hyperplane, an n-dimensional generalization of a plane, an affine subspace of dimension n-1 that splits an n-dimensional space. In a one-dimensional space, it is a point. In two-dimensional space, it is a line. In three-dimensional space, it is an ordinary plane. Hyperplanes, plural of hyperplane. Hyperplasia, an increase in the size of a tissue or organ due to increased number of cells. Hyperplasias, plural of hyperplasia. Hyperplasic, relating to hyperplasia. Hyperplasiogenic, that creates hyperplasia. Hyperplasma, very advanced and powerful plasma, superplasma. Hyperplasmas, plural of hyperplasma. Hyperplasmic, relating to hyperplasia. Hyperplastic, of or relating to hyperplasia. Hyperplasticity, the condition of being hyperplastic. Hyperplasticize, to make or to become hyperplastic. Hyperplasticizing, present participle and gerund of hyperplasticize. Hyperplasty, alternative form of hyperplasia. Hyperplasia, alternative form of hyperplasia. Hyperplex, to multiplex to a greater than normal extent. Hyperplex, simple past and past participle of hyperplex. Hyperploid, having a number of chromosomes that exceeds an exact multiple of the haploid number. Hyperploides, plural of hyperploidy. Hyperploidization, conversion to hyperploid form. Hyperploids, plural of hyperploid. Hyperploidy, the condition of being hyperploid. Hyperpluralism, a state in which many groups or factions are so strong that a government is unable to function. Hyperpluralistic, relating to or exhibiting hyperpluralism. Hyperpnea, deep and rapid respiration that occurs normally after exercise or abnormally with fever or various disorders. Hyperpneas, plural of hyperpnea. Hyperpneic, related to hyperpnea. Hyperpneumatic, having more than the normal number of air-filled cavities. Hyperneumaticity, the condition of being hyperneumatic. Hyperneutic, of certain diplorans, having an abnormally high number of thoracic spiracles openings for respiration. Hyperpnea, alternative spelling of hyperpnea. Hypernoe, alternative form of hyperpneic. Hyperpnea, obsolete spelling of hyperpnea. Hypernoe, archaic form of hyperpneic. Hyperoem, a poem written in a hypertext medium. Hyperoems, plural of hyperpoem. Hyperpoetry, poetry written in a hypertext medium. Hyperpolarization, alternative spelling of hyperpolarization. Hyperpolarizations, plural of hyperpolarization. Hyperpolarize, alternative spelling of hyperpolarize. Hyperpolarized, simple past and past participle of hyperpolarize. Hyperpolarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperpolarize. Hyperpolarizing, present participle and gerund of hyperpolarize. Hyperpolarizabilities, plural of hyperpolarizability. Hyperpolarizability, the condition of being hyperpolarizable. Hyperpolarizable, having the ability to hyperpolarize or be hyperpolarized. Hyperpolarization, the act or process of hyperpolarizing. Hyperpolarizations, plural of hyperpolarization. Hyperpolarize, to increase the polarity of something, especially the polarity across a biological membrane. Hyperpolarized, simple past and past participle of hyperpolarizer. Anything that hyperpolarizes. Hyperpolarizers, plural of hyperpolarizer. Hyperpolarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperpolarize. Hyperpolarizing, present participle and gerund of hyperpolarize. Hyperpolice, to police to an extreme and oppressive degree. Hyperpolice, simple past and past participle of hyperpolice. Hyperpolices, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperpolice. Hyperpolicing, present participle and gerund of hyperpolice. Hyperpolitical, extremely political. Hyperpalindrous, that mates with very many males. Hyperpalindry, the condition of being hyperpalindrous. Hyperpolyglot, one who masters or becomes fluent in many different languages, 6 or more. Hyperpolyglots, plural of hyperpolyglot. Hyperpolymer, a hyperbranched polymer. Hyperpolymerization, the formation of a hyperpolymer. Hyperpolymerize, to form a hyperpolymer. Hyperpolymerize, simple past and past participle of hyperpolymerize. Hyperpolymerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperpolymerize. Hyperpolymers, plural of hyperpolymer. Hyperpolymorphic, very polymorphic. Hyperpolypharmacy, excessive polypharmacy, typically the prescription of more than about 10 different medications. Hyperpolyploidization, excessive polyploidization. Hyperpolysyllabic, extremely polysyllabic. Hypertop, a microgenre of music that exaggerates common traits from pop music, originated in the 2010s. Hyperpopular, extremely popular. Hyperporous, excessively porous. Hyperpotasemia, alternative form of hyperpotasemia. Hyperpotasemia. Hyperkalemia. Hyperpower, an international hegemon, more powerful than a superpower. Hyperpowers, plural of hyperpower. Hyperprebeta-lipoproteinemia, alternative form of hyperprebeta-lipoproteinemia. Hyperprebeta-lipoproteinemia, an abnormally high level of prebeta-lipoprotein in the blood. Hyperprecise, very precise. Hyperprecision, very high precision. Hyperpredated, predated by a hyperpredator. Hyperpredation, predation on other predators. Hyperpredator, a predator that preys on other predators. Hyperpredators, plural of hyperpredator. Hyperpresence, strong presence, the quality of being hyperpresent. Hyperpresent, very highly present, in the foreground. Hypoprayer, a prior distribution on a hyperparameter. Hyperparameters. Plural of hyperparameter. Hyperprism, a prism that extends into hyperspace, having more than 3 dimensions. Hyperprisms, plural of hyperprism. Hyperprivileged, very highly privileged. Hyperprocalcitonin, the presence of an excess of procalcitonin in the blood. Hyperprocessed, very heavily processed. Hyperproduce, to produce to an excessive degree. Hyperproduced, simple past and past participle of hyperproduce. Hyperproducer, that which hyperproduces. Hyperproducers, plural of hyperproducer. Hyperproduces, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperproduce. Hyperproducing, present participle and gerund of hyperproduce. Hyperproduction, excessive production. Hyperproductions, plural of hyperproduction. Hyperproductive, exceptionally productive. Hyperproficient, extremely proficient. Hyperprofitable, extremely profitable. Hyperprogesteronemia, the presence of an elevated level of progesterone in the blood. Hyperprognathous, excessively prognathous. Hyperprogression, an enhanced progression of a disease. Hyperprogressive, relating to or exhibiting hyperprogression. Hyperproinsulinemia, alternative form of hyperproinsulinemia. Hyperproinsulinemia, an abnormally high level of proinsulin in the blood. Hyperproinsulinemic, relating to hyperproinsulinemia. Hyperprolactinemia, misspelling of hyperprolactinemia. Hyperprolactinemia, misspelling of hyperprolactinemia. Hyperprolactinemia, alternative spelling of hyperprolactinemia. Hyperprolactinemias, plural of hyperprolactinemia. Hyperprolactinemic, alternative form of hyperprolactinemic. Hyperprolactinemia, the condition of having abnormally high levels of prolactin in the blood. Hyperprolactinemias, plural of hyperprolactinemia. Hyperprolactinemic, exhibiting or relating to hyperprolactinemia. Hyperproliferate, to produce or to undergo hyperproliferation. Hyperproliferated, subject to hyperproliferation. Hyperproliferates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperproliferate. Hyperproliferating, subject to hyperproliferation. Hyperproliferation, an abnormally high rate of proliferation of cells by rapid division, substantial overproliferation. Hyperproliferations, plural of hyperproliferation. Hyperproliferative, of, pertaining to, or causing hyperproliferation. Hyperproliferatively, in a hyperproliferative manner. Hyperprolific, more than usually prolific. Hyperprolificacy, the condition of being hyperprolific. Hyperprolinemia, form of hyperprolinemia. Hyperprolinemias, plural of hyperprolinemia. Hyperprolinemic, alternative form of hyperprolinemic. Hyperprolinemia, in the blood. Hyperprolinemias, plural of hyperprolinemia. Hyperprolinemic, having or relating to hyperprolinemia. Hyperpronate, to pronate beyond the normal range of motion. Hyperpronation, a gait problem in which the person walks on the medial aspects of the soles. Hyperproperties, plural of hyperproperty. Hyperproperty, a generalization of a property or set of properties. Hyperprosexia, excessive attention, an abnormal state in which a person concentrates on one thing to the exclusion of everything else. Hyperprotective, very overprotective. Hyperprotic, containing an increased amount of protein. Hyperproteinemia, alternative form of hyperproteinemia. Hyperproteinemia, an abnormally high level of protein in the blood. Hyperproteinuric, alternative form of hyperprotic. Hyperproteinuria, an excessive amount of protein in the urine. Hyperproteinuric, relating to hyperproteinuria. Hyperprothrombeinemia, an abnormally high level of prothrombin in the blood. Hyperprothrombinemia, relating to hyperprothrombeinemia. Hyperpseudopilus, a large, multimeric pseudopilus. Hyperpseudouridylation, excessive pseudouridylation. Hyperpure, highly pure. Hyperpurinergia, the condition of being hyperpurinergic, a symptom of autism. Hyperpurinergic, excessively purinergic. Hyperpurism, extreme purism. Hyperpurist, extremely purist. Hyperpycnal, having a greater density. Hyperpycnal flow, a current of dense water typically from a river flowing underneath a body of lighter water typically in a lake. Hyperpycnal flows, plural of hyperpycnal flow. Hyperpycnite, an extrabasinal sediment associated with hyperpycnal flows which form during river floods. Hyperpygmites, plural of hyperpycnite. Hyperpyra, plural of hyperpyron. Hyperpyramid, a higher dimensional shape analogous to the three-dimensional pyramid. Hyperpyramids, plural of hyperpyramid. Hyperpyretic, relating to hyperpyresis. Hyperpyrexia, an excessive and unusual elevation of set body temperature greater than or equal to 41 degrees C 105.8 degrees F, or extremely high fever. Hyperpyrexia, exhibiting or relating to hyperpyrexia. Hyperpyrexias, plural of hyperpyrexia. Hyperpyrexic, exhibiting or relating to hyperpyrexia. Hyperpyron, a Byzantine coin in use during the late Middle Ages, replacing the solidus as the Byzantine Empire's gold coinage. Hyperpyrons, plural of hyperpyron. Hyperquadric, a particular generalization of a superquadric. Hyperquadrics, plural of hyperquadric. Hyperqualify, very highly qualified. Hyperquantum, pertaining to values at which a quantum mechanical equation approaches infinity. Hyperquark, the hyperin form of a quark. Hyperquarks, plural of hyperquark. Hyperracial, highly or excessively racial. Hyperracialize, highly or excessively racialized. Hyperracism, extreme racism. Hyperracist, extremely racist. Hyperacists, plural of hyperacus. Hyperradial, relating to a hyperradius. Hyperradical, extremely radical. Hyperradius, the radius of a hypersphere. Hyperrational, extremely rational. Hyperrationality, the state or condition of being hyperrational. Hyperreact, synonym of overreact. Hyperreacted, simple past and past participle of hyperreact. Hyperreacting, present participle and gerund of hyperreact. Hyperreaction, excessive reaction. Hyperreactions, plural of hyperreaction. Hyperreactive, showing a much greater than normal response to a stimulus. Hyperreactivities, plural of hyperreactivity. Hyperreactivity, the condition of being hyperreactive. Hyperreactor, one who hyperreacts. Hyperreactors, plural of hyperreactor. Hyperreacts, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperreact. Hyperreader, one who reads and interacts with hypertext. Hyperreaders, plural of hyperreader. Hyperreal, of art pertaining to philosophical hyperreality, perceivable as real by consciousness, though potentially unreal. Hyperreal number, any of a set of numbers which extends the set of real numbers by including infinitesimals and infinities, and is used in non-standard analysis. Hyperreal numbers, plural of hyperreal number. Hyperreal religion, a religion drawing major inspiration from popular culture, particularly one imitating a work of fiction. Hyperreal religions, plural of hyperreal religion. Hyperrealism, a style in art that attempts to reproduce highly realistic graphic representations. Hyperrealisms, plural of hyperrealism. Hyperrealist, an artist of the school of hyperrealism. Hyperrealistic, very realistic. Hyperrealists, plural of hyperrealists. Hyperrealities, plural of hyperreality. Hyperreality, the state or condition of being hyperreal. Hyperreals, plural of hyperreal. Hyperrecombinant, exhibiting hyperrecombination. Hyperrecombination, an extreme level of recombination. Hyperrecruitment, an extreme form of recruitment reduced tolerance of loudness by the inner ear. Hyperrectangle, an orthotope. Hyperrectangles, plural of hyperrectangle. Hyperrectangular, having the form of a hyperrectangle. Hyperreflectance, the condition of being hyperreflective. Hyperreflecting, that reflect more than usually. Hyperreflective, more than usually reflective. Hyperreflectivities, plural of hyperreflectivity. Hyperreflectivity, the quality of being hyperreflective. Hyperreflexia, overactive or overresponsive reflexes. Hyperreflexias, plural of hyperreflexia. Hyperreflexic, relating to hyperreflexia. Hyperreflexive, involving overreaction in a reflex response. Hyperreflexivity, synonym of hyperreflexia. Hyperregenerative, characterized by excessive regeneration. Hyperregular. Having a bounded image over all arguments for every member. Hyperregulate. Regulate to an excessive degree, stifle with a plethora of rules. Hyperregulated. Simple past and past participle of hyperregulate. Hyperregulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperregulate. Hyperregulating. Present participle and gerund of hyperregulate. Hyperregulation. Excessive regulation. Hyperregulator. An organism that hyperregulates. Hyperregulators. Plural of hyperregulator. Hyperregulatory. Relating to hyperregulation. Hyperrelativism. Excessive relativism. Absolute denial of objective truth. Hyperrelativistic. Relating to hyperrelativism. Hyperreligiosity. An extreme religious mania sometimes associated with mental conditions. Hyperanemia. Alternative form of hyperanemia. Hyperanemic. Alternative form of hyperanemic. Hyperanemia. The presence of excessive renin in the blood. Hyperanemic. Exhibiting hyperanemia. Hyperanenism. Hyperanemic hyperaldosteronism. Hyperrepressed. Excessively repressed. Hyperrepression. The condition of being hyperrepressed. Hyperresected. Excessively resected. Hyperresistance. Enhanced resistance. Hyperresistant. More than normally resistant. Hyperresolution. Synonym of superresolution. Hyperresonance. An increased level of resonance, often as an examination finding on the percussion of an area of the body, especially the chest. Hyperresonant. Relating to or characterized by hyperresonance. Hyperresorption. Resorption to a greater extent than normal. Hyperrespond. To produce a hyperresponse. Hyperresponder. A person who has a large response to a change in diet, typically by showing a great increase in LDL cholesterol on adopting a low-carb diet. Hyperresponders. Plural of hyperresponder. Hyperresponse. An unusually large response. Hyperresponses. Plural of hyperresponse. Hyperresponsive. Involving an abnormally high degree of responsiveness. Hyperresponsiveness. An abnormally increased responsiveness, especially that due to hypersensitivity or hyperreactivity. Hyperspensivity. The quality of being hyperspensive. Hyperetinoic. Characterized by a raised concentration of retinol. Hyperrhinolalia. Excessively nasal speech caused by increased airflow through the nose. Hyperring. A non-empty set R that supports hyperaddition as an abelian hypergroup with neutral element 0, multiplication as a monoid with identity element 1, supports the distributive law, and for which multiplication by 0 always yields the result 0. Hyperrings. Plural of hyperring. Hyperromantic. Extremely romantic. Hyperrotate. To rotate beyond the normal range of motion. Hyders. Plural of hyper. Hypersaccharin. Very saccharine, excessively sweet. Hypersalemia. Alternative form of hypersalemia. Hypersalience. The condition of being hypersalient. Hypersalient. exceptionally salient. Hypersaline, having an abnormally high salinity. Hypersalinities, plural of hypersalinity. Hypersalinity, abnormally high salinity. Hypersalivate, to produce significantly more than the normal amount of saliva. Hypersalivated, simple past and past participle of hypersalivate. Hypersalivates, third person singular simple present indicative of hypersalivate. Hypersalivating, present participle and gerund of hypersalivate. Hypersalivation, an excessive flow of saliva. Hypersalivations, plural of hypersalivation. Hypersaprobic, that develops in the decaying fruiting bodies of other fungi. Hypersarcoma, synonym of hypersarcosis. Hypersarcosis, plural of hypersarcosis. Hypersarcosinemia, alternative form of hypersarcosinemia. Hypersarcosis, a soft fungus excrescence, especially such as appears upon ulcerated parts. Hypersatellite, a weak line in an X-ray spectrum close to a normal line. Hypersatellites, plural of hypersatellite. Hypersaturated, extremely saturated. Hypersaturation, extreme saturation. Hyperscalar, a generalization of a scalar in a higher dimension. Hyperscalars, plural of hyperscalar. Hyperscale, able to scale appropriately as increased demand is added to the system. Hyperscaler, a company that provides hyperscale computing infrastructure. Hyperscalars, plural of hyperscalar. Hyperscaling, that scales in a higher dimension. Hyperscanning, the simultaneous MRI scanning of people as they interact with each other. Hyperschema, a generalization of the idea of a schema having variable arity. Hyperschemas, plural of hyperschema. Hyperschemata, plural of hyperschema. Hyperschematia, a left-sided disproportionate expansion of drawings when copying or recalling from memory. Hyperscholastic, very highly scholastic. Hyperscrupulosity, the quality of being hyperscrupulous. Hyperscrupulous, extremely or excessively scrupulous. Hyperseasonal, excessively seasonal. Hyperseasonality, the condition of being hyperseasonal. Hyperseporia, excessive secretion of sebum. Hypersecrecy, extreme secrecy. Hypersecrete, to secrete excessively. Hypersecreted, simple past and past participle of hypersecrete. Hypersecretes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypersecrete. Hypersecreting, that secretes an excessive amount. Hypersecretion, excessive secretion. Hypersecretions, plural of hypersecretion. Hypersecretive, alternative form of hypersecretory. Hypersecretor, a hypersecretory person. Hypersecretors, plural of hypersecretor. Hypersecretory, involving excessive secretion. Hypersection, misspelling of hypersecretion. Hypersections, plural of hypersection. Hypersegmentation, division into an unusually large number of segments. Hypersegmented, divided into an unusually large number of segments. Hypersegregated, exhibiting hypersegregation. Hypersegregation, a form of racial segregation that consists of the geographical grouping of racial groups. Hyperselfish, extremely selfish. Hypersemigroup, a non-empty set for which the set of all subsets forms a semiring. Hypersemigroups, plural of hypersemigroup. Hypersenescence, the condition of being hypersenescent. Hypersescent, excessively senescent. Hypersensation, synonym of hypersensitivity. Hypersensibilities, plural of hypersensibility. Hypersensibility, hyperesthesia. Hypersensitization, alternative form of hypersensitization. Hypersensitizations, plural of hypersensitization. Hypersensitize, alternative form of hypersensitization. Hypersensitize, simple past and past participle of hypersensitize. Hypersensitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypersensitize. Hypersensitizing, present participle and gerund of hypersensitize. Hypersensitive, highly or abnormally sensitive to some substance or agents, especially to some allergen. Hypersensitive avoidant, exhibiting one of the four subtypes of avoidant personality disorder as defined by the American psychiatrist Theodore Millon, includes features of paranoid personality disorder. Hypersensitively, in a hypersensitive way. Hypersensitiveness, the state of being hypersensitive. Hypersensitivities, plural of hypersensitivity. Hypersensitivity, any heightened immune response to an antigen, an allergy, hypersensation. Hypersensitization, the process of making something hypersensitive. Hypersensitize, to become excessively sensitized. Hypersensitize, simple past and past participle of hypersensitize. Hypersensitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypersensitize. Hypersensitizing, present participle and gerund of hypersensitize. Hypersensual, extremely sensual. Hypersensualism, the quality of being hypersensual. Hypersensuality, the quality of being hypersensual. Hypersensually, in a hypersensual manner. Hypersensuous, extremely sensuous. Hypersentence, an implicit sentence containing an explicit sentence. Hypersentences, plural of hypersentence. Hypersentience, a state above or beyond sentience. Hypersentient, exhibiting hypersentience. Hypersentimental, extremely sentimental. Hyperseptated, excessively septated. Hyperseptation, excessive septation. Hypersequent, a multidimensional generalization of a sequent. Hypersequential, relating to hypersequence. Hypersequence, plural of hypersequent. Hyperserious, excessively serious. Hyperserotonemia, alternative form of hyperserotonemia. Hyperserotonemia, a raised level of serotonin in the blood. Hyperserotonergic, more than normally serotonergic. Hypersex, having a sex drive far beyond the usual. Hypersexist, extremely sexist. Hypersexual, excessively interested in sex. Hypersexualization, alternative spelling of hypersexualization. Hypersexualize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of hypersexualize. Hypersexualize, simple past and past participle of hypersexualize. Hypersexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypersexualize. Hypersexualizing, present participle and gerund of hypersexualize. Hypersexualities, plural of hypersexuality. Hypersexuality, excessive desire for sexual activity, especially when considered high enough to be clinically significant. Hypersexualization, the act or process of hypersexualizing. Hypersexualizations, plural of hypersexualization. Hypersexualize, to make extremely sexual, to accentuate the sexuality of. Hypersexualize, simple past and past participle of hypersexualize. Hypersexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypersexualize. Hypersexualizing, present participle and gerund of hypersexualize. Hypersexually, in a hypersexual way. Hypersexuals, plural of hypersexual. Hypersialuria, excessive drooling. Hypersialosis, synonym of hypersalivation. Hypersialylated, excessively sialylated. Hypersialylation, excessive sialylation. Hypersideremia, the presence of excess iron in the blood serum. Hypersideremic, relating to or exhibiting hypersideremia. Hypersigil, a complex, elaborate form of sigil in occult practices. Hypersigils, plural of hypersigil. Hypersignal, an abnormally large signal. Hypersignals, plural of hypersignal. Hypersignificant, very significant. Hypersil, the trimethyl salicylyl radical CHCC that forms an extended hemispherical shield. Hypersimplex, a kind of convex polytope that generalizes the simplex, defined as the convex hull of a d-dimensional vector whose coefficients consist of k1s and d minus k0s. Hypersimplexes, plural of hypersimplex. Hypersimplices, plural of hypersimplex. Hypersingular, of an integral equation containing Hadamard finite part integrals with ft unknown. Hypersidestrolemic, having an elevated level of sidestrol in the bloodstream. Hyperskewness, a central moment of the fifth order. Hypersleep, a form of suspended animation in which the body's functions are not merely slowed down but halted entirely. Hyperslice, a set of concerns in aspect-oriented programming. Hyperslices, plural of hyperslice. Hyperslow, exceptionally slow. Hypersmart, highly intelligent. Hypersociability, the condition of being hypersociable. Hypersociable, very sociable. Hypersocial, extremely social. Hypersociality, the quality of being hypersocial. Hypersoft, very soft. Hypersofts, plural of hypersoft. Hypersolid, a solid that extends into hyperspace, having more than 3 dimensions. Hypersolids, plural of hypersolid. Hypersomatotropism, the presence of an elevated level of somatotropin in the body. Hypersomnia, excessive sleepiness. Hypersomnia, or relating to hypersomnia, excessive sleepiness. Hypersomniacs, plural of hypersomniac. Hypersomnias, plural of hypersomnia. Hypersomnolence, excessive sleepiness. Hypersomnolent. Excessively sleepy. Hypersonic, equal to or greater than or capable of achieving 5 times the speed of sound. Hypersonically, in a hypersonic way. Hypersonics, the study and development of hypersonic propulsion and hypersonic aerodynamics. Hypersophisticated, extremely sophisticated. Hypersound, sound with a frequency greater than approximately 100 megahertz. Hypersounds, plural of hypersound. Hyperspace, an n-dimensional Euclidean space with n3. Hyperspace drive, a hypothetical propulsion system for spacecraft that would warp spacetime. Hyperspace drives, plural of hyperspace drive. Hyperspaced, simple past and past participle of hyperspace. Hyperspaces, plural of hyperspace. Hyperspacing, present participle and gerund of hyperspace. Hyperspank, a particular inducible promoter of gene expression. Hyperspasmia, synonym of convulsion. Hyperspatial, pertaining to hyperspace. Hyperspecial, pertaining to a hyperspecial subgroup. Hyperspecialists, a specialist working in a particularly narrow and specialized field. Hyperspecialists, plural of hyperspecialists. Hyperspecialization, extreme specialization. Hyperspecializations, plural of hyperspecialization. Hyperspecialize, to become extremely specialized. Hyperspecialize, extremely specialize. Hyperspecializes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperspecialize. Hyperspecializing, present participle and gerund of hyperspecialize. Hyperspecific, very highly specific. Hyperspecificity, the condition of being hyperspecific. Hyperspeckled, speckled to a much greater than normal extent. Hyperspeckling, a hyperspeckled pattern. Hyperspectral, describing any technique that employs a large part of the electromagnetic spectrum, especially that includes those parts of the spectrum invisible to the eye. Hyperspectrally, in a hyperspectral manner. Hyperspectrometer, a device used in hyperspectral imaging. Hyperspectrometers, plural of hyperspectrometer. Hyperspeculative, extremely speculative. Hyperspeed, extremely high speed. Hypersphere, the set of all points in a given hyperspace that are at a given distance from a given point. A generalization of a sphere in 4 or more dimensions. Hyperspheres, plural of hypersphere. Hyperspherical, shaped like a hypersphere. Hyperspheroid, the 4-dimensional equivalent of a spheroid. Hyperspheroidal, of or relating to hyperspheroids. Hyperspheroids, plural of hyperspheroi. Hyperspiritualize, to make extremely spiritual. Hyperspiritualize, simple past and past participle of hyperspiritualize. Hyperspiritualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperspiritualize. Hyperspiritualizing, present participle and gerund of hyperspiritualize. Hyposplenia, synonym of hypersplenism. Hypersplenic, of pertaining to or especially having hypersplenism, overactivity of the spleen. Hypersplenism, a disorder in which abnormal spleen activity destroys blood cells. Hypersplenisms, plural of hypersplenism. Hypersplenomegaly, of pertaining to or especially having hypersplenomegaly, severe enlargement of the spleen. Hypersplenomegaly, the condition of having a severely enlarged spleen. Hypersplit, any split in which the angle formed by the legs measures greater than 180 degrees, can be done to the front with either or both legs elevated, or in a straddle split with one or both legs elevated, or with a standing leg lift. Hypersplits, plural of hypersplit. Hypersporulating, undergoing hypersporulation. Hypersporulation, excessive sporulation, typically in response to an antibiotic. Hypersporulator, a bacterium that undergoes hypersporulation. Hypersporulators, plural of hypersporulator. Hyperstabilization, alternative form of hyperstabilization. Hyperstability, the quality of being hyperstable. Hyperstabilization, much greater than normal stabilization. Hyperstabilizations, plural of hyperstabilization. Hyperstabilize, to stabilize to a greater than normal extent. Hyperstabilize, simple past and past participle of hyperstabilize. Hyperstabilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperstabilize. Hyperstabilizing, present participle and gerund of hyperstabilize. Hyperstable, unusually stable. Hyperstaining, an exceptionally high level of staining. Hyperstatic, statically indeterminate. Hyperstaticity, the condition of being hyperstatic. Hyperstereogram, a stereoscopic image depicting objects far away from the observer. Hyperstereograms, plural of hyperstereogram. Hyperstain, an inosilicates that is an orthorhombic pyrosine. Hyperstains, plural of hyperstain. Hyposthenia, a morbid condition marked by excessive excitement of all the vital phenomena. Hypersthenias, plural of hypersthenia. Hypersthenic, composed of or containing hypersthene. Hypersthenics, plural of hypersthenic. Hypersthenite, a more or less coarsely crystalline igneous rock allied to gabbro, an aggregate of labradorite feldspar and hyperstene of plutonic origin. Hypersthenites, plural of hypersthenite. Hypersthenuria, a condition where the osmolality of the urine is elevated, sometimes associated with diabetes mellitus. Hypersthenuric, relating to hypersthenuria. Hyperstimulate, to stimulate to an excessive degree. Hyperstimulated, simple past and past participle of hyperstimulate. Hyperstimulate, Third person singular simple present indicative of hyperstimulate. Hyperstimulating. Present participle and gerund of hyperstimulate. Hyperstimulation. Excessive stimulation. Hyperstimulations. Plural of hyperstimulation. Hyperstimulatory. Relating to or producing hyperstimulation. Hyperstimuli. Plural of hyperstimulus. Hyperstimulus. Any very large stimulus. Hyperstition. A cultural belief, especially a work of fiction that makes itself real. A cultural self-fulfilling prophecy where some cultural idea or hype truly brings about the thing it describes. Hyperstitions. Plural of hyperstition. Hyperstitious. Pertaining to hyperstitions, cultural self-fulfilling prophecies. Hyperstoichiometric. Containing more than the stoichiometric amount of an atom or group. Hyperstomatic. Having the stomata on the upper surface. Hyperstomatus. Having a stoma on the upper surface. Hyperstomial. Synonym of hyperstomatus. Hyperstore. A hypermarket. Hyperstores. Plural of hyperstore. Hyperstreamline. A system of streamlines defined by the three principal eigenvectors of a symmetric second-order tensor. Hyperstreamlines. Plural of hyperstreamline. Hyperstress. Excessive stress. Hyperstresses. Plural of hyperstress. Hyperstretch. That stretches more than usual. Hyperstriatum. Plural of hyperstriatum. Hyperstriatum. The part of the avian forebrain associated with intelligence. Hyperstring. A higher dimensional superstring. Hyperstrings. Plural of hyperstring. Hyperstrophic. Having coils wrapped around an inverted cone. Hyperstrophically. In a hyperstrophic manner. Hyperstrophy. The condition of being hyperstrophic. Hyperstructural. Relating to hyperstructure. Hyperstructure. Any algebraic structure equipped with a hyperoperation. Hyperstructures. Plural of hyperstructure. Hypersexinolate. To sexinolate more than is normal. Hypersexinolated. Simple past and past participle of hypersexinolate. Hypersexinolation. Excessive sexinolation. Hypersuggestibility. The quality of being hypersuggestible. Hypersuggestible. Extremely suggestible. Hypersuggestive. Extremely suggestive. Hypersulfated. Excessively sulfated. Hypersulfatemia. An elevated level of sulfate in the blood. Hypersulfaturia. An elevated level of sulfate in the urine. Hypersuperlative. Above and beyond what is superlative, supersuperlative. Hypersupinate. To supinate beyond the normal range of motion. Hypersuppressive. Very suppressive. Hypersupreme. Quite supreme, super supreme. Hypersurface. A n-dimensional surface in a space, often a Euclidean space of dimension n+1. Hypersurfaces. Plural of hypersurface. Hypersurveillance. Extreme, excessive surveillance. Hypersusceptibilities. Plural of hypersusceptibility. Hypersusceptibility. A greater than normal susceptibility to something, such as light or infection. Hypersusceptible. Extremely susceptible, having an elevated susceptibility. Hyperswollen. Extremely swollen. Hypersymmetric. relating to or exhibiting hypersymmetry. Hypersymmetrical, exhibiting hypersymmetry. Hypersymmetry, symmetry in more than two dimensions. Hypersynchronic, relating to or exhibiting hypersynchrony. Hypersynchronies, plural of hypersynchrony. Hypersynchronization, the excessive synchronization of the firing of neurons that leads to an epileptic seizure. Hypersynchronize, to cause excessive excitability of a large group of neurons. Hypersynchronized, simple past and past participle of hypersynchronize. Hypersynchronizing, present participle and gerund of hypersynchronize. Hypersynchronous, relating to or exhibiting hypersynchrony. Hypersynchrony, increased synchronization of neuronal activity. Hypersynonymy, the existence of a very large number of synonyms for a single concept. Hypertalented, extraordinarily talented. Hypertap, to employ the hypertapping strategy. Hypertapped, simple past and past participle of hypertap. Hypertapper, a person who uses hypertapping. Hypertappers, plural of hypertapper. Hypertapping, a technique in which the player flexes their biceps until it vibrates and taps the D-pad at a speed of over 10 taps per second, allowing them to move falling blocks to the side faster than would be possible by holding down the button. Hypertaps, third-person singular simple present indicative of hypertap. Hypertarget, to target specifically above others. Hypertargeted, extremely targeted. Hypertargeting, present participle and gerund of hypertarget. Hypertargets, third-person singular simple present indicative of hypertarget. Hypertargeted, simple past and past participle of hypertarget. Hypertargeting, present participle and gerund of hypertarget. Hypertasks, an uncountably infinite number of operations that occur sequentially within a finite interval of time. Hypertasks, plural of hypertasks. Hypertaster, someone with an extremely sensitive sense of taste. Hypertasters, plural of hypertaster. Hypertoridont, very toridont. Hypertax, an extremely heavy tax. Hypertaxation, very heavy taxation. Hypertaxes, plural of hypertax. Hypertechnical, excessively technical. Hypertechnological, extremely technological. Hypertelescope, any of several proposed very large arrays of linked telescopes. Hypertelescopes, plural of hypertelescope. Hypertele, relating to or exhibiting hyperly. Hyperteloric, relating to or exhibiting hypertelorism. Hypertelorism, an abnormally increased distance between two organs or body parts, usually the eyes. Hypertelorisms, plural of hypertelorism. Hypertly, an extreme degree of imitative coloration. Hypertemporal, built up from many typically hyperspectral images over time. Hypertense, extremely tense. Hypertensile, relating to hypertension. Hypertensin, angiotensing. Hypertensinogen, angiotensinogen. Hypertensinogenic, relating to hypertensinogen or having a similar effect. Hypertensins, plural of hypertension. Hypertension, a state of abnormally high blood pressure of arterial hypertension or of the intraocular fluid. Hypertensions, plural of hypertension. Hypertensive, of pertaining to or causing hypertension. Hypertensively, in a hypertensive way. Hypertensives, plural of hypertensive. Hypertensor, an agent that tends to cause hypertension, a vasopressor. Hypertensors, plural of hypertensor. Hyperterrestrial, above or beyond the earth. Hypertestosteronemia, alternative form of hypertestosteronemia. Hypertestosteronemia, the presence of excess testosterone in the bloodstream. Hypertestosteronemic, of, pertaining to, or characterized by hypertestosteronemia. Hypertetrahedron, an analog of a tetrahedron that extends into hyperspace, having more than 3 dimensions. Hypertetrahedrons, plural of hypertetrahedron. Hypertetraploid, having more than the usual tetraploid number of chromosomes. Hyperploid with respect to a tetraploid species genome. Hypertext, digital text in which the reader may navigate related information through embedded hyperlinks. Hypertext markup language, a set of tags and rules used in developing hypertext documents to be presented on web browsers, allowing incorporation of text, graphics, sound, video, and hyperlinks. Hypertext Transfer Protocol, an application layer protocol in the Internet Protocol Suite model for distributed, collaborative, and hypermedia information systems. Hypertextbook, a textbook in hypertext format. Hypertextbooks, plural of hypertextbook. Hypertexted, converted to hypertext format. Hypertextify, to convert something in a body of text to one or more hypertext links. Hypertexts, plural of hypertext. Hypertextual, of or relating to hypertext. Hypertextualities, plural of hypertextuality. Hypertextuality, the use or state of hypertext. Hypertextualization, the act or process of hypertextualizing. Hypertextualize, to convert to a hypertext format. Hypertextualize, simple past and past participle of hypertextualize. Hypertextualizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of hypertextualize. Hypertextualizing, present participle and gerund of hypertextualize. Hypertextually, in a hypertextual way. Hypertexture, a realistic simulated surface texture produced by adding small distortions across the surface of an object. Hypertexture, simple past and past participle of hypertexture. Hypertextures, plural of hypertexture. Hypertexturing, present participle and gerund of hypertexture. Hyperthalamic, the spelling of hypothalamic. Hypertheatrical, extremely or excessively theatrical. Hypertheatricality, the quality of being hypertheatrical. Hyperthecosis, hyperplasia of the theca interna of the ovary. Hypertheoretical, excessively theoretical. Hypertherm, a heated enclosure used to provoke fever in a patient. Hyperthermal, of, pertaining to, or causing hyperthermia. Hyperthermally, in a hyperthermal manner. Hyperthermals, plural of hyperthermal. Hyperthermia, the condition of having an abnormally high body temperature caused by a failure of the heat-regulating mechanisms of the body to deal with the heat coming from the environment. Hyperthermias, plural of hyperthermia. Hyperthermic, having a very high temperature. Hyperthermically, in a hyperthermic manner, in a condition of hyperthermia. Hyperthermoacidophile, any organism that is both a hyperthermophile and an acidophile. Hyperthermoacidophiles, plural of hyperthermoacidophile. Hyperthermoacidophilic, very thermoacidophilic. Hyperthermophile, an organism that lives and thrives in an extremely hot environment, such as a deep-sea smoker vent, often a member of the archaea. Hyperthermophiles, plural of hyperthermophile. Hyperthermophilia, the quality of being hyperthermophilic. Hyperthermophilic, of or relating to a hyperthermophile, living and thriving in an extremely hot environment. Hyperthermophilicity, the condition of being hyperthermophilic. Hyperthermophily, the condition of being hyperthermophilic. Hyperthermostabilities, plural of hyperthermostability. Hyperthermostability, the state or condition of being hyperthermostable. Hyperthermostable, remaining stable and functional at high temperatures. Hypertherms, plural of hypertherm. Hyperthesis, a form of metathesis in which non-contiguous sounds are switched. Hyperthetic, exhibiting hyperthesis, long-distance metathesis. Hyperthetical, misspelling of hypothetical. Hyperthick, very much more than usually thick. Hyperthickened, excessively thickened. Hyperthickening, excessive thickening. Hyperthreaded, using hyperthreading. Hyperthreading, a form of microprocessor parallelization where each physical processor is treated as two virtual processors. Hyperthrombinemia, alternative form of hyperthrombinemia. Hyperthrombinemia, an abnormally high level of thrombin in the blood. Hyperthrombocytemia, an abnormally high platelet count in the blood. Hyperthrombocytosis, an extremely high platelet count in blood. Hyperthrombosis, extreme thrombosis. Hyperthrombotic, relating to hyperthrombosis. Hyperthymesia, a rare condition in which a person possesses a superior autobiographical memory and is able to recall the vast majority of personal events and experiences in life. Hyperthymstic, relating to hyperthymesia. Hyperthymstic syndrome. Hyperthymesia. Hyperphobia, a personality type characterized by an excessively positive disposition similar to, but more stable than hypomania. This temperament generally describes a person with high energy and enthusiasm for life activities as opposed to dysthymia. Hyperthymias, plural of hyperthymia. Hyperthymic, having or pertaining to hyperthymia. Hyperhidrosis, synonym of hyperthyroidism. Hyperthyrean, that part of the architrave which is over a door or window. Hyperthyroid, of or pertaining to hyperthyroidism. Hyperthyroidic, relating to hyperthyroidism. Hyperthyroidism, the excessive production of hormones by the thyroid. Hyperthyroidisms, plural of hyperthyroidism. Hyperthyroidization, synonym of hyperthyroidism. Hyperthyrotropinemia, an excessive amount of thyrotropin in the blood. Hyperthyroxanemia, alternative form of hyperthyroxanemia. Hyperthyroxanemias, plural of hyperthyroxanemia. Hyperthyroxanemic, alternative form of hyperthyroxanemic. Hyperthyroxanemia, a thyroid disease where the serum levels of thyroxine are higher than expected. Hyperthyroxanemias, plural of hyperthyroxanemia. Hyperthyroxanemic, relating to or exhibiting hyperthyroxanemia. Hypertime, any of various fictional or theoretical time-like constructs that extend beyond normal time, usually by encompassing or spanning many distinct timelines, sometimes infinitely many. Hypertimes, plural of hypertime. Hypertolerance, the abnormally high tolerance of environmental trace elements by a plant. Hypertolerant, exhibiting hypertolerance. Hypertonia, an abnormal increase in tightness of muscle tone, common in cerebral palsy. Hypertonias, plural of hypertomia. Hypertonic, having a greater osmotic pressure than another. Hypertonically, in a hypertonic manner. Hypertonicities, plural of hypertonicity. Hypertonicity, the condition of being hypertonic. Hypertonus, an excessive level of muscle tone. Hypertopological, relating to hypertopology. Hypertopologies, plural of hypertopology. Hypertopology, the topology of hyperspace. Hypertor, plural of hypertorus. Hypertorer, describing quaternionic analogues of toric structures. Hypertoroi, an n-dimensional equivalent to a toroidal, given n being a positive integer greater than 3. Hypertoroids, plural of hypertoroi. Hypertorsion, excessive torsion. Hypertorus, an n-dimensional equivalent of a torus, where n is a positive integer greater than 3. Hyperostosis, misspelling of hyperostosis. Hypertoxic, excessively toxic. Hypertoxicity, the quality of being hypertoxic. Hypertoxigenicity, extreme toxigenicity. Hypertrabecularization, hypertrabeculation. Hypertrabeculated, excessively trabeculated. Hypertrabeculation, excessive trabeculation. Hypertragical, highly or affectedly tragic. Hypertragulet, any extinct mammal in the family Hypertragulidae. Hypertragulids, plural of hypertragulid. Hypertransaminasemia, an excess of a transaminase enzyme in the blood. Hypertranscendence, the condition of being hypertranscendental. Hypertranscendent, above or beyond the transcendent, supertranscendent. Hypertranscribe, to transcribe excessively. Hypertranscribed, simple past and past participle of hypertranscribe. Hypertranscribing, present participle and gerund of hypertranscribe. Hypertranscription, excessive transcription. Hypertranscriptional, relating to hypertranscription. Hypertransfusion, chronic prolonged, regular transfusion as a treatment for a blood disorder. Hypertransfusions, plural of hypertransfusion. Hypertranslation, the excessive translational movement of a body part. Hypertranslocate. To undergo hypertranslocation. Hypertranslocated. Simple past and past participle of hypertranslocate. Hypertranslocation. Translocation by means of RNA polymerase. Hypertransparent. Extreme transparence. Hypertransparences. Plural of hypertransparence. Hypertranspiration. Excessive sweating. Hypertravel. Travel through hyperspace. Hypertree. A form of hypergraph based on trees. Hypertrees. Plural of hypertree. Hypertrachelosemia. An elevated level of trahelose in the blood. Hypertrachelosemia. Relating to hypertrachelosemia. Hypertriacylglycerolemia. The presence of an abnormally high level of triacylglycerols in the bloodstream. Hypertriacylglycerolemic. Having an abnormally high level of triacylglycerols in the bloodstream. Hypertrichosis. Plural of hypertrichosis. Hypertrichosis. A medical condition of excessive body hair, either affecting most of the torso and limbs, or localized to an area of skin. It may be mild or severe. Hypertrichosis cubitis. A cutaneous condition in children, characterized by multiple terminal hairs on both elbows. Hypertrichotic. Exhibiting or relating to hypertrichosis. Hypertrichous. Relating to or displaying hypertrichia. Hypertrichia. The presence of an unusually large number of setae compared to other animals in the same natural group. Hypertridimensional. Having more than 3 dimensions. Hypertriglyceridemia. Alternative form of hypertriglyceridemia. Hypertriglyceridemia. Alternative spelling of hypertriglyceridemia. Hypertriglyceridemias. Plural of hypertriglyceridemia. Hypertriglyceridemic. Alternative form of hypertriglyceridemic. Hypertriglyceridemia. A form of hyperlipidemia in which there is an excess of triglycerides in the blood. Hypertriglyceridemias. Plural of hypertriglyceridemia. Hypertriglyceridemic. Relating to or exhibiting hypertriglyceridemia. Hypertriiodothyroninaemia. A medical condition characterized by an abnormally high level of triiodothyronine in the blood. Hypertrimethylation. Excessive trimethylation. Hypertriploid. Having more than 3 sets of chromosomes. Hypertriton. A nuclear complex composed of a proton, a neutron, and any hyperin. Hypertritons. Plural of hypertriton. Hypertrophia. Hypertrophy. Hypertrophias. Plural of hypertrophia. Hypertrophic. Of pertaining to or exhibiting hypertrophy. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. A condition where muscle tissue of the heart becomes enlarged. Hypertrophic osteoarthropathy. A medical condition of clubbing and periosteitis of smaller joints in the hand. Hypertrophic pulmonary osteopathy. A paraneoplastic condition characterized by clubbing and periosteitis of the long bones of the arms and legs. Hypertrophical. Alternative form of hypertrophic. Hypertrophically. In a hypertrophic manner. Hypertrophy. Simple past and past participle of hypertrophy. Hypertrophies. Plural of hypertrophy. Hypertrophus. Hypertrophic. Hypertrophy. An increase in the size of an organ or tissue due to the enlargement of its individual cells. Hypertrophy. present participle and gerund of hypertrophy. Hypertrophia. A form of strabismus in which one eye points upward. Hypertropias, plural of hypertropia. Hypertropic. Misspelling of hypertrophic. Hypertufa. An anthropic rock made from aggregates bonded with Portland cement, intended as a substitute for natural tufa. Hypertumor. A tumor that invades and destroys part of a previously existing tumor. Hypertumors. Plural of hypertumor. Hypertumor. Alternative spelling of hypertumor. Hypertumors. Plural of hypertumor. Alternative form of hypertumors. Hypertussive. Characterized by excessive coughing. Hypertwisted. Having a coiled structure that is itself coiled around a larger axis. Hypertwister. A multidimensional generalization of a twister. Hypertwisters. Plural of hypertwister. Hypertypical. Extremely typical, conforming strongly to a type. Hypertyrosynemia. Alternative form of hypertyrosynemia. Hypertyrosynemia. An abnormally high level of tyrosine in the blood. Hyperubiquitolated. Excessively ubiquitolated, affected by hyperubiquitination. Hyperubiquitination. Excessive ubiquitination. Hyperuniform. More than usually uniform. Hyperuniformity. The condition of being hyperuniform. Hyperuniformly. In hyperuniform manner. Hyperunstable. Exceptionally unstable. Hyperuremia. Alternative form of hyperuremia. Hyperuremic. Alternative form of hyperuremic. Hyperurbanism. The creation of a non-standard form by mimicking the standard dialect. Hyperurbanisms. Plural of hyperurbanism. Hyperuremia. The presence of excessive urea in the blood. Hyperuremic. Relating to hyperuremia. Hyporuria. Increased frequency of urination and / or increased quantity of urine. Hyperuricemia. Alternative spelling of hyperuricemia. Hyperuricemias. Plural of hyperuricemia. Hyperuricemic. Alternative spelling of hyperuricemic. Hyperuricemia. An abnormally high level of uric acid in one's blood. Hyperuricemias. Plural of hyperuricemia. Hyperuricemic. Affected by or pertaining to hyperuricemia. Hyperuricemics. Plural of hyperuricemic. Hyperuricaria. The presence of an unusually high amount of uric acid in the urine. Hyperutilization. Excessive use, hyperuse. Hypervaccinate. To treat a person or an animal excessively with a vaccine in order to produce immunity against a disease. Hypervaccinated. Simple past and past participle of hypervaccinate. Hypervaccinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of hypervaccinate. Hypervaccinating. Present participle of hypervaccinate. Hypervaccination. An excessive administration of a vaccine. Hypervacuolated. Excessively vacuolated. Hypervacuolation. Excessive vacuolation. Hypervalencies. Plural of hypervalency. Hypervalency. A higher than normal valency, typically involving a transfer of the electrons from the central hypervalent atom to the non-bonding molecular orbitals which it forms with usually more electronegative ligands. Hypervalent, having a higher than normal valence. Hypervalent compound, any compound which contains more than 8 formally assignable electrons in a valence shell directly associated with the central atom in direct binding with a number of ligands. Hypervalent compounds, plural of hypervalent compound. Hypervalenemia, alternative form of hypervalinemia. Hypervalinemia, the presence of excessive valine in the blood. Hypervaluation, an excessive estimation of the worth of something, extreme valuation. Hypervaluations, plural of hypervaluation. Hypervalue, a value more important or beyond an ordinary value. Hypervalued, simple past and past participle of hypervalue. Hypervalues, plural of hypervalue. Hypervaluing, present participle and gerund of hypervalue. Hypervariability, the quality of being variable. Hypervariable, having a high degree of variability. Hypervariables, plural of hypervariable. Hypervariance, excessive variance. Hypervariances, plural of hypervariance. Hypervariation, excessive variation. Hypervascular, extremely vascular, having many blood vessels. Hypervascularized, alternative form of hypervascularized. Hypervascularity, excessive vascularity. Hypervascularization, excessive vascularization. Hypervascularizations, plural of hypervascularization. Hypervascularized, exhibiting hypervascularity. Hypervasculature, hypervascularity. Hypervelocities, plural of hypervelocity. Hypervelocity, having or occurring at extreme velocity. Hyperventilate, to breathe quickly and deeply, especially at an abnormally rapid rate. Hyperventilated, simple past and past participle of hyperventilate. Hyperventilates, third person singular simple present indicative of hyperventilate. Hyperventilating, present participle and gerund of hyperventilate. Hyperventilation, the state of breathing faster or deeper than necessary. Hyperventilations, plural of hyperventilation. Hyperventilative, hyperventilating, relating to or undergoing hyperventilation. Hyperventilator, one who hyperventilates. Hyperventilators, plural of hyperventilator. Hyperventilatory, relating to hyperventilation. Hyperverbal, highly verbal, tending to talk very much. Hypervertex, the equivalent of a Graz vertex in a hypergraph. Hypervertices, plural of hypervertex. Hypervesiculating, that produces more than the usual number of vesicles. Hypervesiculation, excessive vesiculation. Hypervibration, a combination of phonon, rotin, and translon. Hypervibrations, plural of hypervibration. Hypervibronic, relating to hypervibration. Hypervigilance, an enhanced state of sensory sensitivity accompanied by an exaggerated intensity of behaviors whose purpose is to detect threats. Hypervigilant. In a state of hypervigilance. Hypervigilantly. In a hypervigilant manner. Hyperviolence. Extreme violence. Hyperviolent. Extremely violent. Hypervirtual. Making use of computer simulation or other art forms to produce larger-than-life or surreal effects. Hypervirulence. An increased virulence. Hypervirulent. Extremely virulent. Hyperviscoelasticity. Increased viscosity and elasticity. Hyperviscosities. Plural of hyperviscosity. Hyperviscosity. Increased viscosity, especially of the blood. Hyperviscous. Excessively viscous. Hypervisibility. The quality of being hypervisible. Hypervisible. Extremely visible. Hypervisor. A firmware or software system that provides a virtual machine and allows it to operate directly on underlying hardware instead of via emulation, but within specified constraints. Hypervisors. Plural of hypervisor. Hypervisual. Very highly visual. Hypervitaminemia. The presence of an abnormally high level of a vitamin in the blood. Hypervitaminosis. Plural of hypervitaminosis. Hypervitaminosis. Any medical condition resulting from excessive intake of vitamins. Hypervitaminotic. Exhibiting or relating to hypervitaminosis. Hypervivid. Extremely vivid. Hypervividness. The quality of being hypervivid. Hyperviviparity. A form of viviparity in which young have viviparous young inside them when born. Hyperviviparous. Relating to hyperviviparity. Hypervolemia. Alternative spelling of hypervolemia. Hypervolemic. Alternative form of hypervolemic. Hypervolcanic. Relating to a hypervolcano. Hypervolcanically. In a hypervolcanic manner. Hypervolcano. Synonym of supervolcano. Hypervolcanoes. Plural of hypervolcano. Hypervolcanoes. Plural of hypervolcano. Hypervolemia. An abnormal increase in the volume of blood circulating through the body. Hypervolemic. Of or pertaining to hypervolemia. Hypervolume. A volume in more than 3 dimensions. Hypervolumes. Plural of hypervolume. Hypervoxel. A multidimensional analog of a voxel. Hypervoxels. Plural of hypervoxel. Hypervulnerability. A high or excessive level of vulnerability. Hypervulnerable. More than normally vulnerable. Hyperware. The software infrastructure for the HyperNet, which provides access to data and application storage points in the cloud. Hyperwebs. Plural of hyperweb. Hyperwhite. Very much white or Caucasian, following the stereotypes of the white race to the exclusion of others. Hyperwoke. Extremely or excessively woke. Hyperworld. A virtual world of hypermedia. Hyperworlds. Plural of hyperworld. Hyperwrapping. Excessive wrapping, especially the formation of multi-layered tissue around nerve cells. Hyperwrappings. Plural of hyperwrapping. Hyperwrinkling. The presence of translucent papules on the palm of the hand, typically after exposure to water. Hyperwrinkly. Describing the presence of hyperwrinkling. Hyperwriter. A writer of hypertext. Hyperwriters, plural of hyperwriter. Hyperwriting, the writing of hypertext. Hyperion, a moon of Saturn. Hypersyncruria, an excessive amount of zinc ions in the urine. Hyperemia, alternative spelling of hyperemia. Hyperemic, obsolete form of hyperemic. Hyperesthesia, obsolete form of hyperesthesia. Hyperesthesia, plural of hyperesthesia. Hyperesthetic, obsolete form of hyperesthetic. Hyperesthetical, obsolete form of hyperesthetical. Hypes, plural of hype. Hypes up, third person singular simple present indicative of hype up. Hypester, one who uses hype to promote or advertise. Hypesters, plural of hypester. Hyposthesia, alternative spelling of hypoesthesia. Hyposthesias, plural of hyposthesia. Hyposthesic, alternative form of hypoesthesic. Hypethral, alternative form of hypethral. Hypax, the apex of the angle formed between two digits. Hypexes, plural of hypex. Hype, having significant hype, heavily promoted or highly anticipated. Hypha, any of the long, thread-like filaments that form the mycelium of a fungus. Hyphae, plural of hypha. Hyphalae, resembling hyphae. Hyphema, alternative form of hyphema. Hyphemas, plural of hyphema. Hyphemata, plural of hyphema. Hyphemia, alternative form of hyphemia. Hyremias, plural of hyphemia. Hyphaean, any palm of the genus Hyphaean. Hydrians, plural of hyphene. Hyphal, of or pertaining to hyphae. Hyphalae, resembling a hypha. Hychasma, the phallus of Agarix. Hythama, the peasants of Indian here, your chamber of the eye. Hythamas, plural of hyphama. Hyphamata, plural of hyphama. Hydremia, a hemorrhage of the anterior chamber of the eye. Hydremias, plural of hyphemia. Hython, the symbol typically used to join two or more words to form a compound term, or to indicate that a word has been split at the end of a line. Hyphen war, the conflict over the naming of Czechoslovakia after the fall of the communist government in 1989. Hyphen minus, the symbol used as a hyphen, a minus sign and a dash. Hyphen minuses, plural of hyphen minus. Hyphenatable, able to be hyphenated. Hyphenate, to break a word at the end of a line according to the hyphenation rules by adding a hyphen on the end of the line. Hyphenated, simple past and past participle of hyphenate. Hyphenates, plural of hyphenate. Hyphenating, present participle and gerund of hyphenate. Hyphenation, the inclusion of hyphens, especially the correct locations of hyphens. Hyphenations, plural of hyphenation. Hyphenator, one who or that which hyphenates. Hyphenators, plural of hyphenator. Hyphoned, Simple past and past participle of hyphen. Hyphenic. Involving or relating to hyphens. Hyphening. Present participle and gerund of hyphen. Hyphenism. The use of hyphenated terms to describe people's identities, as in Irish American. Hyphenisms. Plural of hyphenism. Hyphenitis. The overuse of hyphens. Hyphenization. Hyphenation. Hyphenizations. Plural of hyphenization. Hyphenize. Synonym of hyphenate. Hyphenized. Simple past and past participle of hyphenize. Hyphenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hyphenize. Hyphenizing. Present participle and gerund of hyphenize. Hyphenless. Without a hyphen. Hyphens. Plural of hyphen. Hyphidium. A sterile hyphal structure in the fertile layer of a fungus. Hyphy. Comparative form of hyphy. More hyphy. Hyes. Superlative form of hyphy. Most hyphy. Hyo. A relatively open boron structure. Hyphae. Resembling hyphae. Hyphomycete. Any of a group of fungi imperfecti that lack fruiting bodies. Hyphomycetes. Plural of hyphomycete. Hyphomystis. Relating to fungi of the form order Hyphomycetes. Hyphopodia. Plural of hyphopodium. Hyphopodial. Relating to the hyphopodium. Hyphopodium. A hypha in some actoparasitic fungi having a haustorium. Ivy. Rambunctious, loud, crazy, dangerous, irrational, and outrageous in behavior. Hypaces. Plural of hypex. Hypitchmeal. Relating to a hypitchnian. Hypitchnian. A trace fossil preserved on the underside of a bed. Hypidiomorphe. Partly idiomorphic, having a distinct crystalline form in only some of its constituents. Hypidiomorphically. In a hypidiomorphic manner. Hydi. Comparative form of hypy, more hypy. Hypius. Superlative form of hypy, most hypy. Hyping. Present participle and gerund of hype. Hyping up. Present participle and gerund of hype up. Hypnosis. A diminution in the normal amount of fibrin present in the blood. Hypnotic. Relating to hypnosis. Hypish. Alternative form of hippish. Heva. Alternative form of hypno before vowels. Hypnaceous. Belonging to the family Hypnaceae of mosses. Hypnesthesic. Relating to hypnesthesis, drowsy. Hypnesthesis. Drowsiness. Hypnagogia. A condition characterized by dream-like auditory, visual, or tactile sensations when half-awake. Hypnagogic. That induces sleep, soporific, somniferous. Hypnagogic jerk. A hypnic jerk. Hypnagogic jerks. Plural of hypnagogic jerk. Hypnagogically. In a hypnagogic manner. Hypnalgia. Pain experience during sleep. Hypnolis. Legendary asp said to kill people by making them go in an endless sleep or by attacking them in their sleep. Hypnolizes. Plural of hypnolis. Hypne. that induces sleep. Hypnic jerk, an involuntary twitch which occurs just as a person is beginning to fall asleep, often causing momentary wakefulness. Hypnic jerks, plural of hypnic jerk. Hypnex, plural of hypnic. Hypno, clipping of hypnosis. Hypno, related to sleep. Hypnoanalysis, plural of hypnoanalysis. Hypnoanalysis, psychiatric analysis involving hypnosis. Hypnoanalyst, one who carries out hypnoanalysis. Hypnoanalysts, plural of hypnoanalysts. Hypnoanalytic, relating to hypnoanalysis. Hypnoanalytic. Hypnoanalytic. Hypnoanalytically, by means of, or in terms of, hypnoanalysis. Hypnobirthing. Hypnobirthing, the use of hypnotherapy to ease the process of childbirth. Hypnoblasts, a thick-walled cell in the resting stage of an alga. Hypnoblasts. Plural of hypnoblasts. Hypnosis, a cyst in which some unicellular organisms temporarily enclose themselves, from which they emerge unchanged after a period of drought or deficiency of food. Hypnocysts, plural of hypnocysts. Hypnodlec, of or relating to a form of therapy combining hypnotic suggestion and the use of psychedelic drugs. Hypnodom, a dominatrix who uses hypnosis. Hypnodoms, plural of hypnodom. Hypnoptisch, a paraphilia in which a person is aroused by the idea of being hypnotized into submission. Hypnogenesis, the process of inducing hypnosis. Hypnogenetic, inducing hypnosis. Hypnogenic, inducing sleep. Hypnogenous, inducing sleep. Hypnogeny, induction of hypnotic trance. Hypnagogic, alternative spelling of hypnagogic. Hypnogram, a graph that represents the recorded stages of an individual's sleep as a function of time. Hypnograms, plural of hypnogram. Hypnolite, of, pertaining to, or resembling sleep or hypnosis. Hypnoidal. Hypnoid. Hypnoinductive, that induces sleep or hypnosis. Hypnic. Hypnokink, synonym of hypnoptisch. Hypnologic, relating to hypnology. Hypnological, relating to hypnology. Hypnologists, someone versed in hypnology. Hypnologists, plural of hypnologists. Hypnology, a treatise on sleep, the study or science of sleep. Hypnomania, a condition where a previously hypnotized subject develops a morbid craving for hypnosis. Hypnon, acetophanon, used as a hypnotic drug. Hypnopedia, teaching or learning by subconscious means. Hypnopedic, of or pertaining to hypnopedia. Hypnopedia, alternative form of hypnopedia. Hypnopedic, alternative spelling of hypnopedic. Hypnophobia, the fear of falling asleep. Hypnophobia, exhibiting or relating to hypnophobia. Hypnopompic, relating to the state of consciousness before becoming completely awake. Hypnopedia, rare spelling of hypnopedia. Hypnopedic, Rare spelling of hypnopedic. Hypnorape. Rape carried out by first hypnotizing the victim. Hypnos, the god and personification of sleep, the son of Nyx and Erebus, twin brother of Thanatos, husband of Pasithea, and the father of the One Eroi. His Roman counterpart is Somnus. Hypnoscope, an instrument intended to determine a person's susceptibility to hypnotic influences. Hypnoscopes, plural of hypnoscope. Hypnostation, sedation by hypnosis. Hypnostative, a material that is both hypnotic and sedative. Hypnostatives, plural of hypnostative. Hypnoseduction, seduction by means of hypnosis. Hypnosis, plural of hypnosis. Hypnosis, a trance-like state artificially induced in which a person has a heightened suggestibility and in which suppressed memories may be experienced. Hypnosophy, the science of sleep. Hypnospectrogram, a graphical representation of a person's pattern of sleep obtained via EEG. Hypnospectrograms, plural of hypnospectrogram. Hypnosporangia, plural of hypnosporangium. Hypnosporangium, a sporangium containing hypnospores. Hypnospore, synonym of resting spore. Hypnospores, plural of hypnospore. Hypnosurgery, surgery carried out with the patient in a state of hypnosis rather than anesthesia. Hypnotist, one who undergoes hypnosis. Hypnotize, plural of hypnoti. Hypnotherapeutic, relating to hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapeutically, by means of hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapeutics, the use of hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapies, plural of hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapists, a practitioner of hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapists, plural of hypnotherapists. Hypnotherapy, treatment of disease by means of hypnotism. Hypnotic, of or relating to hypnosis or hypnotism. Hypnotic suggestion, a statement made during hypnosis describing a change in behavior or experience that does not require the conscious effort of the participant. Hypnotic suggestions, plural of hypnotic suggestion. Hypnotical, synonym of hypnotic. Hypnotically, in a hypnotic manner. Hypnote, obsolete form of hypnotic. Hypnotics, plural of hypnotic. Hypnotics, plural of hypnotic. Hypnotizability, alternative spelling of hypnotizability. Hypnotizable, alternative spelling of hypnotizable. Hypnotization, alternative spelling of hypnotization. Hypnotizations, plural of hypnotization. Hypnotize, to induce a state of hypnosis in. Hypnotize, simple past and past participle of hypnotize. Hypnotisee, one who is hypnotized. Hypnotisius, plural of hypnotisee. Hypnotizer, alternative form of hypnotizer. Hypnotizers, plural of hypnotizer. Hypnotizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypnotize. Hypnotizing, present participle and gerund of hypnotize. Hypnotizingly, alternative form of hypnotizingly. Hypnotism, the art of inducing hypnosis. Hypnotisms, plural hypnotism. Hypnotes, a person who uses hypnotism to induce hypnosis in someone, either for entertainment or therapy. Hypnotistic, relating to hypnotism. Hypnotists, plural of hypnotists. Hypnotizability, the ability to be hypnotized. Hypnotizable, able to be hypnotized. Hypnotizables, plural of hypnotizable. Hypnotization, the act or process of producing hypnotism. Hypnotizations, plural of hypnotization. Hypnotize, to induce a state of hypnosis in. Hypnotizable, alternative spelling of hypnotizable. Hypnotize. Under hypnosis. Hypnotizee, a person who is being hypnotized or in a state of hypnosis. Hypnotizees, plural of hypnotizee. Hypnotizer, one who, or that which. Hypnotizes. Hypnotizers, plural of hypnotizer. Hypnotizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypnotize. Hypnotizing, alternative spelling of hypnotizing. Hypnotizingly, so as to hypnotize or entrance, mesmeric. Hypnotoi, resembling hypnotism. Hypnotoxin, a hypothetical waste product of the brain proposed by Henry Pierin that causes fatigue and is cleansed by sleep. Hypnotoxins, plural of hypnotoxin. Hypnosis. Hypnozoicidal, alternative form of hypnozoicidal. Hypnozoi, a dormant stage in the life cycle of some species of the malaria parasite Plasmodium, mainly in the liver. It is formed directly. No multiplication takes place from a sporozoid injected by the mosquito. However, not all of these inoculated sporozoids form hypnozoites. The reason as why some do and others don't is unknown. Hypnozoites, plural of hypnozoid. Hypnozoicidal, alternative form of hypnozoicidal. Hypnozoicidal, that kills hypnozoites. Hypnozygote, a zygotic cyst. Hypnozygotes, plural of hypnozygote. Hypnum, any member of the genus Hypnum of mosses. Hypnums, plural of hypnum. Hypo, melancholy, a fit of hypochondria, and morbid depression. Hypo, below, beneath, under. Hypochristian, alternative form of hypochristian. Hypochristians, plural of hypochristian. Hypoemotionality, alternative form of hypoemotionality. Hypoosmolalities, plural of hypoosmolality. Hypoosmolality, alternative form of hypoosmolality. Hypo, abbreviation of hypothetical. Hypoaccommodation, insufficient accommodation of the eye. Hypoaccommodative, less than normally accommodative. Hypoacetylated, acetylated to an abnormally small extent. Hypoacetylation, insufficient acetylation of histones. Hypoacetylations, plural of hypoacetylation. Hypobacid, hypoacidic. Hypoacidic, less than normally acidic. Hypoacidities, plural of hypoacidity. Hypoacidity, the condition of having less than the normal amount of acidity in the stomach. Hypoactivated, less than normally activated. Hypoactivation, less than normal activation. Hypoactivations. Plural of hypoactivation. Hypoactive, less than normally active. Hypoactivities. Plural of hypoactivity. Hypoactivity, the condition of being hypoactive. Hypoacusis, partial deafness. Hypoacylated, acylated to an abnormally small extent. Hypoacylation, a diminished level of acylation, typically of a protein. Hypoadditive, less than additive, possibly even subtractive. Hypoadditivity, the condition of being hypoadditive. Hypoadduction, reduced or insufficient level of adduction. Hypoadenylate, to adenylate less than normally. Hypoadenylated, simple past and past participle of hypoadenylate. Hypoadipunctinemia, alternative spelling of hypoadipunctinemia. Hypoadipunctinemia, a reduced level of adipunctin in the bloodstream, especially as a risk factor in diabetes. Hypoadipunctinemias, plural of hypoadipunctinemia. Hypoadiposity, reduced adiposity. Hypoadrenal, relating to hypoadrenalism. Hypoadrenalism, a condition in which the adrenal glands do not produce adequate amounts of steroid hormones. Hypoadrenocorticism, adrenocortical insufficiency, Addison's disease. Hypoadrenocorticoi, relating to or afflicted with hypoadrenocorticism. Hypodolean, of or relating to the musical plagal mode on A, which uses the diatonic octave species from E to the E an octave above, divided by the final into a second species fourth semitone tone tone plus a first species fifth tone semitone tone tone E F G a plus a B C D E. Hypoaeration, reduced aeration. Hypoesthesia, alternative spelling of hypoesthesia. Hypoesthesias, plural of hypoesthesia. Hypoaggregation, a decreased level of aggregation. Hypoaggregative, relating to or causing hypoaggregation. Hypoalbuminemia, alternative spelling of hypoalbuminemia. Hypoalbuminemic, alternative spelling of hypoalbuminemic. Hypoalbuminemia, the presence of an abnormally low concentration of albumin in the blood. Hypoalbuminemic, relating to hypoalbuminemia. Hypoalbuminuria, a deficiency of albumin in the urine. Hypoaldosteronism, decreased levels of the hormone aldosterone in the body. Hypoaldosteronisms, plural of hypoaldosteronism. Hypoalgesia, a decreased sensitivity to painful stimuli. Hypoalgesias, plural of hypoalgesia. Hypoalgesic, of or pertaining to hypoalgesia. Hypoalgia, synonym of hypoalgesia. Hypolientation, a nutrition disorder associated with nourishment that is inadequate. Hypoalimentations, plural of hypoalimentation. Hypoallergen, an allergen that has been modified to be less than normally allergenic. Hypoallergenic, containing fewer allergens, minimally allergenic. Hypoallergenicity, the property of being hypoallergenic, a low degree of allergenicity. Hypoallergens, plural of hypoallergen. hypoallergic, hypoallergenic, hypoallometric, that grows at less than an allometric rate of a population, hypoallometrically, in a hypoallometric manner. Hypoallometry, the condition of being hypoallometric. Hypoalpha-lipoproteinemia, an excess of high-density lipoprotein in the blood. Hypoalpha-lipoproteinemias, plural of hypoalpha-lipoproteinemia. Hypoalveolarization, insufficient alveolarization. Hypoaminocytemia, a reduced level of amino acids in the blood. Hypoaminocytemias, plural of hypoaminocytemia. Hypoammonemia, alternative form of hypoammonemia. Hypoammonemia, a metabolic disturbance characterized by an abnormally low concentration of ammonia in the blood. Hypoandrogenemia, an abnormally low amount of androgens in the blood. Hypoandrogenic, relating to hypoandrogenism. Hypoandrogenism, an abnormally low level of androgens. Hypoandrogenisms, plural of hypoandrogenism. Hypoaneuploidy, reduced aneuploidy. Hypoantithrombinemia, an abnormally low level of antithrombin in the blood. Hypoanxious, less than normally anxious. Hypoapnea, alternative form of hypopnea. Hypoarctic, that lives just south of the Arctic regions. Hypoarginemia, a reduced level of arginine in the bloodstream. Hypoargininemia, the presence of less than the normal amount of arginine in the blood. Hypoarousal, a reduced level of arousal, typically paralysis in the presence of a threat. Hypoarticulation, reduced articulation in speech. Hypoarticulations, plural of hypoarticulation. Hypoattenuated, attenuated less than normally. Hypoattenuating, that causes hypoattenuation. Hypoattenuation, less than normal attenuation in medical imaging. Hypoattenuations, plural of hypoattenuation. Hypoautofluorescence, a reduced amount of autofluorescence. Hypoautofluorescent, exhibiting hypoautofluorescence. Hypoautophagic, less than normally autophagic. Hypoaxial, alternative form of hypaxial. Hypovasaturia, decreased presence of nitrogen in the urine. Hypovaria, low ambient air pressure. Hypobaric, of, relating to, or using less than normal air pressure. Hypobarically, in a hypobaric manner. Hypobaropathy, sickness caused by reduced atmospheric pressure, such as altitude sickness. Hypobasal, below or anterior to a base or to the basal wall. Hypobasidia, plural of hypobasidium. Hypobasidial, relating to the hypobasidium. Hypobasidium, the cell at the base of a basidium. Hypobeta-lipoproteinemia, alternative form of hypobeta-lipoproteinemia. Hypobeta-lipoproteinemia, a low level of beta-lipoprotein, low-density lipoprotein in the bloodstream. Hypobeta-lipoproteinemias, plural of hypobeta-lipoproteinemia. Hypobicarbonatemia, a reduced level of bicarbonate in the blood. Hypobilirubinemia, a reduced concentration of bilirubin in the blood. Hypobilirubinemic, relating to hypobilirubinemia. Hypobiosis, an arrested stage of development in some larvae. Hypobiotic, relating to hypobiosis. Hypoblasts, a type of tissue that forms from the inner cell mass and later is incorporated into the endoderm. Hypoblastic, of or relating to the hypoblasts. Hypoblasts. Plural of hypoblasts. Hypobo, a rhetorical figure in which several things are mentioned that seem to make claims against the argument or in favor of the opposing side, but are then refuted one by one. Hypoboles, plural of hypobole. Hypoborate, the oxyane of boron B2O or any salt containing this ion. Hypoborates, plural of hypoborate. Hypobraditelic, of or relating to hypobraditely. Hypobradthyly, extremely slow evolution. Hypobranchial, relating to the segment between the base of branchial and the zetobranchial in a branchial arch. Hypobranchials, plural of hypobranchial. Hypobromize, any salt or ester of hypobromous acid. Hypobromites, plural of hypobromite. Hypobromous, of or pertaining to hypobromous acid. Hypobromous acid, the simplest oxyacid of bromine Haber, formed when bromine dissolves in water as disinfectant properties. Hypobulia, difficulty in making decisions, impaired willpower. Hypocalcemia, alternative spelling of hypocalcemia. Hypocalcemias, plural of hypocalcemia. Hypocalcemic, alternative form of hypocalcemic. Hypocalcemia, the medical sign of having an abnormally low concentration of calcium ions in the blood. Hypocalcemias, plural of hypocalcemia. Hypocalcemic, relating to or exhibiting hypocalcemia. Hypocalcia, calcium deficiency, low amount of calcium. Hypocalcic, of related to or having hypocalcia calcium deficiency of rocks or soils having a low amount of calcium. Hypocalcification, a reduced amount of calcification typically of tooth enamel. Hypocalcify, showing deficient calcification. Hypocalcinuria, condition of low levels of calcium in the urine. Hypocalciuria, the medical condition of having an unusually low level of calcium in the urine. Hypocalciuric, having abnormally low levels of calcium in the urine. Hypocaloric, that is low in dietary calories. Hypocampal, misspelling of hippocampal. Hypocapnia, misspelling of hypocapnia. Hypocapnia, a state of diminished carbon dioxide in the blood. Hypocapnic, of relating to or exhibiting hypocapnia, hypocarbic. Hypocapnically, in a hypocapnic manner. Hypocapsular, beneath a capsule. Hypocaptation, a reduced amount of captation. Hypokaria, a reduced concentration of carbon dioxide / bicarbonate in the blood. Hypocarbic, of relating to or exhibiting hypocarbia, hypocapnic. Hypocarnitinaemia, a deficiency of carnitine in the bloodstream. Hypocarnivore, an organism that eats meat but as less than 30% of its overall diet. Hypocarnivores, plural of hypocarnivore. Hypocarnivorous, eating meat but as a lesser component of the diet. Hypocarnivory, the condition of being a hypocarnivore. Hypocarp, Hypocarpium. Hypocarpia. Plural of hypocarpium. Hypocarpium. An enlarged fleshy structure that forms below the fruit from the receptacle or hypanthium. Hypocarpogean. Fruiting underground. Hypocarps. Plural of hypocarp. Hypocatastasis. Plural of hypocatastases. Hypocatastases. The implication or declaration of a comparison that does not directly invoke both objects of the comparison. Hypocause. An underfloor space or flue through which heat from a furnace passes to heat the floor of a room or a bath. Hypocausts. Plural of hypocausts. Hypocellular. Containing fewer cells than normal or expected. Hypocellularity. The papilla being hypocellular. Hypocenter. Alternative spelling of hypocenter. Hypocenters. Plural of hypocenter. Hypocentral. Of or pertaining to the hypocenter of an earthquake. Hypocenter. The phobos of an earthquake directly under the epicenter. Hypocenters. Plural of hypocenter. Hypocircle. Having the lower lobe more pronounced or larger than the upper lobe. Hypocerebral. Located beneath the cerebrum. Hypochiasmatic. Beneath the optic chiasma. Hypochilid. Any member of the hypochilidae, the lampshade spiders. Hypochilids. Plural of hypochilid. Hypochloremia. Alternative form of hypochloremia. Hypochloremias. Plural of hypochloremia. Hypochloremic. Alternative form of hypochloremic. Hypochlorite. Misconstruction of hypochlorite. Hypochloremia. An electrolyte disturbance whereby there is an abnormally depleted level of the chloride ion in the blood. Hypochloremias. Plural of hypochloremia. Hypochloremic. Having or relating to hypochloremia. Hypochlorhydria. The presence of an insufficient amount of hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Hypochlorhydrias. Plural of hypochlorhydria. Hypochlorhydric. Relating to hypochlorhydria. Hypochlor. Misspelling of hypochlorous. Hypochloremia. Lower than normal amount of chloride in the blood. Hypochlorite. Misspelling of hypochlorite. Hypochloridria. Hypoacidity. Hypochlorite. Any salt of hypochlorous acid used as a household bleach. Hypochlorites. Plural of hypochlorite. Hypochlorous. Pertaining to or derived from chlorine having a valence lower than in chlorous compounds. Hypochlorous acid. A weak and stable acid, alkyl known only in solution. It is made by the action of chlorine on water and along with its salts, the hypochlorites occurs naturally in biology and has various practical uses in disinfection. Hypochondroplasia. Misspelling of hypochondroplasia. Hypocholesтерemia. Alternative form of hypocholesтерemia. Hypocholesтерemia. Alternative form of hypocholesterolemia. Hypocholsteremic. Alternative form of hypocholsterolemic. Hypocholesteric. Of or pertaining to hypocholesterolemia. Hypocholesterinemia. Alternative form of hypocholesterinemia. Hypocholesterinemia. an abnormally low level of cholesterol in the blood. Hypocholesterogenic, less than normally cholesterogenic. Hypocolesterolemia, alternative form of hypocolesterolemia. Hypocholesterolemic, alternative form of hypocholesterolemic. Hypocolesterolemia, a form of hypolipidemia in which there is a deficiency of cholesterol in the blood. Hypocholesterolemias, plural of hypocolesterolemia. Hypocholesterolemic, of, pertaining to, or having hypocolesterolemia. Hypocholesterolemics, plural of hypocholesterolemic. Hypocholia, deficiency of bile secretion. Hypocholinergia, insufficient acetylcholine activity. Hypochondralgia, pain in the hypochondrium. Hypochonder, the hypochondrium. Hypochonders, plural of hypochonder. Hypochondria, a formally defined psychological disorder characterized by excessive preoccupation or worry about having a serious illness. No longer a current medical diagnosis. See hypochondriasis for more. Hypochondriac, related to or affected by hypochondria. Hypochondriacal, coming from the hypochondria, pertaining to or caused by depressive spirits. Hypochondriacally, in a hypochondriacal manner. Hypochondriacism, hypochondriasis, hypochondria. Hypochondriac, obsolete spelling of hypochondriac. Hypochondriacs, plural of hypochondriac. Hypochondriacs, plural of hypochondriac. Hypochondrial, relating to the hypochondrium, the upper region of the abdomen beneath the lower ribs. Hypochondrias, plural of hypochondria. Hypochondriasis, plural of hypochondriasis. Hypochondriasis, a mental disorder in some classifications of such disorders, including ICD-11, that is characterized by excessive fear of or preoccupation with a serious illness, despite medical testing and reassurance to the contrary. Hypochondriasm, archaic form of hypochondriasis. Hypochondrias, a hypochondriac. Hypochondriasts, plural of hypochondrias. Hypochondriatic, of or relating to hypochondria or a hypochondriac. Hypochondra, hypochondriac related to or affected by hypochondria. Hypochondries, plural of hypochondry. Hypochondrism, hypochondria. Hypochondrous, a person who has hypochondria/hypochondrism. Hypochondrists, plural of hypochondrous. Hypochondrium, the upper region of the abdomen underneath the lower ribs, east side of the epigastrium. Hypochondrodysplasia, an extreme form of chondrodysplasia. Hypochondrogenesis, a form of achondrogenesis. Hypochondroplasia, a mild form of achondroplasia. Hypochondroplasias, plural of hypochondroplasia. Hypochondroplastic, relating to hypochondroplasia. Hypochondry, dated form of hypochondria. Hypochord, a structure ventral to the notochord. Hypochordal, ventral to the spinal cord. Hypochords, plural of hypochord. Hypochorism, misspelling of hypochorism. Hypochoristic, alternative form of hypochoristic. Hypochristian, alternative form of hypochristian. Hypochristian, a Christian who behaves contrary to Christian tenets or values. Hypo-Christians, plural of hypo-Christian. Hypo-Christians, plural of hypo-Christian. Hypochromasia, synonym of hypochromia. Hypochromatic, hypochromic. Hypochromatism, hypophobia. Hypochromatosis, chromatolysis, the disappearance of chromatin or of the nucleus in a cell. Hypochroia, hypochromic anemia. Hypochromias, plural of hypochromia. Hypochrome, describing a decrease in the intensity of a spectral band due to a change in the molecular environment. Hypochromicity, the condition of being hypochromic. Hypochromism, alternative form of hypochromicity. Hypochilia, a deficiency of chyle gastric juice. Hyposingula, plural of hyposingulum. Hyposingulum, the cingulum or the hypovalve of a diadem. Hypocyst, an astringent in spissated juice obtained from the fruit of a plant Cytinus hypocystes growing from the roots of the cistus, a small European shrub. Hypositrachuria, a lower than normal level of citrate in the urine. Hypositrachuric, relating to or exhibiting hypositrachuria. Hypocitrullinemia, the presence of a lower than usual amount of citrulline in the blood. Hypopladium, alternative form of hypocladium. Hypopladia, plural of hypocladium. Hypocladium, a median process on the furculum of many birds where it is connected with the sternum. Hypocoagulability, the condition of being hypocoagulable. Hypocoagulable, less than normally coagulable. Hypocoagulant, relating to or causing hypocoagulation. Hypocoagulation, less than the normal amount of coagulation typically of blood. Hypocoagulative, involving abnormally little coagulation. Hypocoagulopathy, any disease caused by hypocoagulation. Hypocochlear, beneath the cochlea. Hypocoercive, hypoleptic and converging to regularity. Hypocoercivity, the puppy of being hypocoercive. Hypocognition, inability to discuss or process a concept because of lacking a word for it. Hypocoleus, the gray Hypocoleus Hypocoleus apollinus, the sole member of the family Hypocolidae. Hypocoleuses, plural of hypocoleus. Hypocomplementemia, alternative form of hypocomplementemia. Hypocomplementemias, plural of hypocomplementemia. Hypocomplementemia, decreased levels of complement system proteins. Hypocomplementemias, plural of hypocomplementemia. Hypocomplementemic, relating to hypocomplementemia. Hypocanal, relating to a hypocone. Hypocone, a cusp in the corner of an upper molar tooth in mammals. Hypocones, plural of hypocone. Hypokinid, one of the main cusps at the posterolabial side. Hypokinids, plural of hypokinid. Hypoconnected, having fewer than normal interconnections. Hypoconnective, less than normally connective, having fewer than normal connections. Hypoconnectivity, the condition of being or extent to which something is hypoconnective. Hypoconstitic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Hypocontractile, less than normally contractile, typically of muscle tissue. Hypocontractility, the condition of being hypocontractile. Hypocannulid, the distal cusp of a lower molar. Hypocannulids, plural of hypocannulid. Hypocoracoid, the lower coracoid bone of fish. Hypocoracoids, plural of hypocoracoid. Hypocorism, a term of endearment, often a diminutive, a pet name. Hypocorisms, plural of hypocorism. Hypocoristic, relating to a nickname, usually indicating intimacy with a person. Hypocoristical, synonym of hypocoristic. Hypocoristically, in a hypocoristic manner. Hypocoristics, plural of hypocoristic. Hypocorrect, not completely correct, non-standard. Hypocorrected, simple past and past participle of hypocorrect. Hypocorrecting, present participle and gerund of hypocorrect. Hypocorrects, third person singular simple present indicative of hypocorrect. Hypocortisolemia, alternative form of hypocortisolemia. Hypocortisolemic, alternative form of hypocortisolemic. Hypocortisolemia, an abnormally low level of cortisol in the blood. Hypocortisolemic, exhibiting or relating to hypocortisolemia. Hypocortisolism, a cortisol deficiency. Hypocortisoluria, a reduced amount of cortisol in the urine. Hypocostal, beneath a rib. Hypocotyle, in plants with seeds, that portion of the embryo or seedling between the root and cotyledons. Hypocotylar, relating to the hypocotyle. Hypocotyledonary, beneath the cotyledons. Hypocotyles, plural of hypocotyle. Hypocrisy, misspelling of hypocrisy. Hippocrate, misspelling of hypocrite. Hippocratariform, shaped like a salver. Hippocratarimorphous, shaped like a salver, having a slender tube that sharply expands into a bowl-shaped or spreading border, as in the blossom of the phlox and the lilac. Hippocrates, plural of Hippocrate. Hippocretius, belonging to the Hippocracy. Hippocreolian, any famous of the outer Hippocreols. Hippocreolians, plural of Hippocreolian. Hippocrelin, any of a group of pigments present in the parasitic fungus Hippocrella bambusi. Hippocrelins, plural of hippocrelin. Hippocretinolide, any of a group of tricyclic sesquiterpenoid lactones. Hippocretinolides, plural of hippocretinoli. Hippocretin, synonym of orexin. Hippocretinergic, that releases or activates hippocretin. Hippocretins, plural of hippocretin. Hypocrisy, misspelling of hypocrisy. Hypocrise, obsolete form of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, obsolete form of hypocrisy. Hypocrisies, plural of hypocrisy. Hypocrism, hypocrisy. Hypocristin, a cristed on the posterolabial side of the tooth. Hypocrisy, the contrivance of a false appearance of virtue or goodness while concealing real character or inclinations, especially with respect to religious and moral beliefs, hence in general sense, dissimulation, pretense, sham. Hypocrite, obsolete spelling of hypocrite. Hypocritical, hypocritical. Hypocrite, someone who practices hypocrisy, who pretends to hold beliefs, or whose actions are not consistent with their claimed beliefs. Hypocrite commit, a commit code patch submission that appears benign but introduces a security vulnerability. Hypocrite commits, plural of hypocrite commit. Hypocrite plant, the plant Euphorbia heterophylla. Hypocrite plants, plural of hypocrite plant. Hypocritically, hypocritically. Hypocrites, the 63rd Surah chapter of the Quran. Hypocritic, synonym of hypocritical. Hypocritical, characterized by hypocrisy or being a hypocrite. Hypocriticality, hypocrisy. Hypocritically, in a hypocritical manner. Hypocriticalness, hypocrisy. Hypocritics, plural of hypocritic. Hypocrystalline, having both glass and crystalline components. Hypocube, a square or any other geometric figure analogous to a cube but having fewer than three dimensions. Hypocubes, plural of hypocube. Hypocopremia, alternative form of hypocopremia. Hypocopremia, an abnormally low level of copper in the blood below the reference range. Hypocopreme, affected by or pertaining to hypocopremia, an insufficient amount of copper in the blood below the reference range. Hypocyansant, the condition of being hypocyansant. Hypocyansant, less than normal. Cyansant. Hypocycloid, the locus of a point on the circumference of a circle that rolls without slipping inside the circumference of another circle. Hypocycloidal, in the form of a hypocycloid. Hypocycloids, plural of hypocycloid. Hypocytotoxic, less than usually cytotoxic. Hypocytotoxicity, the condition of being hypocytotoxic. Hypodactyly, the presence of fewer than a usual number of fingers or toes. Oligodactyly. Hypodecan, synonym of subdecan. Hypodacans, plural of hypodecan. Hypodense, less dense than normal. Hypodensities, plural of hypodensity. Hypodensity, an area of an X-ray image that is less dense than normal or than the surrounding areas. Hypoderm, alternative form of hypodermis. Hypoderma, a layer of tissue beneath the epidermis in plants, performing the physiological function of strengthening the epidermal tissue. In phanerogamous plants, it is developed as collenchyma. Hypodermal, of or pertaining to the hypodermis. Hypodermally, in a hypodermal manner. Hypodermata, plural of hypoderma. Hypodermatic, alternative form of hypodermic. Hypodermatically, hypodermically. Hypodermatitis, inflammation of the hypoderm. Hypodermatomy, the subcutaneous surgical section of parts. Hypoderms, plural of hypodermis. Hypodermic, of or relating to the hypodermis, the layer beneath the dermis. Hypodermic needle, a hollow needle with a sharp point intended to puncture the skin to draw a fluid from under the skin or inject a fluid under the skin, used as part of a hypodermic syringe. Hypodermic needles, plural of hypodermic needle. Hypodermic syringe, a syringe equipped with a hypodermic needle. Hypodermic syringes, plural of hypodermic syringe. Hypodermical, alternative form of hypodermic. Hypodermically, by hypodermic means. Hypodermics, plural of hypodermic. Hypodermis, an epidermal layer of cells that secretes an overlying chitinous cuticle, as in arthropods. Hypodermizes, plural of hypodermis. Hypodermicalizes, plural of hypodermolysis. Hypodermolysis, infusion of fluid into the subcutaneous space. Hypodermosis, the infestation of cattle by larvae of warble flies of the genus Hypoderma. Hypodermis, hypodermic. Hypoderms, plural of hypoderm. Hypodescent, the practice of classifying a child of mixed race ancestry into the less socially dominant of the parents' races. Hypodevelopment, a reduced level of development. Hypodiastole, a mark in late Classical and Byzantine Greek used as a form of interpunct to show two words should be read separately in situations where they might otherwise be confused with an identically spelled single word. Hypodiastoles, plural of hypodiastole. Hypodicrotic, exhibiting retarded dichrotism. Hypodegetic, pertaining to a secondary narrative embedded within the primary narrative, a story within a story. Hypodyme, a sample from which the characters of a population are to be inferred. Hypodymes, plural of hypodyme. Hypodiploid, having fewer than the diploid number of chromosomes. Hypodiploides, plural of hypodiploidy, referring to types thereof. Hypodiploids, plural of hypodiploid. Hypodiploidy, the state of being hypodiploid, hypoploidy in diploid organisms, including humans. Hypodipsia, a deficiency of thirst. Hypodispersion, a reduced level of dispersion in any of several contexts. Hypodivergence, the condition of being hypodivergent. Hypodivergences, plural of hypodivergence. Hypodivergent, less than normally divergent. Hypodontia, the congenital absence of the normal number of teeth. Hypodopaminergia, synonym of hypodopaminergism. Hypodopaminergic, less than normally dopaminergic. Hypodopaminergism, the state of being hypodopaminergic, i.e. having a low level of the neurotransmitter dopamine. Hypodorian, alternative form of hypodorian. Hypodynamia, a diminution of a person's strength or power. Hypodynamic, describing a decrease in both blood pressure and pulse pressure. Hypodysfibrinogenemia, a rare hereditary fibrinogen disorder caused by mutations in one or more of the genes that encode a factor critical for blood clotting, fibrinogen. Hypodysplasia, the presence of an abnormally small, often deformed organ, typically a kidney. Hypodysplastic, relating to hypodysplasia. Hypoecho, a hypoechoic state. Hypoechogenic, minimally echogenic, as is normal in some tissue types and unusual in others. Hypoechogenicity, a decreased response echo during the ultrasound examination of an organ. Hypoechoa, of low echogenicity. Hypoechoicism, synonym of hypoechoicity. Hypoechoicity, the condition of being hypoechoic. Hypode, simple past and past participle of hypo. Hypoelastic, less than normally elastic. Hypoelasticity, the condition of being hypoelastic. Hypoelectrolytemia, the presence of an unusually low amount of an electrolyte in the blood. Hypoliminator, a solution used to remove sodium thiosulfate hypo from fixed plates or prints. Hypoliminators, plural of hypoliminator. Hypoellipse, a superellipse with an exponent-shaped parameter smaller than that of the ellipse, i.e. less than 2. Hypoellipses, plural of hypoellipse. Hypoelliptic, related to or involving hypoelliptic operators. Hypoelliptic operator, a differential operator that preserves mathematical smoothness. Hypoelliptic operators, plural of hypoelliptic operator. Hypoellipticity, the condition of being hypoelliptic. Hypoeme, having reduced blood flow. Hypoemotional, exhibiting a reduced emotional response. Hypoemotionality, a reduced emotional response. Hypoendemic, that has a low incidence in an area. Hypoendemicity, the condition of being hypoendemic. Hypoenergetic, providing less than the usual amount of energy. Hypoenhance, to produce hypoenhancement. Hypoenhance, simple past and past participle of hypoenhance. Hypoenhancement, the quality of showing poor enhancement, dimness or darkness in an image. Hypoenhances, third-person singular simple present indicative of hypoenhance. Hypoenhancing, present participle and gerund of hypoenhance. Hypoeosinophilia, a marked decrease in the eosinophil count in the bloodstream. Hypoequilibrium, a state that is in some way less than an equilibrium. Hypoesthesia, partial loss of tactile sensation. Numbness. Hypoesthesias, plural of hypoesthesia. Hypoesthesic, exhibiting or relating to hypoesthesia. Hypoesthetic, alternative form of hypoesthesic. Hypoestrogenemia, an abnormally low level of estrogen in the blood. Hypoestrogenic, of, pertaining to, or characterized by hypoestrogenemia. Hypoestrogenic, deficient in estrogen. Hypoestrogenicity, the condition of being hypoestrogenic. Hypoestrogenism, estrogen deficient. Hypoeutectic, having a composition that lies to the left of the eutectic point in a phase diagram. Hypoeutectoi, synonym of hypoeutectic. Hypoeutectoids, plural of hypoeutectoi. Hypoexcitability, less than usual excitability. Hypoexcitable, less than normally excitable. Hypoexcitation, reduced or inadequate level of excitation. Hypoexponential, less than exponential. Hypoexponentially, in a hypoexponential manner. Hypoexpressed, insufficiently expressed. Hypoexpression, less than the normal amount of expression. Hypopheremia, alternative form of hypopheremia. Hypopheremia, iron deficiency in the blood. Hypopharemic, relating to hypopharemia. Hypoferric, deficient in iron. Hypoferritinemia, the presence of an unusually small amount of ferritin in the blood. Hypoferritinemic, exhibiting or relating to hypoferritinemia. Hypofertile, less than normally fertile. Hypofertility, abnormally reduced fertility. Hypofibrinemia, a decreased amount of fibrin in the blood. Hypofibrinemic, relating to hypofibrinemia. Hypofibrinogenemia, alternative form of hypofibrinogenemia. Hypofibrinogenias, plural of hypofibrinogenemia. Hypofibrinogenemic, alternative form of hypofibrinogenemic. Hypofibrinogenemia, a condition characterized by an acute hemorrhagic state brought about by inability of the blood to clot, with massive hemorrhages into the skin producing blackish, purplish swellings and sloughing. Hypofibrinogenias, plural of hypofibrinogenia. Hypofibrinogenemic, relating to or exhibiting hypofibrinogenemia. Hypofibrinolysis, an abnormally low rate of fibrinolysis. Hypofibrinolytic, of, pertaining to or causing hypofibrinolysis. Hypofilamentous, less filamentous than normal. Hypofiltrating, that are undergoing hypofiltration, that causes hypofiltration. Hypofiltration, a decrease in the rate of glomerular filtration of the kidneys. Hypoflagellated, less than normally flagellated. Hypoflexia, misspelling of hyporeflexia. Hypoflexid, a fluxid between the protoconid and the hypoconid. Hypoflexids, plural of hypoflexid. Hypoflexus, a fluxus between the protocone and the hypocone. Hypofluorescence, a reduced level of fluorescence. Hypofluorescent, relating to or exhibiting hypofluorescence. Hypofluorite, the conjugate base of hypofluorous acid, any salt or ester formed therewith. Hypofluorites, plural of hypofluorite. Hypofluorous, of or pertaining to hypofluorous acid. Hypofluorous acid, the oxyacid of fluorine, HF, a short-lived species that has only been observed spectroscopically. Hypofolate-nemia, a reduced level of folate in the blood. Hypofraction, an individual dose of hypofractionation. Hypofractional, relating to hypofractionation. Hypofractionated, describing a dosage of radiation that is divided into several large doses that are given every few days. Hypofractionation, radiation therapy in which the total dose is divided into a smaller than usual number of higher doses. Hypofractionations, plural of hypofractionation. Hypofractioned, alternative form of hypofractionated. Hypofractions, plural of hypofraction. Hypofrontal, of or relating to hypofrontality. Hypofrontality, reduced activation in the frontal and especially prefrontal cortex, one of the common neurological correlates for schizophrenics and schizoid. Hypofucosylated, incompletely fucosylated. Hypofunction, abnormally low function. Hypofunctional, having a decreased function especially of an endocrine gland. Hypofunctionality, an abnormally reduced functionality. Hypofunctioning, functioning at an abnormally low level. Hypofunctions, plural of hypofunction. Hypofusion, decreased perfusion of blood through an organ. Hypovea, plural of hypogeum. Hypoveal, alternative form of hypogeal. Hypovien, alternative form of hypogene. Hypogic acid, an acid found in peanut oil in the form of a glyceride. Hypoveas, alternative form of hypogis. Hypovian, alternative form of hypogeum. Hypoviams, plural of hypogeum. Hypogalactosylated, insufficiently galactosylated. Hypogalactosylation, reduced or insufficient galactosylation. Hypogamic, of or related to hypogamy. Hypogammaglobulinemia, alternative form of hypogammaglobulinemia. Hypogammaglobulinemia, alternative spelling of hypogammaglobulinemia. Hypogammaglobulinemias, plural of hypogammaglobulinemia. Hypogammaglobulinemia, a type of immune disorder characterized by a reduction in all types of gamma globulins. Hypogammaglobulinemias, plural of hypogammaglobulinemia. Hypogammaglobulinemic, relating to hypogammaglobulinemia. Hypogamous, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting hypogamy. Hypogamy, the seeking of a spouse of lower socioeconomic status or caste than oneself. Hypoganglionated, less than normally ganglionated. Hypoganglionosis, a disorder characterized by a deficiency of ganglions. Hypovastria, plural of hypogastrium. Hypogastrian, pertaining to the hypogastrium, hypogastric. Hypogastric, of or pertaining to the hypogastrium. Hypogastrium, an area of the human abdomen residing below the umbilicus. Hypogastrocele, a hernia through the walls of the lower belly. Hypogastrocells, plural of hypogastrocele. Hypogastrurid, any springtail in the family Hypogasturidae. Hypogasturids, plural of hypogastrurid. Hypogee, plural of hypogeum. Hypogeal, existing or growing underground. Hypogene, existing or growing underground. Hypogee, an underground room is cellar, a vault. Hypogees, plural of hypogee. Hypogic acid, alternative form of hypogoic acid. Hypogelsulinemia, a reduced level of gelsulin in the blood. Hypogene, formed underground, often by ascending solutions. Hypogeneses, plural of hypogenesis. Hypogenesis, a congenital defect characterized by underdevelopment of parts or organs of the body. Hypogenetic, relating to hypogenesis. Hypogenic, of or relating to a process that acts from below. Hypogenitalism, diminished functional activity of the genitals. Hypogenitalisms, plural of hypogenitalism. Hypogenous, produced or growing on the undersurface. Hypogeocarpus, having fruit beneath the surface of the earth. Hypogeogenous, that has an underground origin. Hypogeometric. Misspelling of hypergeometric. Hypogous. Living or maturing underground. Subterranean. Hypodreum. An underground room or cavern, also used figuratively. Hypogeums. Plural of hypogeum. Hypojusia. Reduced sense of taste. Hypojusias. Plural of hypojusia. Hypoglandular. Relating to or caused by abnormally decreased glandular activity. Hypoglossine. A particular steroid glycoside. Hypoglobulia. The presence of an abnormally low count of red blood cells in the blood. Hypoglobulinemia. A reduced amount of globulin in the blood. Hypoglobulinemic. Relating to hypoglobulinemia. Hypoglobus. Downward displacement of the eye in the orbit. Hypoglossal. Or pertaining to the area under the tongue. Hypoglossal nerve. Either of the 12th and final pair of cranial nerves, which are motor nerves arising from the medulla oblongata and supplying muscles of the tongue and higher vertebrates. Hypoglossal nerves. Plural of hypoglossal nerve. Hypoglossals. Plural of hypoglossal. Hypoglossus. Alternative form of hypoglossal nerve. Hypoglucosis. Synonym of hypoglycemia. Hypoglutamatergia. The condition of being hypoglutamatergic. Hypoglutamatergic. Less than normally glutamatergic. Hypoglutamylation. Less than normal glutamylation. Hypoglycemia. Alternative spelling of hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemias. Plural of hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemic. Alternative spelling of hypoglycemic. Hypoglycemics. Plural of hypoglycemic. Hypoglycemia. A too low level of blood glucose. Hypoglycemias. Plural of hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemic. Suffering from hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemic diet. A type of diet that focuses on foods that have a minimal effect on blood sugar levels. Hypoglycemic diets. Plural of hypoglycemic diet. Hypoglycemically. By means of hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemics. Plural of hypoglycemic. Hypoglycin. A toxic organic compound related to lysine found in Blaghia sapida ackee fruit, causing hypoglycemia and responsible for Jamaican vomiting sickness. Hypoglycine. Alternative form of hypoglycin. Hypoglycines. Plural of hypoglycine. Hypoglycins. Plural of hypoglycin. Hypoglycoratia. The presence of insufficient glucose in the cerebrospinal fluid. Hypoglycoratia. Misspelling of hypoglycoratia. Hypoglycosemia. Synonym of hypoglycemia, which is the usual term. Hypoglycosylated. Less than normally glycosylated. Hypoglycosylation. Reduced or insufficient glycosylation. Hypoglycemia. Obsolete form of hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemic. Obsolete form of hypoglycemic. Hyponatrhism. The property of being hyponatrous. Hyponatrous. Having the maxilla, or lower jaw, longer than the upper jaw. hypogonadal, of or pertaining to a defect of the reproductive system which results in lack of function of the gonads, ovaries, or testes. Hypogonadic, relating to hypogonadism. Hypogonadism, a sexual reproductive system impairment characteristic of gonadal dysfunction, defective sex hormone production by the gonads, ovaries, or testes. Hypogonadisms, plural of hypogonadism. Hypogonadotrophic, misspelling of hypogonadotropic. Hypogonadotropic, of or pertaining to an abnormally reduced secretion of gonadotropin. Hypogonadotropism, the condition of having a reduced serum concentration of gonadotropins. Hypogranularity, the quality of being hypogranular. Hypogranulocytosis, a disorder characterized by a deficiency of granulocytes. Hypogranulosis, plural of hypogranulosis. Hypogranulosis, a decrease in the thickness of the stratum granulosum. Hypograph, the set of all points lying on or below its graph. Hypographs, plural of hypograph. Hypogravity, the presence of an apparently decreased gravitational field such as in an aircraft following a parabolic path. Hypogymioid, relating to lichen of the genus Hypogymia. Hypogyn, any hypogynous plant. Hypogynous, of the flower having a superior ovary attached directly to the receptacle like other floral parts. Hypogynously, in a hypogynous manner. Hypogens, plural of hypogen. Hypogyny, the property of being hypogynous. Hypogyration, abnormally low numbers of gyri in the cerebral cortex. Hypogyrification, less than normal gyrification. Hypohemia, alternative spelling of hypohemia. Hypohaline, synonym of hyposaline. Hypohalite, any salt of a hypohalous acid having a general formula MOXN. Hypohalites, plural of hypohalite. Hypohalogeneous, relating to the acids of general formula HOX where X is a halogen. Hypohalous, describing any oxyacid of a halogen having a general formula HOX. Hypohalous acid, any oxyacid of a halogen of general formula HOX. Hypohalous acids, plural of hypohalous acid. Hypohamiltonian, of a graph not containing a Hamiltonian cycle but such that the removal of any single vertex produces a Hamiltonian graph. Hypohaploid, having less than the haploid complement of chromosomes. Hypohaploides, plural of hypohaploidy, referring to types thereof. Hypohaploids, plural of hypohaploid. Hypohaploidy, the state of having less than the haploid complement of chromosomes. Hypohaptic globinemia, the presence of insufficient haptoglobin in the blood. Hypohaptic globinemia, alternative form of hypohaptoglobinemia. Hypohedonia, abnormal reduction in the ability to derive pleasure from usually pleasurable activities. Hypohemia, a deficiency of blood. Hypohemoglobinemia, low hemoglobin level in the blood, anemia. Hypohidrosis, diminished sweating, less sweating than would be expected in response to appropriate stimuli. Hypohidrotic, characterized by less than the normal amount of sweating. Hypohyal, pertaining to one or more small elements in the hyoid arch of fishes between the ceratoial and uroial. Hypohyaline, partly glassy, Hypohyals, plural of hypohyal. Hypohydremia, alternative form of hypohydremia. Hypohydrated, insufficiently hydrated. Hypohydration, dehydration. Hypohydrations, plural of hypohydration. Hypohidrosis, misspelling of hypohidrosis. Hypohydrotic, misspelling of hypohydrotic. Hypohydroxylated, less than normally hydroxylated. Hypohemia, alternative to epigraphy of hypohemia. Hypoli, describing gear wheels whose axes are offset from each other. Hypolides, plural of hypoi. Hypoimmune, less than normally immune. Hypoimmunity, a reduced immunity. Hypoimmunogenic, less immunogenic than normal. Hypoimmunogenicity, the condition of being hypoimmunogenic. Hypoimmunoglobulinemia, a deficiency of immunoglobulin in the blood. Hypoimmunoglobuliniemias, plural of hypoimmunoglobulinemia. Hypoinflammation, less severe than normal inflammation. Hypoinflammatory, less than normally inflammatory. Hypoing, present participle and gerund of hypo. Hypoinnervation, a reduced level of innervation. Hypoinsulinemia, the presence of an unusually low level of insulin in the bloodstream. Hypoinsulinemic, alternative spelling of hypoinsulinemic. Hypoinsulinemia, an abnormally low level of insulin in the blood. Hypoinsulinemic, having hypoinsulinemia. Hypoinsulinism, deficiency in insulin secretion. Hypointense, less than usually intense. Hypointensely, in a hypointense manner. Hypointensities, plural of hypointensity. Hypointensity, a less than normal intensity, for example, as seen in magnetic resonance imaging. Hypointensive, less than usually intensive. Hypoinvasive, less than normally invasive. Hypoiodate, any salt or ester of hypoiodotous acid. They have fungicidal properties. Hypoiodates, plural of hypoiodate. Hypoiodous, of or pertaining to hypoiodous acid or its derivatives. Hypoiodous acid, the simplest acid of AEO, it is formed when dissolves in water or when hair XCSs are reduced. Hypoionian, being or relating to the plagal mode on C, which uses the diatonic octave species from G to the G an octave higher, divided at its final C. Hypoionic, less than normally ionic, typically as a result of deionization. Hypokalemia, alternative form of hypokalemia. Hypokalemias, plural of hypokalemia. Hypokalemic, alternative form of hypokalemic. Hypokalemia, the condition of having an abnormally low concentration of potassium ions in the blood below the reference range. Hypokalemias, plural of hypokalemia. Hypokalemic, having a low percentage of potassium in one's blood. Hypokaluria, low urine potassium levels. Hypokaluria, alternative form of hypokaluria. Hypokemia, Plural of hypokaiminin. Hypokaiminin. Alternative spelling of hypokinin. Hypoketonemia. Alternative form of hypoketonemia. Hypoketonemic. Alternative form of hypoketonemic. Hypoketonemia. An abnormally low level of ketone in the blood. Hypoketonemic. Exhibiting hypoketonemia. Hypoketosis. An abnormally low level of ketones in the blood. Hypoketotic. Pertaining to hypoketosis. Hypokinemia. Alternative form of hypokinemia. Hypokinesis. Plural of hypokinesis. Hypokinesia. Slowed or diminished movement of the body. Hypokinesis. Diminished power of movement. Hypomotility. Hypokinetic. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting hypokinesis. Hypokyphosis. A reduced kyphotic curvature of the thoracic region of the spine. Hypokyphotic. Relating to hypokyphosis. Hypolactasia. A deficiency of lactase in the intestines leading to lactose intolerance. Hypolactatemia. A reduced level of lactate in the blood. Hypolaryngeal. Relating to the hypolarynx. Hypolarynx. The part of the larynx below the glottis. Hypolemma. A lesser proposition or subsumption within a larger syllogism. Hypolemmal. Underneath a sheath. Hypolenos. Plural of hypolemma. Hypoleptinemia. Alternative form of hypoleptinemia. Hypoleptinemias. Plural of hypoleptinemia. Hypoleptinemic. Alternative form of hypoleptinemic. Hypoleptinemia. The presence of a lower than normal amount of leptins in the bloodstream. Hypoleptinemic. Relating to hypoleptinemia. Hypoleucemia. Alternative form of hypoleucemia. Hypolemetic. Relating to the hypolemmian. Hypolemia. Plural of hypolemmian. Hypolemio. Relating to the hypolemmian. Hypolemnic. Alternative form of hypolemnetic. Hypolemnian. The perpetually cold layer of water that lies beneath the thermocline of a thermally stratified lake. Hypolipemia. A low concentration of lipid in the blood. Hypolipemias. Plural of hypolipemia. Hypolipemic. Of or pertaining to hypolipemia. Hypolipemics. Plural of hypolipemic. Hypolipidemia. Alternative form of hypolipidemia. Hypolipidemias. Plural of hypolipidemia. Hypolipidemic. Alternative form of hypolipidemic. Hypolipidemia. A lower than normal concentration of lipids in the blood. Hypolipidemias. Plural of hypolipidemia. Hypolipidemic. That reduces the concentration of lipid in blood serum. Hypolipidemics. Plural of hypolipidemic. Hypolipoproteinemia. Alternative form of hypolipoproteinemia. Hypolipoproteinemia. An abnormally low level of lipoprotein in the blood. Hypolipoproteinemic. Relating to hypolipoproteinemia. Hypolite. A surname. Hypolites. Plural of hypolite. Hypolith. A plant that lives underneath rocks. usually in climatically extreme deserts. Hypolithic, growing beneath rocks. Hypoliths, plural of hypolith. Hypolobated, less than normally lobated. Hypolobulated, having fewer than the usual number of lobules. Hypolocomotion, locomotive hypoactivity. Hypolocomotive, relating to hypolocomotion. Hypolocomotor. Relating to hypolocomotion. Hypolocrian, being or relating to the plagal counterpart to the Locrian mode. Hypolophed, a fusion of the entoconid and the hypoconid in some animals. Hypolophids, plural of hypolophid. Hypolophulid, a small crest in the posterofflexid attached to the posterolophid. Hypolophilids, plural of hypolophulid. Hypolidian, describing a mode of church music represented by a major scale from C to F. Hypolimnion, the bottom layer of a liquid body, usually used in reference to a reservoir or similar body. Hypolimnions, plural of hypolimnion. Hypomagnesemia, alternative spelling of hypomagnesemia. Hypomagnesiemic. Alternative form of hypomagnesemic. Hypomagnesemia, the condition of having an abnormally low concentration of magnesium and G ions in the blood below the reference range. Hypomagnesemias, plural of hypomagnesemia. Hypomagnesemic, affected by or relating to hypomagnesemia. Hypomagnesia, magnesium deficiency. Hypomagnesic, relating to hypomagnesia. Hypomagnesuria, an abnormally low level of magnesium in the urine. Hypomagnetic, having a less intense than normal magnetic field. Hypomandibular, below the mandibula. Hypomanganate, the oxonium of manganese MnO3, any salt containing this anion. Hypomanganates, plural of hypomanganate. Hypomania, a mild form of mania, especially the phase of several mood disorders characterized by euphoria or hyperactivity. Hypomaniac, related to or affected by hypomania. Hypomaniacs, plural of hypomaniac. Hypomanias, plural of hypomania. Hypomanic, afflicted with a mild state of mania. Hypomanics, plural of hypomanic. Hypomanicillated, less than usually manicillated. Hypomanicillation, a less than normal degree of manicillation. Hypomasculinity, the quality or exhibition of unmasculine behavior or traits, especially emotions and those of a gentle, feminine, or weak nature. Hypomasculinized, less than normally masculinized. Hypomaturation, imperfect maturation, typically of tooth enamel. Hypomature, not completely mature, immature. Hypomaturity, the condition of being hypomature. Hypomelanism, the condition of being hypomelanistic. Hypomelanistic, having less than the normal amount of melanin pigment in the skin. Hypomelanization, less than the normal amount of melanization. Hypomelanized, less than normally melanized. Hypomelanosis, plural of hypomelanosis. Hypomelanosis, Hypomelanism. Hypomelanotic, exhibiting or relating to hypomelanosis. Hypomenorrhea, the condition of menstrual blood flow that is extremely light. Hypomenorrheas, plural of hypomenorrhea. Hypomenorrhea, alternative form of hypomenorrhea. Hypomenorrheas, plural of hypomenorrhea. Hypomentalizing, mentalizing to a lesser degree than normal. Hypomera, plural of hypomeron. Hypomere, a part that the walls of a pleuroperitoneal cavity grow. Hypomeres, plural of hypomere. Hypomeron, alternative form of hypomere. Hypometabolic, relating to hypometabolism. Hypometabolism, the physiological state of having a decreased rate of metabolic activity. Hypomethionemia, the presence of less than the normal amount of methionine in the blood. Hypomethylate, to cause or to undergo hypomethylation. Hypomethylated, less than normally methylated. Hypomethylates, third person singular simple present indicative of hypomethylate. Hypomethylating, of, pertaining to, or causing hypomethylation. Hypomethylation, a decrease in the epigenetic methylation of cytosine and adenosine residues in DNA. Hypomethylations, plural of hypomethylation. Hypometria, dysmetria in which the patient tends to undershoot the intended target. Hypometric, smaller than normally measured. Hypomimia, a reduced degree of facial expression. Hypomineralization, alternative form of hypomineralization. Hypomineralizations, plural of hypomineralization. Hypomineralized, alternative form of hypomineralized. Hypomineralization, insufficient mineralization. Hypomineralizations, plural of hypomineralization. Hypomineralized, less than normally mineralized. Hypomixolydian, describing a mode of church music represented by a major scale from D to G. Hyponesia, deficiency of the memory. Hyponesic, of or relating to deficiency in memory. Hypomobile, less mobile than normal. Hypomobilities, plural of hypomobility. Hypomobility, decreased ability to move a joint of the body. Hypomochlean, fulcrum. Hypomochleans, plural of hypomochlean. Hypomodification, an abnormally small modification. Hypomodification, plural of hypomodification. Hypomodify, modified to an abnormally small degree. Hypomorph, a mutation that causes a partial loss of gene function. Hypomorphic, causing a partial loss of gene function. Hypomorphism, a hypomorphic mutation. Hypomorphisms, plural of hypomorphism. Hypomorphosis, the division of differentiation in a developing embryo. Hypomorphous, that reduces the amount of polymorphism. Hypomorphs, plural of hypomorph. Hypomorphy, the condition of being hypomorphic. Hypomotile, less than usually motile. Hypomotility, the condition of being hypomotile. Hypomutable, less than normally mutable. Hypomutated, less than usually mutated. Hypomutation, a reduced rate of mutation. Hypomutations, plural of hypomutation. Hypomutator, any agent that causes hypomutation. Hypomutators, plural of hypomutator. Hypomyelinated, less than usually myelinated. Hypomyelinating. That leads to hypomyelination. Hypomyelination, an abnormally small amount of myelin in the brain and spinal cord. Hypomyelinations, plural of hypomyelination. Hypomyelinization, an insufficient degree of myelinization. Hypomyelinogenesis, the formation of insufficient myelin. Hypomyelinosis, a disease associated with a deficiency of myelin. Hypomyopathy, showing little evidence of myopathy. Hyponasal, less nasal than usual. Hyponasality, the quality of being hyponasal. Hyponastic, bending upwards as a result of hyponasty caused by unequal growth. Hyponastically, in a hyponastic manner. Hyponasty, an upward bending of leaves or other plant parts, caused by increased growth on their lower surface. Hyponatremia, misspelling of hyponatremia. Hyponatremia, alternative spelling of hyponatremia. Hyponatremias, plural of hyponatremia. Hyponatremic, alternative form of hyponatremic. Hyponatremia, an abnormally low concentration of sodium in blood plasma. Hyponatremias, plural of hyponatremia. Hyponatremic, exhibiting or relating to hyponatremia. Hyponatremia, alternative form of hyponatremia. Hyponecral, below a necral layer. Hyponegation, implied negation in a sentence. Hyponeophagia, the inhibition of feeding produced by a novel environment, novelty-induced hypophagia, commonly used as a measure of anxiety, particularly in rodents. Hyponeural, describing an undeveloped part of the nervous system of echinoderms. Hyponeuston, all the organisms that live just beneath the surface of the water. Hyponitric acid, synonym of hydroxynitramide. Hyponitrite, deoxyanion of nitrogen derived from hyponitrous acid, any salt containing this anion. Hyponitrite, plural of hyponitrite. Hyponitrosilated, less than normally nitrosilated. Hyponitrous, of or pertaining to hyponitrous acid or its derivatives. Hyponitrous acid, the unstable compound HNO. Hyponoia, the thought or idea that underlies a myth. Hyponome, a tubular organ of a cephalopod used to expel water. Hyponomes, plural of hyponome. Hyponomic, of or relating to the hyponome. Hyponormal, having a self-commutator that is greater than or equal to 0. Hyponormality, the condition of being hyponormal. Hyponutrition, undernutrition. Hyponutritional, relating to hyponutrition. Hyponychia, plural of hyponychium. Hyponychial, relating to the hyponychium. Hyponychium, thickened epithelium beneath a nail or claw. Hyponym, a more specific term, a subordinate grouping word or phrase, a term designating a subclass of another more general class described by the given word. Hyponymic, be a hyponym. Hyponymically, in a hyponymic way. Hyponymies, plural of hyponymy. Hyponymous, synonym of hyponymic. Hyponymously, in a hyponymous way. Hyponyms, plural of hyponym. Hyponymy, the semantic relation between hyponyms the quality of being hyponymous. Hypoestrogenemia, alternative spelling of hypoestrogenemia. Hypoorder, a taxon below nanoorder and above minor order. Hypoorders, plural of hypoorder. Hypoornithinemia, the presence of a reduced amount of ornithine in the blood. Hypoosmolalities, plural of hypoosmolality. Hypoosmolality, a decrease in the osmolality of the body fluids. Hypoosmolar, of or pertaining to hypoosmolarity. Hypoosmolarity, an abnormally low osmolarity. Hypoosmorgulation, a reduced amount of osmorgulation. Hypoosmorgulatory, relating to hypoosmorgulation. Hypoosmotic, hypotonic. Hypooxygenation, an insufficient level of oxygenation. Hypopalmitoylation, less than the normal amount of palmitoylation. Hypopancreatism, hypofunction of the pancreas. Hypoparathyroid, relating to hypoparathyroidism. Hypoparathyroidism, deficiency of parathyroid hormone. Hypoparathyroidisms, plural of hypoparathyroidism. Hypopentaploid, having fewer than 5 complete sets of chromosomes in each cell. Hypopepsia, pepsin deficiency leading to impaired digestion. Hypopeptic, relating to or having hypopepsia. Hypopeptics, plural of hypopeptic. Hypoperfuse, having a reduced blood supply. Hypoperfusion, decreased perfusion, especially of blood through an organ. Hypoperfusional, of or pertaining to hypoperfusion. Hypoperfusions, plural of hypoperfusion. Hypoperfusive, relating to or exhibiting hypoperfusion. Hypoparesis, the part of the paresis that lies posterior to the paracingulum. Hypoparesis, plural of hypoparesis. Hypoperistalsis, an abnormally low rate of peristalsis. Hypoperistaltic, exhibiting or relating to hypoperistalsis. Hypopermeability, permeability to a lesser than usual degree. Hypophagia, undereating. Hypophagic, relating to hypophagia. Hypophalangia, the congenital absence of one or more of the phalanges, one of the bones of the finger or toe in one's hand. Hypophalangeal, suffering from or pertaining to hypophalangia, lacking one or more digital phalanges. Hypophalange, alternative form of hypophalangia. Hypopharyngeal, relating to the hypopharynx. Hypopharynges, plural of alternative form of hypophalangia. Hypopharyngeal, relating to the hypopharynx. Hypopharynges, plural of hypopharynx. Hypopharynx, bottom part of the pharynx, the part of the throat that connects to the esophagus. Hypopharynxes, plural of hypopharynx. Hypophase, the lower, more dense phase of a multiphase system. Hypophases, plural of hypophase. Hypophagia, misspelling of hypoplasia. Hypophenylalaninemia, a reduced level of phenylalanine in the blood. Hypoflottle, that grows beneath the bark. Hypofluotic, synonym of hypoflottle. Hypophomia, the condition of having a quiet voice, inability to speak loudly. Hypophonic, relating to or exhibiting hypophonia. Hypophore, a figure of speech in which the speaker poses a question and then answers the question. Hypophorus, plural of hypophora. Hydophoria, physical misalignment of the two eyes so that one eye is set lower in the head than the other. Hypophosphatemia, alternative spelling of hypophosphatemia. Hypophosphatemias, plural of hypophosphatemia. Hypophosphatemic, alternative form of hypophosphatemic. Hypophosphatemia, alternative form of hypophosphatemia. Hypophosphatemia, an abnormally low level of phosphatase in the blood. Hypophosphatasia, a rare and sometimes fatal metabolic bone disease characterized by phosphatase deficiency. Hypophosphatasias, plural of hypophosphatasia. Hypophosphatazic, relating to hypophosphatasia. Hypophosphate, the oxygen of phosphorus P2O derived from hypophosphoric acid, any salt containing this anion. Hypophosphatemia, an electrolyte disturbance in which there is an abnormally low level of phosphate in the blood, most commonly seen when malnourished patients are given large amounts of carbohydrates, creating a high phosphorus demand in the cells of the body. Hypophosphatemias, plural of hypophosphatemia. Hypophosphatemic, relating to hypophosphatemia. Hypophosphates, plural of hypophosphate. Hypophosphaturia, an abnormally low level of phosphate in the urine. Hypophosphi, any salt of hypophosphorus acid. Hypophosphites, plural of hypophosphi. Hypophosphoric, of or pertaining to hypophosphoric acid or its derivatives. Hypophosphoric acid, the acid of phosphorus H4P2O6. Hypophosphorus, of or pertaining to hypophosphorus acid or its derivatives. Hypophosphorus acid, a pale yellow liquid, H3PO2, used as a reducing agent. Hypophosphorus acids, plural of hypophosphorus acid. Hypophosphorylated, phosphorylated to a less than normal extent, or less than fully. Hypophosphorylation, phosphorylation to a less than normal extent, or less than fully. Hypophosphorylations, plural of hypophosphorylation. Hypophrenia, synonym of intellectual disability. Hypophrenic, relating to hypophrenia. Hypophrygen, alternative form of hypophrygen. Hypophile, hypobranchial. Hypophiles, plural of hypophile. Hypophil, a proximal part of a sprout or a leaf. Hypophilous, being or growing on the lower side of a leaf. Hypophils, plural of hypophil. Hypophyseal, Alternative spelling of hypophyseal. Hypophysectomies, plural of hypophysectomy. Hypophystomized, alternative form of hypophystomized. Hypophystomize, to perform hypophysectomy on. Hypophystomized, subjected to hypophysectomy. Hypophystomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypophystomize. Hypophystomizing, present participle and gerund of hypophystomize. Hypophysectomy, the surgical removal of the hypophyses pituitary gland. Hypophysiotropic, misspelling of hypophysiotropic. Hypophyses, plural of hypophyses. Hypophysio, of or pertaining to the hypophyses, the pituitary gland. Hypophysiological, relating to a reduced physiological process. Hypophysiotrophic, misspelling of hypophysiotropic. Hypophysiotropic, that stimulates the hypophyses. Hypophyses, the pituitary gland. Hypophysitis, plural of hypophysitis. Hypophysitis, inflammation of the pituitary gland. Hypopigmental, relating to hypopigmentation. Hypopigmentary, relating to hypopigmentation. Hypopigmentation, abnormally reduced pigmentation. Hypopigmentations, plural of hypopigmentation. Hypopigmented, discolored by hypopigmentation. Hypopituitarism, a decrease in secretion of one or more of the 8 hormones normally produced by the pituitary gland. Hypopituitarisms, plural of hypopituitarism. Hypopituitary, relating to hypopituitarism. Hypoplactic, analogous to plactic, generalized to the theory of non-commutative symmetric functions. Hypoplasia, underdevelopment or incomplete development of a tissue or organ, especially when caused by an inadequate or below normal number of cells. Hypoplasias, plural of hypoplasia. Hypoplasic, relating to hypoplasia. Hypoplastic, of or pertaining to hypoplasia or hypoplasty. Hypoplasticity, the condition of being hypoplastic. Hypoplasties, plural of hypoplasty. Hypoplastra, plural of hypoplastron. Hypoplastral, relating to a hypoplastron. Hypoplastron, the third lateral plate in the plastron of turtles. Hypoplastrons, plural of hypoplastron. Hypoplasty, alternative form of hypoplasia. Hypopleura, plural of hypopleuron. Hypopleural, of or pertaining to the hypopleuron. Hypopleurus, the lower plate of a divided pleuron. Hypopleurites, plural of hypopleurus. Hypopleuron, synonym of meron. Hypoploid, having a number of chromosomes that is less than an exact multiple of the haploid number. Hypoploides, plural of hypoploidy. Hypoploids, plural of hypoploid. Hypoploidy, the condition of being hypoploid. Hypopnea, a disorder which involves episodes of overly shallow breathing or an abnormally low respiratory rate. Hypopnea is plural of hypopnea. Hypopneic, relating to hypopnea. Hypopneumatization, a reduced level of pneumatization, typically of the sinuses. Hypopnea, alternative spelling of hypopnea. Hypopneas, plural of hypopnea. Hypopnea, alternative form of hypopnea. Hypopodia, plural of hypopodium. Hypopodium, the basal podium of a foliage leaf. Hypopolarization, decreased or subthreshold polarization, as hypopolarizations, plural of hypopolarization. Hypopolymerization, less than the usual extent of polymerization. Hypopolyploid, having a number of chromosomes that is less than polyploid. Hypopomid, any knifefish in the family Hypopomidae. Hypopomids, plural of hypopomid. Hypopotasemia, alternative form of hypopotasemia. Hypopotasemia, hypokalemia. Hypopressive, of or relating to a set of breathing techniques and exercises intended to reduce pressure within the abdominal, pelvic, and thoracic cavities. Hypoproxillarinemia, alternative form of hypoproxillarinemia. Hypoproxillarinemia, an abnormally low level of proxylarin in the blood. Hypoproconvertinemia, alternative form of hypoproconvertinemia. Hypoproconvertinemia, an abnormally low level of proconvertin in the blood. Hypoproduction, unusually low production of some substance in an organism. Hypoproductive, less than normally productive. Hypoperfusion, less than normal blood flow. Hypoprolactinemia, a reduced level of prolactin in the blood. Hypoproliferation, abnormally reduced proliferation. Hypoproliferations, plural of hypoproliferation. Hypoproliferative, less than normally proliferative. Hypoprotic, containing a reduced or insufficient amount of protein. Hypoproteinemia, alternative form of hypoproteinemia. Hypoproteinemias, plural of hypoproteinemia. Hypoproteinemic, alternative form of hypoproteinemic. Hypoproteinemia, a deficiency of protein in the blood. Hypoproteinemias, plural of hypoproteinemia. Hypoproteinemic, relating to or exhibiting hypoproteinemia. Hypoproteinuria, the presence of abnormally low amount of protein in the urine, namely, even lower than the normally low amount. Hypoprothrombemia, alternative form of hypoprothrombemia. Hypoprothrombemia, an abnormally low level of prothrombin in the blood. Hypoprothrombinemic, relating to hypoprothrombemia. Hypoprotocitric acid, a dipsydin produced by various lichen species. Hypoptera, plural of hypopteron. Hypopteron, the tuft of axillary feathers of a bird's wing. Hypopterygiaceous, of or relating to the Hypopterygiaceae. Hypotila, plural of hypotillum. Hypotillum, an after shaft. Hypotichid, any member of the family Hypotichidae of gasterosteform fish. Hypotichids, plural of hypotichid. Hypopycno, having a lower density. Hypopygeal, relating to a hypopygium. Hypopygium, a modified abdominal segment in some insects which supports the copulatory apparatus. Hypopylarian, below the pylorus. Hypopeion, collection of here your chamber of the eye. Hypopeions, plural of hypopeion. Hypopyrexia, an unusually low body temperature. Hypopyrexial, relating to hypopyrexia. Hyporachise, the downy lower barbs of a feather. Hypokama, a form of ancient Greek choral song accompanied by dance. Hypoactive, having or showing abnormally low sensitivity to stimuli. Hypoactivity, the quality of being hypoactive. Hyporeflectance, a reduced level of reflectance. Hyporeflection, the condition of being hyporeflective. Hyporeflections, plural of hyporeflection. Hyporeflective, less than normally reflective. Hyporeflective. Reflectivities, plural of hyporeflectivity. Hyporeflectivity, the quality of being hyporeflective. Hyporeflexia, diminished function of one or more reflexes. Hyporeflexive, involving underreaction in a reflex response. Hyporeflexivity, the condition of being hyporeflexive. Hyporegenerative, characterized by insufficient regeneration. Hyporegulate, to regulate inadequately. Hyporegulation, inadequate regulation. Hyporegulator, an inadequate regulator. Hyporegulators, plural of hyporegulator. Hyporelief, negative relief in which a fossil is sunk into a surface. Hyporenanemia, alternative. Form of hyporenanemia. Hyporenanemic, alternative form of hyporenanemic. Hyporenanemia, an abnormally low level of renin in the blood. Hyporenanemic, exhibiting or relating to hyporenanemia. Hyporesponse, a less than normal response to a particular stimulus. Hyporesponses, plural of hyporesponse. Hyporesponsive, less than usually responsive. Hyporesponsiveness, an abnormally low degree of responsiveness. Hyporesponsivity. Synonym of hyporesponsiveness. Hyporetinolenia, a less than normal amount of retinol in the blood, typically as a result of vitamin A deficiency. Hypoxia, a reduction in appetite, also the consequent reduction in food intake, if any. Hyporexic, relating to or having hyporexia, low appetite. Hyporachides, plural of hyporachide. Hyporachise, the stem of an aftershaft. Hyporake, beneath or alongside the bed of a stream, where water percolates through interstices between the rocks, leading to mixing of groundwater and surface water. Hyporethral, describing the lower reaches of a relatively fast stream, typically fed by meltwater. Hypos, plural of hypo. Hyposalemia, alternative form of hyposalemia. Hyposalicylinic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Hyposaline, having an abnormally low salinity. Hyposalinity, the condition of being hyposaline. Hyposalivation, a reduced level of salivation. Hyposarca, anasarca. Hyposcenium, a low wall in front of the stage of an ancient Greek theater. Hyposecretion, a secretion below the normal value. Hyposecretions, plural of hyposecretion. Hyposecretory, relating to or causing hyposecretion. Hyposelenenia, alternative form of hyposelenemia. Hyposelenemia, the condition of having insufficient selenium in the bloodstream. Hyposensitization, alternative form of hyposensitization. Hyposensitizations, plural of hyposensitization. Hyposensitize, alternative form of hyposensitize. Hyposensitize, simple past and past participle of hyposensitize. Hyposensitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyposensitize. Hyposensitizing, present participle and gerund of hyposensitize. Hyposensitive, having abnormally low sensitivity. Hyposensitivities, plural of hyposensitivity. Hyposensitivity, a lower than normal sensitivity to a stimulus or an allergen. Hyposensitization, a form of immunotherapy in which the patient is vaccinated with progressively larger doses of an allergen to which they have been diagnosed as being sensitive. Hyposensitizations, plural of hyposensitization. Hyposensitize, to treat by hyposensitization. Hyposensitize, simple past and past participle of hyposensitize. Hyposensitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hyposensitize. Hyposensitizing, present participle and gerund of hyposensitize. Hyposeptal, below the septum. Hyposerotonemia, a reduced level of serotonin in the blood. Hyposerotonergic, less than normally serotonergic. Hyposexual, of or relating to hyposexuality. Hyposexualities, plural of hyposexuality. Hyposexuality, a significantly low level of sexual desire. Hyposexualization, playing down or understating somebody's sexuality. Hyposexuals, plural of hyposexual. Hyposialylate, to cause or to undergo hyposialylation. Hyposialylated, simple past and past participle of hyposialylate. Hyposialylation, less than the normal amount of sialylation. Hyposideremia, a deficiency of iron in blood plasma, anemia due to it. Hyposideremic, having or pertaining to hyposideremia. Hyposiderites, synonym of limonite. Hyposignaling, a reduced level of signaling. Hyposin, an oligopeptide antihypertensive. Hyposins, plural of hyposin. Hyposkeletal, beneath the endoskeleton, hypaxeal. Hyposmia, a reduced ability to smell and to detect odors. Hyposmias, plural of hyposmia. Hyposmic, having or relating to hyposmia. Hyposmolality, an abnormally low osmolality of a body fluid. Hyposmolar, alternative form of hypoosmolar. Hyposmolarity, the quality of being hyposmolar. Hyposmotic, alternative form of hypoosmotic. Hyposodic, low in sodium. Hyposomatotropism, the presence of a reduced level of somatotropin in the body. Hyposemia, inadequate sleep. Hypospadia, relating to hypospadias. Hypospadias, a congenital condition in males in which the opening of the urethra is on the underside of the penis. Hypospadiasis, plural of hypospadias. Hypospadiasis, alternative form of hypospadias. Hypospadiology, the study of hypospadias and its surgical repair. Hypospermatogenesis, the condition of having decreased sperm production. Hypospermatogenetic, relating to or affected with hypospermatogenesis. Hypospermia, an unusually low ejaculate volume. Hypostagma, a bruise or contusion, a bloodshot eye. Hyposphenol, relating to a hyposphene. Hyposphene, a process on the neural arch of the vertebrae of some extinct reptiles. Hyposphenes, plural of hyposphene. Hyposphere, the lower part of a trochophore. Hyposplenia, synonym of hyposplenism. Hyposplenic, relating to or afflicted with hyposplenism. Hyposplenism, a reduction in spleen function. Hypospleny, synonym of hyposplenism. Hypospray, a kind of jet injector. Hyposprays, plural of hypospray. Hypostability, the condition of being hypostable. Hypostable, less than normally stable. Hypostain, to accidentally stain with hypo. Hypostained, simple past and past participle of hypostain. Hypostaining, present participle and gerund of hypostain. Hypostains, third person singular simple present indicative of hypostain. Hypostasis, plural of hypostasis. Hypostasis, plural of hypostasis. Hypostasis is sedimentary deposit, especially in urine. Hypostasize, alternative form of hypostasize. Hypostasized, simple past and past participle of hypostasize. Hypostasises, third person singular simple present indicative of hypostasize. Hypostasising, present participle and gerund of hypostasize. Hypostasization, alternative form of hypostatization. Hypostasizations, plural of hypostasization. Hypostasize, to hypostatize. Hypostasized, simple past and past participle of hypostasize. Hypostasizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypostasize. Hypostasizing, present participle and gerund of hypostasize. Hypostasy, hypostasis. Hypostatic, pertaining to hypostasis, especially with reference to hypostatic union. Hypostatic union, in Chalcedonian Christianity, the unity of the two natures of Jesus Christ, divine and human, in a single individual person or hypostasis. Hypostatical, hypostatic. Hypostatically, in a hypostatic manner in terms of actual substance. Hypostatize, alternative form of hypostatize. Hypostatize, simple past and past participle of hypostatize. Hypostatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypostatize. Hypostatizing, present participle and gerund of hypostatize. Hypostatization, the act or process of being hypostatized. Hypostatizations, plural of hypostatization. Hypostatize, to render into or regard as a separate and distinct substance, to construe a contextually subjective and complex abstraction, idea, or concept as a universal object without regard to nuance or change in character. Hypostatize, simple past and past participle of hypostatize. Hypostatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hypostatize. Hypostatizing, present participle and gerund of hypostatize. Hyposterna, plural of hyposternum. Hyposternum, the hypoplastron. Hypospania, weakness, subnormal strength. Hypostenuria, a condition where the urine has a relatively low specific gravity, though not necessarily equal to that of plasma. Hypostimulated, alternative form of hyperstimulated. Hypostimulation, reduced level of stimulation. Hypostimulatory, relating to or producing hypostimulation. Hypostoichiometric, alternative form of hyperstoichiometric. Hypostoma. Hypostome. Hypostomal, relating to a hypostome. Hypostomata, plural of hypostoma. Hypostomatic, having stomata mostly on the underneath foliar abaxial surface. Hypostomatus, having a stoma on the lower surface. Hypostome, any of certain mouth appendages of some insects, arachnids, crustaceans, and hydrozoa in particular. Hypostomes, plural of hypostome. Hypostomio, of or pertaining to the hypostome. Hypostomium, the agent immediately near hypostomium. Hypostratotype, a stratotype designated after the holostratotype as an additional example of a stratigraphic unit, usually in a different geographic context. Hypostratotypes, plural of hypostratotype. Hypostress, insufficient stress. Hypostria, a vertical groove found between the protocone and the hypocone on the crowns of upper molariform teeth of glurans, i.e. rodents and lagomorphs. Hypostria, a vertical groove found between the protoconid and the hypoconid on the crowns of lower cheek teeth of castorids, i.e. beavers and closely grouped rodents. Hypostrias, plural of hypostriate. Hypostrophe, the act of a patient turning himself or herself. Hypostrophs, plural of hypostrophe. Hypostyle, having a roof supported on a row of columns. Hypostyles, plural of hypostyle. Hyposuccinylate, to succinylate less than normally. Hyposuccinylated, simple past and past participle of hyposuccinylate. Hyposuccinylation, the condition of being hyposuccinylated. Hyposuccinylations, plural of hyposuccinylation. Hyposulfate, synonym of dithionate. Hyposulfatemia, a reduced level of sulfate in the blood. Hyposulfates, plural of hyposulfate. Hyposulfite, the SO2-oxyanion, any salt containing this ion. Hyposulfite of soda, sodium thiosulfate. Hyposulfites, plural of hyposulfite. Hyposulfuric, relating to or containing sulfur in a lower state of oxidation than in the sulfuric compounds. Hyposulfurous, of or pertaining to hyposulfurous acid or its derivatives. Hyposulfurous acid, an unstable acid, H2S2O2, only known in solution, used as a reducing agent. Its salts are hyposulfites. Hyposulfate, alternative form of hyposulfate. Hyposulfates, plural of hyposulfate. Hyposulfite, alternative spelling of hyposulfite. Hyposulfite of soda, alternative form of hyposulfite of soda. Hyposulfites, plural of hyposulfite. Hyposulfuric, alternative spelling of hyposulfuric. Hyposulfurous, alternative form of hyposulfurous. Hyposulfurous acid, alternative spelling of hyposulfurous acid. Hyposumylation, insufficient sumylation. Hyposynthesis, a reduced rate or amount of synthesis of a particular biochemical substance. Hypotactic, of or relating to hypotaxis. Hypotactically, in a hypotactic manner. Hypotarsal, relating to the hypotarsus. Hypotarsi, plural of hypotarsus. Hypotarsus, a process on the posterior side of the tarsometatarsus of many birds, the calcinal process. Hypotaurine, an aminosulfonic acid that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of taurine. Hypotaurodont, less than normally taurodont. Hypotaxis, plural of hypotaxis. Hypotaxis, syntactic subordination of one clause or construction to another. Hypotelor, relating to hypotelorism. Hypotelorism, a medical condition characterized by abnormally close eyes. Hypotelorisms, plural of hypotelorism. Hypotensin, a hypotensive peptide found in the venom of some snakes and scorpions. Hypotension, the disease or disorder of abnormally low blood pressure. Hypotensions, plural of hypotension. Hypotensive, relating to hypotension, low blood pressure. Hypotensives, plural of hypotensive. Hypotenusal, of or relating to the hypotenuse. Hypotenuse, the side of a right triangle opposite the right angle. Hypotenuses, plural of hypotenuse. Hypotestosteronemia, alternative form of hypotestosteronemia. Hypotestosteronemia, the presence of abnormally low amounts of testosterone in the bloodstream. Hypotestosteronemic, of, pertaining to, or characterized by hypotestosteronemia. Hypotetraploid, having fewer than 4 times the haploid number of chromosomes in a cell nucleus. Hypotext, an earlier text which serves as the source of a subsequent piece of literature. Hypotexts, plural of hypotext. Hyti, abbreviation of hypothesis. Hypothalamectomies, plural of hypothalamectomy. Hypothalamectomy, surgical excision of the hypothalamus. Hypothalamy, Plural of hypothalamus. Hypothalamic, of or pertaining to the hypothalamus. Hypothalamic pituitary adrenal, relating to the hypothalamus. The pituitary gland and the adrenal glands. Hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, a complex set of direct influences and feedback interactions among the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland, and the adrenal glands. Hypothalamic pituitary adrenocortical, relating to the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland, and the adrenal cortex. Hypothalamically, in a hypothalamic manner. Hypothalamo, combining form of hypothalamus. Hypothalamo-infundibular, relating to the hypothalamus and infundibulum. Hypothalamo-mesencephalic, relating to the hypothalamus and mesencephalon. Hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal, hypothalamic and neuroepiphyseal. Hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal, synonym of hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal. Hypothalamo-pancreatic, relating to the hypothalamus and pancreas. Hypothalamo-denopiphyseal, alternative form of hypothalamo-denopiphyseal. Hypothalamo-denopiphyseal, relating to the hypothalamus and adenoepiphysis. Hypothalamo-cerebellar, relating to the hypothalamus and cerebellum. Hypothalamo-epiphyseal, alternative form of hypothalamo-epiphyseal. Hypothalamo-epiphyseal, relating to the hypothalamus and hypophyses. Hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal, alternative form of hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal. Hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal, alternative form of hypothalamo-neuroepiphyseal. Hypothalamo-pituitary, of the hypothalamus and the pituitary. Hypothalamus-spinal, relating to the hypothalamus and spinal cord. Hypothalamotomies, plural of hypothalamotomy. Hypothalamotomy, surgical removal of the hypothalamus. Hypothalamus, a region of the forebrain located below the thalamus, forming the basal portion of the diencephalon and functioning to regulate body temperature, some metabolic processes, and governing the autonomic nervous system. Hypothalamuses, plural of hypothalamus. Hypothalae, plural of hypothallus. Hypothalio, of or pertaining to a hypothallus. Hypothallic, relating to a hypothallus. Hypothaline, relating to or resembling a hypothallus. Hypothallus, the outgrowth of hyphae from under the margin of the thallus of a crustous lichen connecting the island-like areoles into a single lichen. Hypothalamic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Hypothec. In Scotland, a landlord's right over the stocking cattle, implements, etc., and crops of his tenant as security for payment of rent. Hypotheca, the lower or posterior half of the theca of a thecate protist such as a diadem or dinoflagellate. Hypotheci, plural of hypotheca. Hypothecial, of or pertaining to the hypotheca, the lower half of the shell of certain types of plankton. Hypothecaries, plural of hypothecary. Hypothecarily, in a hypothecary manner. By means of hypothecation. Hypothecary, of pertaining to or arising from hypothecation, the pledging of property or mortgage as surety for a loan. Hypothecate, to pledge something as surety for a loan, to pawn, mortgage. Hypothecative. Simple past and past participle of hypothecate. Hypothecates. Third person singular simple present indicative of hypothecate. Hypothecating. Present participle and gerund of hypothecate. Hypothecation. A tax levied for a specific expenditure. Hypothecations. Plural of hypothecation. Hypothecative. Hypothecatory. Hypothecator. One who hypothecates or pledges anything as security for the repayment of money borrowed. Hypothecators. Plural of hypothecator. Hypothecatory. Relating to or characterized by hypothecation. Hypothesia. Plural of hypothesium. Hypothesial. Relating to the hypothesium. Hypothesium. The layer of hyphal tissue directly beneath the thesium. Hypothex. Plural of hypothec. Hypothenal. Hypothenar. Hypothenar. Of the ulnar fleshy side of the palm. Hypothenar eminence. The ulnar side of the human hand. The edge of the hand between the pinky and the outer side of the wrist. Hypothenar eminences. Plural of hypothenar eminence. Hypothenars. Plural of hypothenar. Hypotenusal. Alternative form of hypotenusal. Hypothenuse. Dated form of hypotenuse. Hypovenuses. Plural of hypovenuse. Hypothermal. Involving extremely low temperatures. Hypothermally. In a hypothermal manner. Hypothermia. Abnormally low body temperature, specifically below 35 degrees Celsius for humans. Hypothermias. Plural of hypothermia. Hypotherme. Affected by hypothermia. Having an abnormally low body temperature. Hypothermically. In a hypothermic manner, in a condition of hypothermia. Hypothermy. Alternative form of hypothermia. Hypotheses. Plural of hypothesis. Hypothesis. A tentative conjecture explaining an observation, phenomenon, or scientific problem, and that can be tested by further observation, investigation, and/or experimentation. Hypothesize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of hypothesize. Hypothesized. Simple past and past participle of hypothesize. Hypothesizer. Alternative form of hypothesizer. Hypothesizers. Plural of hypothesizer. Hypothesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hypothesize. Hypothesizing. Present participle and gerund of hypothesize. Hypothesis. One who proposes or supports a hypothesis. Hypothesists. Plural of hypothesis. Hypothesizable. That may be hypothesized. Hypothesization. An act or process of hypothesizing, of forming a hypothesis or hypotheses, typically concerning a particular topic of research or basis for action. Hypothesizations. Plural of hypothesization. Hypothesize. To assume or assert tentatively on uncertain grounds. Hypothesized. Simple past and past participle of hypothesize. Hypothesizer. A person who hypothesizes. Hypothesizers. Plural of hypothesizer. Hypothesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hypothesize. Hypothesizing. Present participle and gerund of hypothesize. Hypothetic. Based on hypothesis or theory. Hypothetical. Hypothetical. Based upon a hypothesis, conjectural. Hypothetical baptism. Baptism administered to somebody who may or may not have been baptized before. Hypothetical baptisms. Plural of hypothetical baptism. Hypothetical imperative. A formula that tells one how to act in order to achieve a specific goal without reflecting on the value of the goal itself. Such an imperative is conditional, i.e., it would only motivate one who already shares the end goal in question. Hypothetical imperatives. Plural of hypothetical imperative. Hypothetical taxonomic unit. An internal node in phylogenetic analysis, an inferred ancestral organism. Hypothetical taxonomic units. Plural of hypothetical taxonomic unit. Hypotheticalities. Plural of hypotheticality. Hypotheticality. The state or property of being hypothetical. Hypothetically. In a hypothetical way, as a hypothesis. Hypotheticals. Plural of hypothetical. Hypotheticate. Rare form of hypothesize. Hypothetic. Obsolete form of hypothetic. Hypotheticodeductive. Alternative form of hypotheticoductive. Hypotheticodeductivism. A scientific method of making and testing hypotheses. Hypotheticodeductivist. Relating to hypotheticodeductivism. Hypotheticodeductive. Involving logical deduction by the formation and verification of hypotheses. Hypotheticodeductivism. Alternative form of hypotheticodeductivism. Hypotheticodeductivist. Alternative form of hypotheticodeductivist. Hypothetize. Alternative form of hypothesize. Hypothetize. Simple past and past participle of hypothetize. Hypothetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hypothetize. Hypothetizing. Present participle and gerund of hypothetize. Hypothetis. Alternative form of hypothesis. Hypothetists. Plural of hypothetis. Hypothetize. Alternative form of hypothesize. Hypothetize. Simple past and past participle of hypothetize. Hypothetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hypothetize. Hypothetizing. Present participle and gerund of hypothetize. Hypothyosianate. Misspelling of hypothyosianate. Hypothyosianate. Plural of hypothyosianate. Hypohyosianate. An organic compound formed when an oxygen is singly bonded to the thiosianate group found in the antimicrobial immune system of the human respiratory tract, the conjugate base of hypothiosianic acid. Hypoposis. Misspelling of hypothesis. Hypothrombemia. Alternative form of hypothrombinemia. Hypothrombinemia. An abnormally low level of thrombin in the blood. Hypothrombinemia. Relating to hypothrombinemia. Hypothrombocytemia. An abnormally low platelet count in the blood. Hypothrombogenic. Less likely to cause thrombosis. Hypothromboplastinemia. Alternative form of hypothromboplastinnemia. Hypothromboplastinnemia. an abnormally low level of thromboplastin in the blood. Hypothrombotic, having low blood clotting. Hypothymergasia, psychosis or severe depression. Hypothymergasias, plural of hypothymergasia. Hypothyreosis, hypothyroidism. Hypothyroid, of or pertaining to hypothyroidism. Hypothyroidic, relating to hypothyroidism. Hypothyroidism, the disease state caused by insufficient production of thyroid hormone by the thyroid gland. Hypothyroidism, plural of hypothyroidism. Hypothyroidy, hypothyroidism. Hypothyroxanemia, alternative form of hypothyroxanemia. Hypothyroxanemia, an abnormally low level of thyroxine in the blood. Hypothyroxanemic, having or relating to hypothyroxanemia. Hypotopia, a state of reduced pressure of the intraocular fluid. Hypotonias, plural of hypotomia. Hypotonic, having a lower osmotic pressure than another. Hypotonically, in a hypotonic manner. Hypotonicities, plural of hypotonicity. Hypotonicity, the quality of being hypotonic. Hypotonization, the procedure of making or becoming hypotonic. Hypotonize, to make hypotonic. Hypotonized, simple past and past participle of hypotonize. Hypotonus, relating to hypotony. Hypotonus, hypotoia. Hypotony, the state of being hypotonic. Hypotoxic, less than usually toxic. Hypotoxicity, the condition of being hypotoxic. Hypotrachelated, insufficiently trachelated. Hypotrachelation, insufficient trachelation. Hypotraceable, hypohamiltonian. Hypotrachelia, plural of hypotrachelium. Hypotrachelium, agorgerin. Hypotransferinemia, alternative form of hypotransferinemia. Hypotransferinemia, a reduced level of transferrin in the blood. Hypotransferinemic, relating to or exhibiting hypotransferinemia. Hypotrachelosemia, a reduced level of trehalose in the blood. Hypotrachelasemic, relating to hypotrachelosemia. Hypotrech, any of a group of ciliate protozoa of the subclass Hypotrichia included among the spiritrids, mostly oval in shape with a rigid pellicle and isolated tufts of suae on the ventral surface of the cell. Hypotrichosis, the presence of less than the normal amount of hair or fur. Hypotrichotic, relating to hypotrichosis. Hypotrichous, relating to hypotrichosis. Hypotrichs, plural of hypotrich. Hypotriglyceridemia, alternative form of hypotriglyceridemia. Hypotriglyceridemic, alternative form of hypotriglyceridemic. Hypotriglyceridemia, an abnormally low level of triglyceride in the blood. Hypotriglyceridemic, relating to or exhibiting hypotriglyceridemia. Hypotrimethylated, less than normally trimethylated. Hypotriploid, having fewer than 3 chromosomes. Hypotrochanteric, beneath the trochanter of the femur. Hypotrochoi, a geometric curve traced by a fixed point on the radius line outside one circle which rotates inside the perimeter of another circle. Hypotrochoids, plural of hypotrochoi. Hypotrophic, relating to or exhibiting hypotrophy. Hypotrophy, a degeneration in the functioning of an organ due to the reduction of the volume of the cells. Hypophobia, strabismus in which the visual axis of one eye is lower than the fellow fixating eye. Hypotropias, plural of hypotrophia. Hypotropic, relating to hypotrophia. Hypotympana, plural of hypotympanum. Hypotympanic, relating to the hypotympanum. Hypotympanum, the lower part of the tympanic cavity in the middle ear. Hypotype, a specimen whose details have been previously published, which is not part of the original type series of the species. Hypotypes, plural of hypotype. Hypotyposes, plural of hypotyposis. Hypotyposis, a vivid, picturesque description of scenes or events. Hypotyrosinemia, a deficiency of tyrosine in the blood. Hypoubiquitination, a reduced level of ubiquitination. Hypouricemia, alternative spelling of hypouricemia. Hypouricemias, plural of hypouricemia. Hypouricemic, alternative form of hypouricemic. Hypouricemia, an abnormally low level of uric acid in one's blood. Hypouricemias, plural of hypouricemia. Hypouricemic, of or relating to hypouricemia. Hypouricaria, the presence of an unusually low amount of uric acid in the urine. Hypovalve, the hypotheca of a diadem. Hypovalves, plural of hypovalve. Hypovascular, lacking sufficient vascularity, deficient in blood vessels. Hypovascularity, the condition of being hypovascular. Hypovascularization, deficient vascularization. Hypovascularizations, plural of hypovascularization. Hypovascularize, less than normally vascularize. Hypovasculation, less than the normal degree of vasculation. Hypoventilate, to undergo hypoventilation. Hypoventilated, simple past and past participle of hypoventilate. Hypoventilates, third person singular simple present indicative of hypoventilate. Hypoventilating. Present participle and gerund of hypoventilate. Hypoventilation, respiratory depression, occurring when ventilation is inadequate to perform the necessary gas exchange, which may be caused by certain medical conditions, by holding one's breath, or by drug overdose. Hypoventilations, plural of hypoventilation. Hypoventilative, hypoventilating, relating to or undergoing hypoventilation. Hypoventilator, one who hypoventilates. Hypoventilators, plural of hypoventilator. Hypoventilatory, relating to hypoventilation. Hypovigilance, a state of reduced sensory sensitivity and response, for example when drowsy or bored. Hypovigilant, in a state of hypovigilance. Hypoviralization, synonym of underviralization. Hypovirulence, reduced virulence. Hypovirulent, having a reduced virulence. Hypovirus. Any virus of the genus Hypovirus. Hypoviruses. Plural of hypovirus. Hypoviscosity. Decreased viscosity, especially of the blood. Hypoviscous. Not viscous enough to serve a particular purpose properly. Hypovitaminosis. Plural of hypovitaminosis. Hypovitaminosis. Vitamin deficiency, insufficiency of one or more essential vitamins in the body. Specific forms are labeled with the vitamin identifier, hypovitaminosis A, hypovitaminosis D, and so on, although those forms are more often called vitamin A deficiency, vitamin D deficiency, and so on. Hypovitaminotic, exhibiting or relating to hypovitaminosis. Hypovolemia, alternative form of hypovolemia. Hypovolemias, plural of hypovolemia. Hypovolemic, alternative form of hypovolemic. Hypovolemia, a state of decreased blood plasma volume. Hypovolemias, plural of hypovolemia. Hypovolemic, of pertaining to hypovolemia or characterized by low volume of blood in the circulatory system, as hypovolemic shock. Hypovolemia, alternative form of hypovolemia. Hypovolemias, plural of hypovolemia. Hypovolemic, archaic spelling of hypovolemic. Hyposemia, alternative spelling of hyposemia. Hyposemias, plural of hyposemia. Hyposemic, alternative form of hyposemic. Hypoxanthin, dated form of hypoxanthine. Hypoxanthine, a bicyclic heterocycle 3,7-dihydropurin 6,1 that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of uric acid. Hypoxanthines, plural of hypoxanthine. Hypoxemia, an abnormal deficiency in the concentration of oxygen in the blood, be it the partial pressure of oxygen mmHg, the content of oxygen ml oxygen per dl of blood, or the percent saturation of the blood's hemoglobin, singly or in combination. Hypoxemias, plural of hypoxemia. Hypoxemic, relating to or afflicted with hypoxemia. Hypoxemically, with regard to hypoxemia. Hypoxerophilic, less than normally / typically xerophilic. Hypoxia, a condition in which tissues are deprived of an adequate supply of oxygen. Hypoxia, relating to hypoxia. Hypoxias, plural of hypoxia. Hypoxic, of, pertaining to, or suffering from hypoxia. Hypoxically, in terms of, or by means of, hypoxia. Hypoxidaceous, of or relating to the hypoxidaceae. Hypoxiphilia, a paraphilia involving an attraction to breath play. Hypozeugma, a zeugma where the word or words on which all of the phrases depend is placed last. Hypozeuxis, an expression whose every clause has its own independent subject and predicate. Hypoxemia, alternative form of hypoxemia. Hypoxemia, the condition of having insufficient zinc in the bloodstream. Hypozoic, older than the lowest rocks which contain organic remains. Affected with hypochondria, melancholy in low spirits. Present participle and gerund of hep. Hepish, gloomy, melancholy. Hepograph, archaic form of hippogriff. Hippogriffs. Plural of hippogriff. Hippolyte, a surname. Hippolytes, plural of hippolyte. Hippos, hydrophobic portions of proteins exposed on the surface of denatured molecule or molecular aggregates. Hypromellose, hydroxypropyl methylcellulose, is semisynthetic, inert, viscoelastic polymer used as a food additive and excipient in oral medicaments and an ophthalmic lubricant. Hevs, initialism of Harvardesh, Yalesh, Princetonesh, Stanford. Hevs, plural of hip. Hevs,